ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and everything in between, above, below, and through dimensions. My name is BlazyBard, and welcome to the Inferno, a 120 content creator sign-up invitational tournament hosted by yours truly. But I'm not here by myself. I've got a wonderful, talented team behind me, or in this case, to my left-hand side, it's Subzan. Good morning, and welcome.
I guess at this point, good afternoon, depending on what part of the world you are in, but it should be a good day, Blazy. Really excited to see, because you've got a lot of varying talents within this tournament, with varying levels of experience all coming together, just for the love of the game, the love of Pokemon.
It is truly a labor of love and passion. I'm super excited to see the variety of teams that we're going to all over the course of this event. As I said, we've got so many players, so many different unique approaches, and all of them are streaming on their own links. So if there is a player's team that you see on this broadcast that you want to go and see more of, you can go and find their channels through their usernames, which should be relatively similar. But before we get started, Sub, this is, as we mentioned, a massive undertaking. We've got 7 rounds of Swiss to go through before cutting the cream from the chaff and moving up to top 16. We're in for a long day, a lot of incredible Pokemon action, of course, all sponsored by Logitech. So a big thank you to the big boys at Logitech G for sponsoring the event and giving us some wonderful prizes to give away to our top 4 players. Now, with that all said, our first round, Subzan, the Moo, otherwise known as Deer Info versus Sheep Herder. A relatively standard team coming up against a full bug creation is the only way I can say it.
I mean, a mono bug team, I mean, it is, as you said, a bit of a creation. It's not quite a typical way of approaching team building, but yeah, their opponent coming in with quite a standard-looking Archaludon Rain team, Pelipper, Archaludon, Floette, which is not really what you would normally see on those types of teams, but Floette is, at the moment, just the best Pokemon in the entire format, so it's no surprise to see it kind of thrown around in teams here, there, and everywhere.
It's been a threat. Who would have thought that a little flower could rain down the ever-loving fury of the heavens? I'm very interesting to see, because the Moo, as we mentioned, Deer Info does have a full bug team here. We're looking at Mega Beedrill with Cleaver, the Sticky Bug, Araquanid, thank you very much, Volcarona, Scizor, and Vivillon. This is not necessarily a very physically threatening team. What's the plan here to get through Archaludon?
That is my slight concern, because when you look at the team sheet, there only really is a couple of moves that actually can damage that Archaludon for super effective damage. Obviously, given a little bit of an advantage here by that Archaludon being sturdy instead of stamina, so can eventually chip it down, but with your only options really being Beedrill's Drill Run and that Scizor Close Combat, you do have access to that Sword Stance on the Scizor that you can use to boost through that Archaludon, but you have to think with how slow Scizor is and how fast Archaludon and that Pelipper are going to be, you might not be given a chance to get that set up safely.
It's going to be an interesting one on the flip side. I mean, we can break these down a little bit, Sub. I think I'm more interested at the moment in having a look at Deer Info's team, all these bugs. Tell me a little bit about what this Araquanid is here to do, maybe the Cleavor as well, Tumon, that are not necessarily all that popular in the current VGC format so far.
I mean, Arachnid has a niche, but not particularly in this format. More so for formats involving restricted Pokemon back in Scarlet and Violet. It has been used as a wildcard Pokemon alongside Kyogre, in particular, to really put the hammer on Calyrex Shadow Rider. But that Pokemon's not in this format, thankfully. No more do I have to worry about Astral Barrage. But in this matchup, you've got the access to the rain from your opponent with that Pelipper. So with that Water Bubble ability and that Rain Boost, those liquidations from from Arachnid with that Mystic Water held item as well, they're going to start doing a lot of damage even to those resisted Pokemon.
We're just waiting to hear back from one of the players. We're waiting on them to connect to the lobby. For now, it looks like we might have a little bit of a delay, but we will get around to that. But we can go ahead and join the lobby just in case we see the opponent. It's going to be an interesting one here, Subzan. I'm a little bit concerned that the first match of the day is going to go down as an inactive one, which would obviously be very upsetting.
Yeah, but we can probably join into another match if we need to. Some matchups haven't yet started. We'll have to give them a little bit of time to see if they can get in. But I mean, it's still going to be really interesting to see how the Moo approaches this matchup, how exactly they want to go about tackling this Archelon, because it's not an easy Pokemon to be able to break, especially with a team of Pokemon whose stab moves really just kind of bounce off of it. We haven't really talked yet, though, about that Vivillon option with that Friend Guard. I mentioned Scizor getting those Swords Dances up, Friend Guard, an option to be able to reduce the damage into it, to be able to get it that free space, but also with access to that Sleep Powder and being faster than most of these rain pieces. Is going to be having the ability to turn off Pokemon for now, obviously, just 2 turns with Sleep being nerfed in Pokemon Champions. No longer we Sleep for 3 turns, and that might be the key, I feel like, for the move, for being able to get that opportunity to break past these big, bulky Pokemon.
It's gonna be a challenge, though. I think, interestingly enough, with the foregoing of stamina as an ability for Archaludon, it could potentially be easier. At the very least, there's no worry about the ever-increasing stacks of defense going through and blocking future damage. We are, I think, going to change up just to make sure that we are in a room that is ready to go. So we're going to be switching over to Nolan, VGC, and Red Panda. So I'll just give us a quick second to pull those team sheets.
Ah, I see. Hang on, let me...
It's always great. Welcome to esports, ladies and gentlemen, in the thing. Let me...
I mean, I've got Red Pandas already, so I can, while you're finding the other team shit, can talk a little bit about this one. I mean...
Please do, yeah.
It's a very typical looking Sun team, to be honest, revolving around that Mega Charizard Y option. Just set up that Sun for a Choice Scarf, Eruption, Typhlosion, a lot of Fire-type damage, but obviously the best Sun teams at the moment have still been paired with that Flower. Mega Floette also making appearance on this team. The pieces alongside it, though, not quite the meta staples that you would see from that normal Floette Charizard team. Sableye making an appearance for those dual screens options, as well as Thunderwave for speed control, and Dragapult as well. The fastest Pokemon in the format without any form of speed control at that 142 base speed. Dragon Darts able to do some nice damage to chip things into range of those Heat Waves and Eruptions.
We got some decent counterplay to this, though. This is a Mega Frostlass team in the snow. That's not necessarily what's going to be doing the countering, but we do have Garganacl, which I think is a very interesting counter and a good counterpoint to some of these stronger fire types in the format, alongside Primarina, who, while we've seen ourselves, doesn't necessarily have the best offensive stats, can definitely take a hit. And I think we are ready to jump into the spectator feed for the first game as the leads are being selected.
Yeah, I mean, it should be interesting. Garganacl, a Pokemon that has also received a nerf in this generation. Salt Cure's damage into all Pokemon, whether Water-type or not, being halved. So it's going to be doing less damage, but does have that option of Wide Guard to shut down those Heat Waves and Eruptions. But it's going to have to be worried about that Solar Beam option from that Mega Charizard Y, which can still hit it for super effective damage regardless of that Rock typing. Yeah, that could be an option. I don't think you would necessarily lead off with that Typhlosion, though. Maybe potentially an option in the back. Probably, if I had to guess, going to be that Sableye leading off first alongside that Typhlosion. Primarina and Talonflame will be led. And then the other side, it will be Charizard and Whimsicott. Both sides have that Tailwind option. But with that Primarina existing on this field right now, this Charizard, it can only really go for that Solar Beam to do any sort of damage to Nolan's side of the field.
It could be a potential Tailwind as well to try and get some speed control up. It's going to be incredibly important for him to get this up if he wants to be able to deal well with the Dragapult. Although that being said, King Gambit, I would theorize to be in the back of this room here to try and deal with that Dragon. Sucker Punch, pretty deadly for Ghosties.
Yeah, it is, but maybe potentially not brought in this game. You have to think, with that Typhlosion and that Charizard, King Gambit, really in a bit of a difficult spot, but I guess with access to that Sucker Punch on the Ghost typing of Typhlosion, as we do see Charizard ripping that Mega Evolution on turn 1, getting that Sun up for those Heat Waves, and more particularly those Solar Beams into this Primarina. Whimsicott probably going to go for a Tailwind to match this Talonflame, which does, using Gale Wings, form that Tailwind first. Whimsicott next to move here with Tailwind, both teams matching that speed control here for the next 4 turns. Charizard going to be the next one up, as it does choose to lock into that Solar Beam, into that Primarina slot. The question is, will this pick up the KO? Gets ripped now into the sky. Primarina is the target. Will KO? No! Just about holds on.
Barely on a thread here. Now the retaliation, not too much for it to do. Hyper Voice is going to come through, nerfed down by the sun, but even then, half HP to Charizard. This is with the spread reduced damage as well. And Chorizo, the poor Charizard, is already lagging behind as a decent chunk of his health bar gone. And thanks to Citrus Berry, Primarina is able to heal a little bit up. The next turn's going to be incredibly important here. Both teams have the sunlight pouring down and, of course, Tailwind on the exact same amount of turns. So not necessarily too threatened on the speed category here.
Yeah, this Talonflame, though, is probably the Pokemon most threatened in this board state, as Whimsicott carrying that Encore option, so can force it to be locked into that Tailwind, but instead Whimsicott choosing to protect itself for this turn, probably trying to scout for a priority Brave Bird here, but Talonflame also protecting to avoid that Encore. Charizard going for that sun-boosted Heat Wave now, trying to do spread damage here to this board. Primarina is not going to be KO'd by that Heat Wave, though, trying to predict something coming in for that Solar Beam, as Hyper Voice will be the move of choice once again. It's barely going to miss this KO on Charizard. Actually does significantly less on this occasion. Very likely a very good damage roll on the first Hyper Voice, but this Primarina is getting really low, and the Mega Evolution for Red Panda is almost knocked out in this position. Still alive, but Talonflame has access to priority Brave Bird here to pick it off.
Yeah, and this is the whole story.
Wingbeat, sorry.
I mean, either way, right, there is a priority move available for Talonflame that could easily pick off Charizard. And I think it's a matter of, if Charizard had been able to do a bit more damage in this state, it wouldn't necessarily have been that much of an issue for him to go down this early. But right now, it's just Primarina who's been taken down low, sure, but has not been KO'd. The Protect will come out from the Zard, and this should allow potentially something, but it's called straight out. Dual Wing Beat does not care about your Focus Sash. Goodbye, Whimsicott.
Yeah, the priority access from that Gale Wings ability, and still, since it's Dual Wing Beat, not Brave Bird, Talonflame having access to that for next turn. So Red Panda in a bit of a dire position here, losing Whimsicott, so has lost access to that Tailwind speed control. Now Charizard is going to eventually run out of options to be able to outrun this Frostlass when it inevitably hits the board in a couple turns time, but still, Red Panda going to have to select the next Pokemon carefully. It is that Dragapult, able to outspeed this Talonflame naturally with that Dragon Darts option, and since Primarina is a Fairy type, both Dragon Darts will be aimed straight into this Talonflame, but not before Dual Wing Beat will get to pick up this Charizard, or at least get some free damage onto the board.
Yeah, it's going to need to either get rid of Primarina in this state, because even with Primarina on the board, if both Dragon Darts go into Talonflame, a Moonblast or a Dazzling Gleam could still be a significant amount of damage onto Dragapult. And we're starting to lose a bit of that power here. Both Tailwinds will run out at the end of this turn, and Talonflame still has not taken a single lick of damage. If Nolan VGC is able to protect him this turn, he could set up that Tailwind for free yet again. This time, Charizard out, Typhlosion in. Talonflame does hit the Protect, which means that we are guaranteed almost to see the Tailwind next turn, and Dragon Darts falls completely ineffectively. Hyper Voice is going to come through, and Typhlosion eats a whole chunk of damage.
Yeah, that's not the type of damage you'd want on this Typhlosion, given that Scarf Eruption is still so dangerous in this position, and probably the only thing left that Red Panda has to deal with this Frostlass in the back. However, as you said, with this Talonflame protecting itself last turn, Tailwind, once again an option, and since it's still not taking any damage, will be priority thanks to that Gale Wings ability, once again guaranteed to go up on this turn. The question is, will Nolan choose to rip another Hyper Voice and KO this Typhlosion, or will it be a Moonblast into this Dragapult?
Tailwind comes back through, and speed will handily fall in favor of Nolan DGC. Infernal Parade will come back through, of course. Primarina falls down. And it's going to be some damage onto the Talonflame. Thank you to Dragon Darts, but not quite enough to take it out. The Tailwind's up. There's still 3 more Pokemon to deal with, and Red Panda's resources are starting to look rather scarce.
Yeah, resources running low. Tailwind is up, and a chance for Frostlass to hit the board now and start firing off those blizzards. Obviously, Charizard still able to switch back in to turn off that snow, but I think the odds at the moment in Nolan's favor here to take this game 1.
So in that mindset then, Subzan, while acknowledging that Red Panda still could potentially come back into this one, what are the key adaptations we might want to see from his side moving into the second match?
It's difficult to say. Whimsicott got off on that game with very little value, didn't manage to pressure those Encores or really a secondary Tailwind there, just got completely called out by that Talonflame with those Protect and the dual Wing Beat option. Frostlass does now hit the board in this game. I think the big thing for Red Panda is to potentially lean into that Sableye with those dual screens as well as that Thunder Wave to provide an additional layer of speed control for this Typhlosion and Charizard.
We'll have to see how that plays out for him as we move forward. Mega Frostlass will be ripped up on the board. As this game starts to wind down for Red Panda, it's always an unfortunate position, but essentially with the Choice Scarf, there could be an opportunity for Typhlosion to outspeed the Queen of Snow herself. She's not a slow character, but Dual Wing Beat still will rip through into Typhlosion, even with all of its tools available to it in the Tailwind. One of the fastest one in the game, funnily enough, will still be faster.
Yeah, I mean, you can have as much speed control as you want. Red Panda didn't have any in that position, but still, Talonflame, no damage taken here, so still, there's priority dual wing beats. We see Charizard hit the board once again, setting up that sun, but actually, Talonflame has taken damage, ignore me, but still, Frostlass in this position is definitely going to be favored for another Blizzard, or might just aim a Shadow Ball into either one of these slots and will be a guaranteed KO in this position. Talonflame will be able to pick up the other with dual wing beat. For Red Panda, it's all about focusing on that game 2. It might be an adjustment to that Floette that does carry that Calm Mind option, or maybe Sableye going to be the Pokemon of choice to set up those dual screens, provide a little bit more bulk for that Charizard and that Typhlosion to be able to break through this team with those dangerous fire type attacks.
Yeah, it just feels like at the end of the day, there wasn't the right prioritization of damage. I think Red Panda was really hoping for Solar Beam to rip through Primarina in time for it to die, but I think maybe it maybe even was a case of, instead of trying to set up your own Tailwind in turn 1, going through and utilizing Whimsicott's attacking move in that first turn to get Prima off the board might have been a better adaptation here, setting up Tailwind with that priority in the turn afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, that's potentially a adaptation that could be made in Game 2. Maybe Whimsicott might not be brought at all. It'll be interesting to see, but in that Game 1, it did just come entirely up Talon's way. He got every single read correct, even that Charizard protecting on that dual wing beat turn to remove that Whimsicott from the board, and it completely correctly called every single attempt at an Encore. Every time the Whimsicott did not want to go for that Encore, attacking with Marina, getting the damage down where he needed to ensure that come the end of the game, he would have enough chip on everything for Frostlass to be able to clean up.
Yeah, and I think this time around, there's going to need to be some changes. We already know that. We already know, and we've highlighted some of the things that Red Panda can do. Although on the other side of that, Subzan, is there any reason for Nolan to change up his strategy? It worked pretty well last time.
I mean, sometimes you just don't have to fix what isn't broken, but other times you can make a counter adaptation when you expect that your opponent is going to change the way they want to play the game. You can start bringing Pokemon to kind of punish that, and that Garganacl, I think, is the big way that Nolan could make a counter adaptation if he expects maybe this Sableye to be the option, or really just relying entirely on like a Charizard Typhlosion lead to go full in on that fire type damage. You could just bring that Garganacl for that wide guard ability, or even just Salt Cure to get damage down on both of them over time.
And yeah, it's gonna be. Sorry, I'm really excited, Subzan, and there's a million things going through my brain right now. The main thing that I want to know is how these two players are going to adapt. I think Red Panda has such an interesting team. I think bringing this Floette for a different mode, a different change of pace might be pretty good. He's got a lot of bulk in him, so could potentially tank up a few. We'll have to see how things adapt and change. Nolan VGC doesn't feel like he wants to change anything at all, but it's a big change from Red Panda here on the other side.
Yeah, big change. That Floette hitting the board now alongside that Sableye for that dual screens option. Floette has access to Calm Mind and Draining Kiss here, so can keep itself relatively healthy alongside Sableye's dual screens option, and that Dazzling Gleam for that spread type damage. No Pokemon on Nolan's side is going to be safe once that flower starts getting itself set up alongside that really dangerous Fairy Aura ability.
Yeah, and there's not, I feel like not too much risk to Floette here either. Neither of these Mon are going to be potentially threatening. This should be a very stable, I almost want to say, game state for Red Panda to try and get a lead off of, as Talonflame goes for a defensive play straight away here, potentially expecting some form of an offense, and it's also defending from Red Panda. Floette takes a Protect 2 while the light screen goes up, I guess hoping not to catch first turn.
Yeah, that is interesting. However, Talonflame, not the strongest Pokemon in the world in terms of its attacking stats. So Floette, after its Mega Evolution, relatively bulky, would be able to survive those attacks and get up a Calm Mind in this position. However, Sableye now has taken a lot of damage from that Moonblast through its own light screen. The tip of that Citrus Berry was barely able to hang on to get that second screen up, but now still Floette, yet with a Calm Mind to get up, still in a good position once it gets that Mega Evolution off.
So now the question is, does Red Panda want to try and get Sableye out of dodge before Talonflame tries to pick up this kill? Or will the Mega Evolution from Floette be enough of a dissuasion to get them off the board? A Reflect could still, in theory, go up. There's still value to having this Sableye on the board. Thunderwave and Foul Play as well. Getting that utility to slow down some of these Mon could be powerful up into the Mega. Shows off its Giga Flower. The Fairy Aura will only make that Moonblast more deadly, which is actually, thinking about it, why the evolution didn't come through in the first turn.
Yeah, potentially. Thunderwave now going off into that Primarina, trying to slow it down, but also giving it a chance to not move. That paralysis chance nerfed in this game. Calm Mind is the option here for the Floette, getting itself up to +1 special attack and special defense here. There's a chance now with these Dazzling Gleams and these Draining Kisses to become really difficult to remove from the board. Sableye hanging on from that Hyper Voice to have another chance to go for another screen, or potentially even as Thunderwave into Talonflame.
Potentially, but Talonflame's still at full HP. There's opportunities for it to get these moves off onto its opponent before they're really able to deal with it, with that Thunderwave. So, not sure. I mean, this is almost certainly the dual wing beat, but at this point, Subzan, I gotta ask, has Sableye had the value that it needed? It set up the light screen to allow Floette to Calm Mind up, and now these Draining Kisses, even on a neutral target, Draining Kiss is not an especially powerful move, but that's still ripped half of Primarina's health bar.
Welcome to Fairy Aura. Welcome to the stupidity of this Pokemon, but we do see special attack drop here on that Primarina. Only a 10% chance for Moonblast to get that effect now in Pokemon Champions, so Floette only here bearing a single stage of special defense boost. That Draining Kiss no longer going to pick up that Primarina in 2. So it's safe for one more turn. Red Panda going to have to decide what they want to bring in as their third Pokemon here. It will be that Whimsicott for that Tailwind and Encore option.
Whimsicott on the board, and now it is a question of how they want to react. Dual Wing Beat could still launch into the Whimsicott. It's still full HP. Nothing has been done to try and counter out Gale Wings from Talonflame. I wonder if this is where we will see the Dazzling Gleam, or potentially it could be another attempt at Calm Minding up to get Floette a little bit more power after taking that Moonblast drop. I'm sure Red Panda is cursing the day that they tried to get that setup done. Now it is the Protect from both the supports on either side, as I believe the Dazzling Gleam or the Kiss should come through. Dazzling Gleam it is. Primarina should take a decent amount from this.
Yeah, it's going to take a lot. Barely hangs on, though, thanks to that special attack drop from that Moonblast last turn. So Primarina still has the ability now to try and fish for another on this Floette, which is now barely above half health. Will not get it, though, in this position. Whimsicott has the option here to go for that Encore on Talonflame, who is going to get that Dual Wing Beat off first, but we saw based on the damage it did in the last game, not going to pick up this Whimsicott regardless of the Focus Slash going to do at least 70% to it, and that's not enough to be able to one-shot from here. This Encore still a dangerous problem in this Floette with a loss of health and Draining Kiss as an option, and can still go for more Calm Minds.
It's a dangerous spot to be in, but Floette starting to look a little bit threatened. Yeah, Primarina might not have the highest offensive stats in the world, but any fairy move is going to start looking especially threatening. Hold on, it might be a roll on the Dual Wing Beat. 11 HP left to Whimsicott's name. It's able to stay alive. Moonblast will come out and remove, finally, that offensive threat from Talonflame. And, you know, we can talk about how even though that didn't do all that much damage, still just having the threat of a priority attack is still incredibly spooky. The Draining Kiss, though, look at that damage and look at that recovery. 50% of health done, damage done, restored as health, and Floette may as well be good as new.
Yeah, that's the problem here with Calm Mind Floette, how dangerous it really can get and how out of control this Pokemon is. It really becomes, even after a single Calm Mind, obviously that one stage of special attack drop for this Floette does mean that it's not doing as much damage as it could. Based on how much damage that Whimsicott did last turn with its Moonblast, you have to think with Fairy Aura and how high its base special attack is. The Dazzling Gleam might pick up this Talonflame after a Tailwind from this Whimsicott to ensure that this Floette will be faster than both Talonflame and Frostblast.
Yeah, it's going to be important. Although Floette does have a lot of bulk to it, Subzan. I'm not sure that a Blizzard will rip through it enough to put it down for good. That being said, it is just neutral damage from Draining Kiss here, even though that neutral damage might still be incredibly potent. Aurora Veil is on the board and available for Frostlass to go for here. And what seems like, unless the Tailwind comes through from Whimsicott, should be the first move in order. But it will be the Tailwind to allow Floette to deal some damage first. But I'm very curious to know if this will be a damaging move from Frostlass, or if she'll try and go for that Aurora Veil.
Yeah, and we're continuing to see, it was a critical hit on that Dazzling Gleam, but continuing to see in this game the value of that special attack drop from that Moonblast earlier. Blizzard is the move on choice here. Floette still above half HP after that Blizzard. That one Calm Mind it got up earlier is making it really difficult to remove here. Both sides traded those Tailwinds, and we can see that Floette doing so much damage. Frostlass and Talonflame now both in range of another KO. Dragapult now with that Tailwind up will hit the board, and with Dragon Dart as the option here, could remove both Pokemon of Nolan's side in one go.
Yeah, there's no Ghost-type move here available to him, and the question's going to be, well, I say there's a question, there is no question, because Tailwind is up on both sides here, so no one will be able to outspeed Dragapult in this situation, you're right. Though I am curious, Subzan, if Frostlass in the snow would be able to survive one of those Dragon Darts. It doesn't matter for right now because the Protect will come through and the Dragon Darts will land into Talonflame, evening up the score, making us 2-2. And with both the Red Panda's Pokemon on full HP, it looks like Nolan is actually on the back foot here for the first time this set.
Yeah, 100%, but still an option here for Nolan, depending on what the back Pokemon is. If it is King Gambit, then this game not over, and it is King Gambit, the 4th Pokemon revealed for Nolan. That completely flips this game in theory. However, the Dragapult held item being that Culver Berry to reduce the damage from those 2 perfected Dark-type moves. This Frostlass is not going to be able to be saved by a Sucker Punch and will most likely fall to a Shadow Ball from the... Oh, is it Shadow Ball or is it Phantom Force? Either way, probably going to be KO'd here by the option that will come out from this Dragapult. And even if it doesn't, a Dazzling Gleam from this Floette will be second to that KO.
Well, there is no Ghost-type move available for this Dragapult. It's Dragon Darts, Disable, U-Turn, and Protect. And in the snow, I was right. I was worried. Frostlass does not fall down. It's going to be able to move in front of Mega Floette this turn, and the Aurora Veil does go up. This could be massively important. It all depends on how much damage this does, and King Gambit doesn't actually take all that much. And with Sucker Punch not selected, this could be Iron Head, and this is going to do so much.
Yeah, but Floette hanging on there from that Iron Head, that's a really bulky Mega Floette. They don't always live those, but Dragapult now able to go for another Dragon Dart if it wants to. The smart targeting on that move does leave it open here to go twice into this King Gambit should Frostlass protect, and Dragapult will survive one attack from that King Gambit. Should it go for a Kowtow Cleave or the Sucker Punch with this Floette now in a dangerous spot? Has to make a prediction here on if King Gambit will attempt to Sucker Punch into it, or if it will be another Iron Head. It's going to be dangerous. It's going to be a difficult 50-50 to play here, and if Red Panda can get it right, potentially a game-winning one at that.
It's all going to come down to how much damage this Gambit is going to take. The Protect comes through, and the first option from Gambit, we don't know just yet. Protect comes through from Floette as well. If it's Sucker Punch, it does not go into the Floette slot. That is important because Disable has just come through, removing the Sucker Punch pressure. That was the only piece of the puzzle that could have potentially taken Floette off the board before it gets to move. In terms of Gambit now, with the Frostlass guaranteed dead to the next Dragon Dart, and Gambit looking like he's in a rough spot. Snow is only up for one more turn. And in terms of the Aurora Veil, it's still got a little longer to go. So Gambit has an opportunity here, but how much damage can Dragapult really do to it?
I don't think it's a matter of how much Dragapult can do, because right now, Dragon Dart, the fact it will get this KO on Frostlass means this training test will not be the option selected from Floette, as it will be KO'd by an Iron Head regardless. Instead, now able to go for that single target Dazzling Gleam, which is going to do significantly more to this King Gambit. Doesn't quite get that KO. However, it will mean that after another set of Dragon Darts, Dragapult very likely to pick up this KO on King Gambit and say we are looking at a game 3. It's interesting to see, though, because I do not remember how much the Dragon Darts did last time, but I think 40 HP after 2 separate Dragon Darts in one go will probably be enough to take out this King Gambit.
3 more turns on the Disable, so no Sucker Punch to go. Gambit only has the Kowtow Cleave to deal with the Dragapult, and I think you're right here, Subzan. There's not many more options for Nolan VGC. The Protect goes through regardless, and while this is a clear body Dragapult, so no Infiltrator to get past that Protect, I'm not sure that it's going to realistically matter in the long term.
Infiltrator does not go past. It just goes past
that's fully my bad. For sure. Unseen Infiltrator.
Unseen Fist. I mean, I love that thing is nerfed. By the way, without that option, as we can see, it only does 11 damage here on this Dragon Dart. But because of how long this Sucker Punch will be disabled for, it will not be an option in this next turn, so Nolan going to have to play defensive. We do know that Colberberry is here for the Dragapult, so this Kowtow Cleave not going to do all that much damage. I say that, but almost knocked out in one hit, thanks to that critical hit. Hangs on barely from that Kowtow Cleave, and now King Gambit. One more turn of disable here on that Sucker Punch, so this entire game is going to come down to a 50-50 on that last turn. Will it be Sucker Punch on the disable attempt, or will Red Panda go for that Dragon Darts as no Sucker Punch coming out? We won't get to see it this turn, as King Gambit is going to open up itself to protect to make that option a reality.
This is where Pokemon truly gets interesting, Subzan. It's all about the mind games, and two moves can have all the difference. It does absolutely come down to, is this disable or is this Dragon Darts from Red Panda? The mind games are coming through, but the time pressure is starting to tick down. There aren't many more moves left to play in this game, Subzan, but Red Panda only has 1 minute and 18 seconds. That's a little over 2 rounds worth of thinking time if they are to take their entire allowance. So there's not going to be too much. The disable comes through, but Sucker Punch was not priority, which means only one thing. Kowtow Cleave, bow down to your winners. Nolan VGC takes round 2 and the game of Swiss.
Yeah, it's such a difficult position to be in. Those Sucker Punch mind games have just been so brutal throughout VGC's history. One of the best moves throughout the history of this game, and unfortunately for Red Panda in that position, lost that mind game, went for that disable, assuming it would be Sucker Punch, but Nolan said no thank you and went straight for that Kowtow Cleave, got that prediction correct, and we'll be moving on 1-0 in our Swiss stage.
It is so awesome that we got to see such an incredible late game, and it's almost disappointing here because it feels like Red Panda could have very much made a run here in game number 3. The adaptation in game 2 was so strong. We ended up in such a competitive board state right at the end, but this is why you can't count out King Gambit, if you will. There's so many options that he can go for, and those mind games at the end just cost him a little too much ground lost in game number 1. But that is going to be it for this one. Folks, round number 2 will be coming up shortly, so don't leave your seats and make sure to check out our competitors' live streams as well. You can find them all around the Pokemon Champions category.
Hello everyone, welcome back to BlazyBard's Content Inferno, sponsored by Logitech. We just have a slight delay waiting for our last match to finish up, so we're just going to chat a little bit, keep things engaged, talk a little bit about the meta. Along with me, well, I should introduce myself. I'm Zippity Zap, and along with me here is is Spooky Mars.
Always a pleasure to be on with you, Zap. I'm glad we're talking meta here because, quite frankly, I don't know it so well. I'll be real. There's been a lot of things being tossed around. And it's very early on in Pokemon Champion's lifetime, and with the more limited pool of Pokemon available to everybody, this meta is still forming. It's very early in the stages, so I'm very eager to see kind of what players are thinking. That's half the point of being here on this tournament, see what strategies people come up with. But I just want to hear your thoughts and kind of get your stakes on where things are at right now.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I think there was a big surprise for some of the more experienced players to see the lack of item options in particular. That's not something we've had to navigate in previous formats for
Where's
Pokemon
my
games.
band?
Yeah, no choice band. And Life Orb, Assault Vest, all the usual staples of the meta. And being early on, but with a mega format, the lower power format being the first release of the game, but it also has some of the feel of a restricted format being mega Pokemon focused, where you've got that one mega evolution that your team tends to center around, similar to the way that we would have seen in restricted during Scarlet and Violet. We've seen a lot of focus on Pokemon such as Incineroar and Sneasler so far in the usage stats. I know, what a shocker to see Incineroar up there, as well as Sneasler for those that played Reg H before. But those kind of control pieces are proving to be really important, and countering specific Mega Pokemon such as Mega Flowette. I think a lot of Sneasler's usage is because of Mega Flowette, but there's plenty of other Mega Pokemon that are making a huge splash as well.
Yeah, and one thing that I've seen I think is quite interesting is we've seen a lot of teams that have maybe two mega options in there, two mega stones, and typically, you want to play around one of them. You're really usually only bringing one to each match that you're in, but it gives you so many different options. Frankly, I'll be honest with you, Zip, I missed megas. And I don't mean that I missed playing with them. I mean, I missed the generation where they were a thing. Like, I didn't battle during that. So seeing them now come back, there's a lot of different tools that I didn't get to play with before. And I'm seeing them come back. Love my Mega Scizor. Love seeing that guy in here. Hasn't seen a lot of reputation, but a representation. But I have seen, a few items in some team lists. I'm not going to give it too much away here. But I'm very interested in seeing what else we've got coming up for us, how these megas are utilized, and some of the different strategies as well. We've seen a rain team being listed up. We may not see that on stream today, but do know it was in there.
Yeah, I think you mentioned the two mega Pokemon. That's an important factor, and a tough decision to be making for these players is, we often see teams will bring multiple modes, and then only one of them will get utilized. Time being a team of 6 bring 4, but it looks like we actually are going to get a little bit of gameplay here. I believe this is kind of the cleanup of the match that we were waiting on here, so we actually have some content for you guys to watch. Looks like we have Jace Repid, I think is how I would pronounce that, versus Dread. And we've got a Sun team with, I guess it's not fully Sun. We've got Charizard. Looks like, I would assume Tailwind. Yes, Tailwind has been set by the Whimsicott. And then looks like just kind of a fairly standard top of the meta team on the other side for Dread, or actually a very similar team, almost exactly. The only difference is the Aerodactyl here.
I actually would have called it Jacrepid myself there. I don't know if that's right or not, but we'll see the Heat Wave come out. Does some good damage. Does leave both Mons alive here. Citrus Berry comes out for this Incineroar, who's still sticking in. So far, this doesn't look too good. Oh, that might just be the end right there of our match. Zap.
Yeah, I mean, he's still got 2 Pokemon in the back, but Aerodactyl is not something you want to see coming against your Charizard. That 4-time super effective Rock Slide. Really cleaning things up there, as well as the Whimsicott that was just on 1 HP. Now Garchomp taking to the field to replace that spot, as well as the Incineroar. Incineroar doesn't want to be taking a Rock Slide either, but will at least get an Intimidate down onto the opposing Incineroar. And then the question now will be, is Garchomp going to be able to deal with this Aerodactyl?
Well, Garchomp does pack Rock Slide himself. Now, Aerodactyl extremely low already, but the Tailwind up might give it a little bit of trouble. That said, nothing really to threaten this Garchomp on the side of Dread right now. Just gonna be stalling out. There's Protect. But I don't know how much value that gives you, because you're losing out on your own Tailwind, trying to stay alive until you get back up. Perhaps good damage out onto this Incineroar. Not enough to take him down. So many options are now limited by being down to 2. Flare Blitz gonna connect, but again leaves this Incineroar alive. Not able to secure the KO here.
Yeah, we saw the Protect from Aerodactyl, hoping to get around the fake out from Incineroar, since it was its first turn out on the field. However, Jcrepid deciding to go for the Flare Blitz instead, and just anticipating the Protect there, getting other value around that read. So the Incineroar did manage to hold on for Dread there, just barely surviving that attack. So that means that the Garchomp is going to have to clean it up here with another Rock Slide, we would assume. We don't have the team sheets directly up at the moment, but I would assume that's a Choice Scarf, as we usually see on Garchomps. And yes, it is, based on that speed interaction, it is this Choice Scarf Garchomp cleaning up the Aerodactyl, and now we'll see what this Incineroar can do into Garchomp now that it's come to the field, swapping out for Incineroar, who wants to get that fake out reset.
Yeah, we're just going to keep those Flare Blitzes out. Notably, this Incineroar is packing the Shuka Berry. The burn going to be critical onto that Garchomp. Attack halved. That's going to make this guy a lot less potent on this field. Sure, does still have another Mon in the back here. But nah, your offensive capabilities just got ruined quite effectively there. Ooh, nice.
Yeah, now you have to make a tough decision, because Incineroar wants to go for a fake out into the opposing Garchomp. I think that's the fairly straightforward play. But then for Dread's Garchomp, the most powerful attack that it could be going for right now would probably be an Earthquake here to knock out the opposing Incineroar and still get damage onto the Garchomp, if it will still knock out after that burn, that is. But you'll be knocking out your own Garchomp if you do go for that, so perhaps we'll see a Dragon Claw instead into the opposing Garchomp, but I'm not confident that it's actually going to be able to pick up the knockout if it decides to target down the opposing Garchomp.
I mean, the HP differences are just stacked against Dread right now. Yes, this fake out will flinch the Garchomp, but the Rough Skin's going to return the KO. Now you're still in a 1v2 with a burned Garchomp. And there's just not enough damage here to KO both these targets. Great half health, but you're burned. You're ticking down. And now Incineroar has a Flare Blitz as well. Should be enough to KO. Not quite. The Choice Scarf on this opposing Garchomp gonna be enough to outspeed. There's no real options left for Dread.
Yeah, it seems like it is pretty doomed at this stage. Even with the burn ticking down, there is pretty much no way to keep yourself alive in this case. I think Dread will be dropping to the likes of this Garchomp. I mean, a little bit of information for the future here. See who goes first. Okay, so we'll be Jcrepid's possibly winning the speed tie. We haven't seen if Dread had a Choice Scarf or not, but that will close it out and will allow us to move on to the next round as it gets paired up here.
That's just a tough situation to be in. Once that burn came out, wasn't a whole lot. We'll put some respect on Garchomp's name. Igneel could actually do to close that one out. Sometimes that's just the way things go. maybe if that burn didn't come through, you could start going for those earthquakes, because you knew your own Incineroar was going to die to the rough skin. Try to get the value out that you could, but it's just not the way the cards fell.
Yeah, it was very unfortunate, but that Incineroar did go for a large number of Flare Blists, and while it is a bit of a RNG roll, if you roll that dice enough times, eventually it'll land on the side that you want. And so did end up coming into Decrepit's favor there. Interesting to see I'd be curious to see what that turn 1 was, or how games earlier in the set would have dictated the mind games going on. I think a notable moment there was when the Aerodactyl protected to avoid fake out from Incineroar, allowing it to go for a Flare Blitz. That may have been the determining factor. That little bit of chip damage is pretty huge there. And so maybe we saw a little bit of conditioning previously, but only so much we can know coming in at the last stage there.
Yeah, it's one of those situations where you can look back at it and say, maybe I shouldn't have done that, because the Rock Slide KOs either way, regardless of fake out hitting or not. But it's just one of those things you pick up, take home with you, and you get ready for the next one. That said, Zap, we've got our round 1 completed, which means we get ready for round 2, which is certainly going to be an exciting thing. Hey, we even got a bracket up for everybody here. Isn't that exciting?
Yeah, so we're going to be checking out that top match there, Sheep Herder versus the Legion. Now, keep in mind, everybody, this tournament is for a bunch of streamers, over 100 competitors, and specifically people that are small Pokemon streamers. I believe the criteria was under 20 average viewers. So any of the names that you see here, if there's somebody that you've supported for a long time, give some love in the chat here. Shout out whoever your favorite is for the tournament. But we'll be watching Sheep Herder and the Legion, so we'll start getting up their team sheets so that we can give a little bit more analysis here. But we've got 7 rounds of Swiss total, plus then 16 top cut. So we've got plenty of action here for you to view a wide range of the meta.
Whatever that meta may be. I'm going to go and get some of these team sheets pulled up, take a look at everything here myself. But I do believe we've seen a little bit from Sheep Herder earlier on today, or at least we were supposed to. This is actually a team that I'm very interested in seeing, because my favorite gen to play was Gen 5, Zap, all right? So you already know that means I'm a little weather boy. So looking at Sheep Herder, I'm already seeing the Pelipper coming out. I'm excited. I'm very interested to see how this performs here in the new generations. Here, especially with this new meta where everything is still kind of getting figured out, does Rain still have the legs it once had? Can it compete? Only one way to find out, really.
Yeah, I mean, Pelipper has been pretty much every Pokemon that sets weather on Swappin will be a notable factor. It's going to warp the meta around it in one way or another. Pelipper is a fairly weak Pokemon in every other aspect, but just the fact that it has drizzle, to set that weather brings it to the forefront of every meta that it's involved in, especially the lower power ones, like we're seeing early on in Champions here. So I'm checking out the team. Both sides are actually running Pelipper in this case. So on the Legion's end, he's leaning into it a little bit with the Mega Dragonite, running Hurricane, and then Starmie as well. Mega Starmie will get the water boosts for having the Rain up. And then in general with the rest of the team, it helps defensively for Sinistra and King Gambit to avoid some of those fire type threats that might be coming into it. And then for the Sheep Herder, it's leaned into a little bit more heavily here with our Archelodon, of course, wanting Rain for Electroshot to be able to fire off in one turn. And then Basculegion going for the adaptability set here over the Swift Swim, but just like before with Starmie, Basculegion's damage gets hugely boosted by the Rain. And so that thing just unleashes insane amounts of damage, but that team is focused mega-wise around Flowette.
Yeah. Been seeing a lot of the Mega Flowettes coming throughout the day. No surprise, that thing is quite disgusting here, but we got the game pulled up. We can see things for ourselves as we get into things. I'm very much interested to see how the Sheep Herder handles things. I would almost expect Legion not even to bring the Pelipper, just because you can very reliably count on Sheep Herder bringing that himself. His whole team is based around that, which means Legion does have the option to just bring some of his mons that benefit from the rain without having to worry about setting it up himself, because that work's already going to be done for him.
Yeah, that really becomes a huge mind game in these mirrored weather matches of who brings the weather setter and who tries to take advantage of their opponent, bringing it instead for them. So Sheep Herder is more heavily leaned into the rain, so I think maybe Lee can try, I think, has more options to just avoid it. Other important notes for these teams is I think that King Gambit could be a really important Pokemon to counter the Basculegion as well as Flowette potentially. So we see King Gambit here right out of the gates for Lee alongside Sneasler. And then on the other side, it is Incineroar and Lopunny. So we have 3 out of 4 Pokemon with Fake Out available at the moment. So this is going to be a very, I guess, I was going to say explosive turn, but almost less so, just because there's so much Fake Out we're expecting here.
Yeah, who gets to move and who does not is the big question here. I have to imagine this Sneasler gets good Fake Out off. Maybe looking at the Incineroar, try to stop some of that from coming through, but the Lopunny does have Stab Fake Out as well, so maybe that's the one you want to try to focus out. That's going to be a very early Mega Evolution here. Going to go right for the Lopunny here. And does he get it? Yeah, that's going to be the first Fake Out. Sneasler stopped in his tracks. That means no Fake Out from him. Both of Sheep Herders' Fake Outs go through. No one from Legion gets to move.
Yeah, an interesting call there. It's not often you see both Pokemon go for a Fake Out. Usually you want Fake Out to be able to enable your other Pokemon. But in this case, Lopunny, with the huge amount of damage that it gets on Fake Out there, did bring some value, and also Sneasler was running the Focus Sash. So being able to break that Sash is very important. And now a big question is, who does this Lopunny want to target? King Gambit will take huge amounts of damage from the Lopunny's close combat that it runs, but King Gambit doesn't really want to leave the field at this stage because it has the Defiant boost going. Looks like Lopunny is actually going to be protecting here rather than going for the offense. King Gambit as well, and things continue to stall out.
You know what? We didn't move turn 1. We're not going to move turn number 2 either here. What? Nice pump up for this King Gambit. Could be problematic. Gonna come at the cost of Sneaser's life. The Flare Blitz. Gonna do all the work remaining on that health bar. But this King Gambit already pumped up 2 stages on the attack. Has a defense increase. Zap. This guy's gonna be problematic. It's just a question of, does Legion have an answer for this Incineroar now?
This has certainly become a case of protect the king, and quite literally with King Gambit. I think removing the Sneasler there is a huge factor for Sheep Herder. Having a normal and a dark type on the field, being able to remove that very high output of fighting damage by taking the Sneasler out is super important for the rest of the match. But like we said with Protect the King here, Sinistra comes to the field offering that Rage Powder to redirect attacks into it. Doesn't necessarily want to be taking a Flare Blitz, but it will accept that better than the King Gambit in this case.
Yeah.
I believe. The Sinistra is not running Trick Room, so we don't have any sort of thoughts about funky speed control going on. But another thing that it could be going for, potentially Strength Sap to try to reduce the damage. But I think in this case, we are pretty safe to just see a Rage Powder and then probably a Kowtow Cleave, maybe an Iron Head from the King Gambit. The question is what adjustment does the Sheep Herder make? And it will be a swap out from the Lopunny, resetting that Fake Out. We see the Rage Powder and the Flare Blitz into that slot. Just barely holds on.
just barely, but it does hold on, which means there is a little bit more room. Sinistcha's Citrus Berry going to restore some health. Not going to matter a whole lot here. Not like to go first. This Iron Hit comes through. Doesn't do nearly enough damage to this Bastion Legion. Half health. And really left to Sucker Punch now to try to get some damage off. I don't know if you're in a position where you can afford to switch this Kingambit out since you've already put so much into pumping him up. And the Sinistcha is only going to take one more hit.
Yeah, the Bastion Legion is in a dangerous position. It would drop down to a Sucker Punch, and it does have the Choice Scarf with only attacking moves available. So that is a free Sucker Punch with the exception of a potential swap out. So the Bastion Legion might decide to field here to avoid that Sucker Punch. And then you get into a little bit of 50-50s there.
Yeah.
You'd think maybe the Bastion Legion would try to set itself up for an attack later on, but it does decide to leave. Even if it went for the attack, it's probably just going to end up into the Sinistra there, but Lopunny will take to the field again.
Here's the Protect. Gonna stall a little bit more for this Kingambit to survive. Flare Blitz goes over towards the Kingambit, but that defense boost does some good work for him, keeps him alive. Recoil might be enough to put him into a dangerous zone. It's time for retaliation. Kowtow Cleave comes out onto the Lopunny and resist a little bit. Hold on at 56.
That was actually a hugely risky, read-heavy turn there for Lee. Not going for the Sucker Punch into the Bastion Legion. Also not redirecting with Sinistra. Just making the full call-out that Bastion Legion would be leaving the field there and going for the Kowtow Cleave into that slot to try to bring some value into whatever return. In this case, it was Lopunny, which does pick up the fighting type as it mega evolves. So Kowtow Cleave didn't do a huge amount of damage in comparison to what you might expect from being at +2. But now coming into the next turn, see Kingambit decides to just protect, so not redirecting and letting the Sinistra get some Macha Gotcha down and bring some offensive value. But even with the critical hit, that Incineroar barely even cared.
Honestly, I would have really liked to see the Strength Sap come out there. Try to limit some of this Incineroar's damage a little bit more there. I like the decision to go for the spread, but that Protect going to reduce a lot of the effectiveness. Both players doing a very good job of holding on to their team. Still, Sheepherd with a slight advantage just on account of still having full 4 in his party. Now, Zap, I feel like this next turn got to be crucial. Is going to get a lot of momentum for whoever managed to secure a KO here.
Yeah, things are looking pretty dangerous. I would say it's a roll on whether or not the Kingambit would be able to knock out Mega Lopunny with a Sucker Punch there. Just based on the damage from the Kowtow Cleave, I think it's close, but certainly not guaranteed. Looks like Lopunny will actually go for the slightly safer option and decide to swap out, reading the Sucker Punch here. Sinistra also leaves the field. I would have expected a redirection there, as it doesn't want to... Kingambit doesn't want to take another Flare Blitz. We know that that would knock out. Sucker Punch into Incineroar is not going to be enough, and so it will be able to return a Flare Blitz. And I do think this is going to pick up the knockout, and it will. And so Incineroar takes out the #1 threat on Lee's team there, and will drop itself to the Flare Blitz recoil as well. But we do see Starmie come to the field now, which was previously not seen, and so you simply trade Kingambit for a whole new level of threat.
Yeah, this is going to be a big problem with this. Archaludon doesn't have a good way to take down this Starmie very quickly. His only electric move is the Electro Shot, so might be opting for something like the Draco Meteor, because he does still have a lot of options to switch out to if he needs to reset. Sinistra, very low right now, coming back into the field. Gonna be looking for the Starmie to make some big plays. I don't know if it has enough in his pack here to get him through it.
Yeah, interestingly, both of these weather teams did not bring their Pelipper.
Neither one.
The Mega Starmie isn't being activated damage-wise, and the Archaludon doesn't have the Electro Shot available to it. Now, Lopunny returning to the field does mean Fake Out is active once again, so I think we are probably... I think pretty easy call out to just say this is a double protect here from Lee. there isn't really anything that a sheep herder can do to take advantage of that situation. No setup moves in this case.
Well, you could charge the electro shot.
That is true. If you read that there's going to be... Oh, no protects. Okay,
Oh.
I'm completely wrong. We just see fake out into the Starmie, and the electro shot is being charged. Given that one extra turn of the fake out, even as though this is going to take 2 turns, who cares if you've got the spare with the fake
What
out?
a genius! What a genius from Legion. He read the fake out, said he's going to save his protect for the electro shot that's going to come through. As it should keep this Starmie in things for a little bit longer. Sinistra able to heal up just a little bit. This is the next turn that I'm super excited for. Zap, if Starmie survives this, then there's some real pushback potential. Golden Gate being 100%, but this Lopunny, very low, could die to just about anything. The next Matcha Gotcha is probably enough to take this one down.
Yeah, that is a good question of, do you protect around the
Or do you
electro
rage
shot
powder?
here? I think that's probably the best play, is a double protect, but I mean, that's what I thought was going to happen previous turn as well. Also importantly, there is still the Basket Legion with a Choice Scarf in the back for Sheep Herder. So it looks like it's going to be a Rage Powder in this case. Probably going to see the triple axle from Lopunny into that slot, and indeed we will. And then that will pick up the knockout, which means Electro Shot will still hit Starmie. Archelodon isn't knocked out here.
I think it'd be pretty tough to land the one-shot KO. Psycho Cut gonna come out. Not nearly enough to take him down. That electro shot gonna be following up. You should have pressed protect, my friend. And that is a one-shot KO onto the Starmie.
That was a huge set of turns there for the Sheep Herder, really playing that smartly with the fake out from the Lopunny, using Electro Shot even in its reduced state, needing to wait the 2 turns. Giving yourself the room to have those 2 turns to make that play was pretty huge there. And then even having the Basket Legion still in the back as well.
Yeah.
I think Sheep Herder did a good job of playing around the potential of Sucker Punch, even though it never actually ended up being clicked. It was smart, consistent play that was done there, even if it was slightly countered, still turned out to be the most optimal in the end.
And this is the kind of thing you really like to see in these best of threes, especially during the first game, is both players are making reads on their opponents already. As we go deeper into this set, in game 2, possibly even game 3, that's going to get progressively more intense. And it's going to be this constant back and forth of attempting, well, maybe fake out would be the most applicable term here, given what we've seen in this game so far. Imagine, after how that one went, one of these two is probably bringing their pelper here for game number 2. Clearly, you can't rely on the other guy doing it as I thought, but hey, you never know.
Yeah, I think the fake out mind games into turn 1 will be very important. We saw that Mega Lopunny was very fast there with the fake out.
Yeah.
I believe it is faster than Sneasler, somewhat depending on the way the Pokemon are trained. But if they are simply max speed, max attack, as you would expect, Mega Lopunny will be able to get the fake out before Sneasler, breaking that focus sash. That's what we saw in the previous game. So the Sneasler does not have protect, so there isn't really a way to work around that necessarily. You might want to bring something else to the start of the battle for Lee so that you can try to stall out those protects. Stall out those fake outs with protect. Yeah. But we go into the leads here and we will see if they decide to mix it up or if they were happy with what they went with before.
Oh, already a small switch up here. Bringing out different Pokemon from both sides. Starmie leads for Legion and Basket Legion for Sheep Herder. So only one fake out available for the Sheep Herder this time around. Which I don't know how I feel about that, because I do feel like that double fake out gave a lot of momentum over to Sheep Herder in the early stages of this game. Now opting for a little bit more of an offensive presence. This Starmie getting an early Mega off might be enough to give Legion what he wants.
Yeah, I think the Lopunny here having the ability to fake out a King Gambit is, next to the Basket Legion in this case, I think does bring a lot more value than when it was next to Incineroar, because the Basket Legion is threatening a huge amount of damage here. It has, not a very well boosted up Last Respects in this case, but at least a Ghost type move to go into the Starmie, as well as, nothing really wants to take a Wave Crash here. So it will be a Protect from the Starmie after Mega Lopunny, or Lopunny goes for the Mega Evolution, and the double Protect just to avoid the threat of that Fake Out.
Yeah, very good scouting in this Basket Legion. Being Choice Scarfed is going to give away what move it's going for here, and you can make your next decision based off of that. Both Mons looking over towards this King Gambit. No surprise. A lot went into setting him up in game one. Didn't see a whole lot of payoff from it, but you want to make sure you don't let it set up here. Try to limit the options. Now Legion knows what to expect. Where does he go from here?
Yeah, I think the default that we are looking at right now would be a Sucker Punch from King Gambit into the Basket Legion, followed by a close combat from Lopunny into King Gambit. So it's really a mind game of, does Basket Legion stay in to get hit with a Sucker Punch? Which I think, based on what we've seen previously from Sheepherder, the answer is probably no, though we are seeing the Mega Evolution here. So I don't think anyone has actually gone for swap outs. So we'll see what the consequences of this are. Actually, Lopunny going for a Protect instead.
Yeah, anticipating the Psycho Cut coming out. Sucker Punch. Going to connect straight onto Basket Legion. Not enough to one-shot it. He should be able to find some damage right back. Wave Crash. Going to come in, do some significant damage. Not enough for the Oko. A good crit. That's going to come at the cost of the Basket Legion's life. The recoil takes him right out.
Yeah, that's a bit of a risky trade there. I think just accepting taking that Sucker Punch is a bit rough. I mean, getting big damage into the King Gambit is nice. It, who knows, maybe even drops down to a Fake Out here. That might not be quite enough, but gives a little bit of room for this Mega Lopunny now. You can at least knock or Fake Out the Starmie, because that is the main threat into your Lopunny right now. But, even then, how much value are you really getting out of it in the end? Especially when we know the other side is very willing to simply double Protect.
Gonna be King Gambit, Protect as well, anticipating that Fake Out to come through. There it is, but it's over towards the Starmie. Doesn't matter, because everyone's all protected up here. No damage. Gonna be connecting. Now, next turn. You could trade back and forth these Protects, but I don't think that's going to get you where you want to be. This King Gambit sitting at 33 health. Falls to a stiff breeze at this point here, Zap. But no one's been able to really get through that last bit of damage because of how much they have to work through on it.
Yeah, now that Incineroar came to the intimidating both of these Pokemon, which is notable on Starmie. Okay, well, I was about to say benefits King Gambit because of Defiant, but it will instead be swapping from the field. And yes, we do get to see your boy Pelipper comes to the field, brings the rain, and I don't think Starmie cares about being intimidated anymore all of a sudden.
No, I think you just lost a lot of value, but Darkest Lariat gonna come through, and Starmie sitting at 2 HP! Oh my god, that's not where you want to be right now, but there's still a lot of good KO potential here for the side of Legion. With Sheepherder being down this Basket Legion, he doesn't have a good switch in that we know of just yet. Might still be packing that Archaludon with the Electroshot. Gonna have to wait and see.
Yeah, that was a huge moment there. Being able to protect the Mega Lopunny from the Psycho Cut that this Starmie has been trying over and over to try to get off, but still unsuccessful. And then that Darkest Lariat there from the Incineroar, not going for the Fake Out that turn. Or sorry, no, Fake Out was already passed. That turn went by so that I barely even noticed. But we will see Lopunny leaving the field here, and it will be Archaludon coming in to try to take that Psycho Cut.
There's the Aqua Jet coming through, trying to get some damage off. Not enough to put this guy in the danger zone here, but there's still a potential Hurricane coming through. It's going to be tanked up by the Steel Dragon. Not going to have nearly enough effect. Dark Slayer should be able to secure the KO. No, he goes for the Pelipper!
perhaps anticipating the Mega Starmie to try to protect itself in this case, swap out something of the like, just going for a read into the Pelipper instead. But, you know, that Pelipper is pretty much a free knockout for the Archelodon, and I don't think the Archelodon is being particularly threatened. There's a chance that a double up will get the knockout. It does feel weird to not see an Archelodon with the Assault Vest, and so that Hurricane did a lot more than I expected. I forget how low this thing's special defense is, as it will take another third of damage here. But the confusion comes out on the Hurricane. Secondary effects taking effect, and Starmie will knock out Incineroar there.
That was what I was expecting last turn. It's that liquidation to come through, but without this Lopunny around to threaten, Starmie has a little bit more room to play with. Electroshot gonna be successful. Fired off straight into the face of, we'll find out in a moment here.
Post animations. Looks like it's gonna be that Pelipper.
Yeah, that's gonna be weather down. No more Pelipper. Hurricanes no longer threatening this Archelodon. Now that Mega Lopunny gonna come right back out.
And a fake out into the Mega Starmie would be enough to pick up the knockout here. So I think we are probably going to see another turn of double protects as these guys just stare at each other. But that does go in the sheep herder's favor, as Archelodon will get just a little bit more recovery from those leftovers.
Any bit of recovery you can get at this point is going to be critical. We already saw how much he can tank these hits from the Mega Starmie in Game 1. Not in a terrible spot to take another one. Let's see who we've got left. Serene, the King Gambit, going to be coming right back out. Man, these health bars are so low, but he's still got a total of 3 Mons. At this point, with combined total of 35 health on Legion's Field, it might feel like he only has 2 Mons left.
Yeah, it is definitely a risky position here. Mega Lopunny is the fastest thing on the field. However, King Gambit does have Sucker Punch to try to bring a little bit of value, even if it's not going to be that much. At least it has something it can do, you know, after we have our obligatory double protect here.
Of course,
but, you know, perhaps you make a read and say that there's going to be a double up into something. Not really a necessary risk. Yeah, okay, there we go. I tried to make it more exciting, but we will simply be sitting here for another turn.
It's, like I say, it's contractually obligated for the double protect turn. Snapping out of the confusion there is actually quite good for Sheep Herder. Leaves or takes out some of the uncertainty of his next turns, can plan a little bit more solidly here. But the Archelodon is a real problem, is given that it has a +2 to its special attack right now. Anything this thing touches is going to crumble. Right now, it's a matter of waiting out this rain and trying to make it a little bit less quick on the Electroshot.
Yeah, I think the only option that Lee kind of has here to deal with that is maybe an Aqua Jet plus Sucker Punch would be enough to knock out Archelodon, but it's questionable. It's a pretty bulky Pokemon. It doesn't have stamina in this case. It is a sturdy set instead, so you know it hasn't been boosted up by each one of these hits, but it does look like that is the option that's been chosen. Aqua Jet not doing nearly enough for what you'd expect from a Mega Starmie in the rain, and the Sucker Punch still doesn't close it out. Close combat here from Lopunny finishes off the Starmie, identifying it as the higher threat over the King Gambit here. And though I guess the Archelodon will probably just clean up with another Electroshot, going to +3, getting the knockout.
I don't know. 33 health, it might be a lot for this Electroshot to work its way through at +3. Yeah, okay, goodbye, King Gambit.
Yeah, he has been
Legion still has 1 more Mon. This Archelodon not looking the best position right now. Rain finally going to end. And no one else to bring it back at this point. It comes down to this last one here, Zap.
Yeah, really, okay, it is going to be Sneasler as the last Pokemon. And yeah, that's a pretty frail Pokemon. I think, you know, maybe you survive a close combat from Mega Lopunny because it, being a poison type, you
It's got a
get to
focus
resist
sash.
it. But yeah, you have the focus sash as well. The issue is Sneasler's still going to be slower, and you have no
Maybe-
spread moves, so you can knock out
Maybe go for the
Archelodon.
close combat onto Lopunny and try to KO it, expecting a defense drop. But as the protect gonna come through, we should have seen that one coming. Oh yeah, double protect, of course. How could I be so
Oh.
foolish?
Interesting. That's Dire Claw. Okay, so we see that the strategy is get high rolls and pray. Seeing the Dire Claw there over a close combat, I suppose. But I think you are correct. Is that the play is try to close combat Megalopony, hope that's enough to get the knockout, and then you outspeed the Archelodon after surviving on Sash. Now the question is, does the Megalopony go for the close combat? It could instead select Triple Axle, which if that misses, then there is hope for Lee. But I think a Dragon Pulse and a close combat here would get, or sorry, it'd probably Flash Cannon,
Yeah,
and
probably gonna be the Flash
Triple
Cannon.
Axle would guarantee the win for Sheep Herder.
Thinking about it, man, Legion's such a tough place. It is going to be the triple axle selected here. Good
Risky.
God, that does so much damage. Not enough for the full KO. There's still another Mon to worry about. Close combat goes in for Archelodon. That's going to get the KO. Keeps Sneasler around for one more turn, but I don't know. Like you said, he outspeeds. Really hoping for him to just miss a triple axle, but close combat is sitting right there too.
Yeah, I think close combat in this case is probably safe. Sneasler is, even resisted close combat is 120 base power, and
a defense
I
drop.
think plus the defense drop as well from the other close combat, and that will clean things up. And Sheep Herder will take the victory in 2 games to continue to be undefeated throughout this tournament so far. But we are early on, so there's lots of time for Lee to also try to make a comeback here.
And that Archelodon being able to just set up 3 special attack raises was quite disgusting to watch. I'm not going to say it's the reason the Sheep Herder won, because frankly, he just played that match very well with choosing what Mons were in on what matchups at what time. Is this why we're sponsored by Logitech, right? We use logic and technical skills to secure a victory. We'll call that a promotion.
There you go. I was going to try to think of a pun with the content Inferno, but in this case we saw rain instead. So
Yeah.
I didn't have a great opportunity there, but it was really
Content
interesting to see.
Downpour.
There you go. It was interesting to see how Fake Out played such a pivotal role in that game, and even though I don't even know if a Fake Out landed in that game number 2 there,
don't think
because
so.
there was so many protects, but just the threat of it itself was what gave room for that Archelodon to go for Electroshot or maybe Archelodon. I've heard debate on which the correct pronunciation is. Put it down in the chat. Have your argument of which it is. But anyways, the Electroshot giving you the special attack boost, even when it doesn't land, Fake Out made room for that and really let the Sheep Herder take advantage of the rest of that game.
Yeah, he just has a team that gives so much space to his other Mons to do what they want to do. He has a game plan, and he sets himself up to make sure that he can take the steps forward on that. Sure, Bastion Legion was sacrificed pretty early on there, but it was a worthy cause because it absolutely crippled the King Gambit and made sure it really couldn't threaten anything through the remainder of that match. And sometimes you don't need the full KO, just the TKO is enough.
Yeah, indeed. Getting a lot of chip damage onto that very central Pokemon, especially when you have Incineroar, which, King Gambit with that Defiant kind of hard counters Incineroar in some ways. Might not necessarily threaten it, but you don't want to bring an Incineroar into the King Gambit. So if you're going to do that, then you better have a good answer for the King Gambit in other ways. And sometimes that requires what would look like a suboptimal trade of just damage for getting yourself knocked out. But in the long term, it ended up being the way to go. So We will be returning back fairly soon here, since that was a 2-game match. We will just have a short break as we await the rest of the matches to clean themselves up. Fortunately, we don't have any Dondozo stall or Calm Mind Raging Bolts to concern ourselves with anymore, so it should be back up pretty soon here. But go grab yourself some popcorn, get a drink, grab your favorite Poke Snacks, and we will be returning before long.
Is that a thing? Do we have...
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to BlazyBard's. That's me. Content Inferno, where round 3 is about to get underway. Haunting, we've just seen an incredible 2-game set coming through in round number 2. It's so close, a wire's edge, and the games are only going to get better from here. We've got Willy Hoon and number 1 Rolse fan is their in-game name, but of course that is not their real name. Xeno VGC coming up here in round number 3.
Yeah, absolutely. As we make our way into the third round of the tournament, we're starting to see players separate themselves. We're getting some of those top tables where people are now 2-0. They've started to prove themselves in this tournament, which means we're going to be getting those more competitive sets, as you've mentioned. We're looking at 2 very competitive players, and we've got the teams through as well, Blazy. So I'll hand it over to you to talk about whatever it is you want to get to first in this one.
Yeah, I mean, I really want to talk about the hard Trick Room Mega Crabominable / Mega Camerupt set on Willy Hoon. This is so fun and interesting. I've been thinking about putting together a Camerupt set myself for quite some time. So I'm super excited to see what he's going to be able to make happen with these guys. I think Mega Crabominable is a seriously scary guy to come across. The main lack there is the lack of spread moves. On the other side of it, though, Xeno VGC Haunting, something to mention is that this is the 2025 Stuttgart Regional Champion.
So someone with a lot of pedigree coming into the tournament, and this team here, we're seeing a lot of those Pokemon that we're maybe used to seeing at this point in the format. You know, your Tyrannitars, your Garchomps, who's seen a lot of play even on stream in this tournament, and then Venusaur, who not maybe the most popular outside of some of those Sun-focused teams, but definitely one of those Pokemon that we're seeing a decent amount of. So sort of a little bit more of a traditional setup here, but it will be very interesting to see a player with this level of skill take that into the slightly more off-kilter team that we've got on the other side.
Yeah, it's a really interesting one. It is Venusaur with Venusaurite, meaning Mega Venusaur in the sand. Tyranitar here looking to make something happen with that, but no innate way to set up the sun for himself. And I'm really interested, Haunting, about this Rotom set. Choice Scarf Rotom, T-Ball Overheat, Volt Switch, and Electro Web. This thing is here to do disruption, pivot away, and when it gets an opportunity, slow down both the players, both the Pokemon on Willy Hoon's team.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it plays into this set. I imagine partially why we're going with this version of Rotom is to get Overheat, because more traditionally we've seen a little bit more Rotom Wash and Rotom Freeze in this format, but those don't really have a home on this team in quite the same way, so it'll be really neat to see how Xeno makes use of this version of Rotom.
Yeah, it's gonna be a fun one. I love the oven in general. I mean, to be fair, all of Rotom's forms I think are really interesting. It's been super rewarding and exciting to see how different players make use of Rotom in general, whether that's running a bulkier set with Citrus Berry that we've seen quite a lot of, or this more offensive quick set that we're seeing here out of Xeno. Now, we're just waiting for Willy Hoon to get into the lobby, and there they are, Haunting. So we'll be getting off to a start here soon. I'll ask the question to you. Is there a particular lead you're expecting to see here from either side? We'll talk about Willy Hoon first.
I think with Willy Hoon, what you're really looking for probably is one of those Trick Room setters. I think you don't put together a team like this without expecting to go into Trick Room early. But it's about what you're exposing yourself to as well. So I'd expect to see either the Slowking or the Hatterene come out first. But I don't know, it leaves you in a somewhat vulnerable position if you do show that side of your hand this early. But on the other side, I'm not really sure what I'm expecting from Xeno. And I guess there's a risk that if you see something like the Tyranitar early, then you're putting yourself in quite a vulnerable position for Willy Hoon. So it'll be a really interesting one for sure.
And looking across the aisle, I think it's going to be an interesting one to see how Willy is able to position himself to get Crabominable or Camera in. This is a relatively... It's not a passive team by any stretch, but Xeno's team is not necessarily the most hyper-aggressive squad that you might think about coming up against. Even though this is looking like a very powerful, very aggressive Venusaur, I wouldn't be surprised to see this be max speed, max special attack with some health thrown in there. Although with the chlorophyll, you know, we can never be sure, and that's the joy of seeing these team sheets.
Yeah, it would be interesting if there isn't the max speed investment, just because, as you say, the chlorophyll, there's no way of necessarily getting sun innately on this team. So unless you're expecting, and this is sort of a hard read into expecting to only play into sun teams, I would expect there to be a little bit of speed investment going on.
Yeah, potentially, although there is no sun to set up, you are 100% right. You get a lot more value out of that chlorophyll if you have more speed investment, right? That straight up doubling of stats means that you get double the points for your value. So we'll have to see. It does look like he doesn't necessarily want to use the chlorophyll all that often. And against Willy Hoon's team, there's not going to be many opportunities to set it up, even though you might expect that to be the case running the Mega Camerupt. But there is one weather idea here, and that is the chilly reception from Slowking.
The other thing to consider here, Blazy, is with the Venusaur, we're looking at a Mega Venusaur potentially coming in, and with Thick Fat, you give yourself a little bit of protection against either the Camerupt or other tools coming out, so like the Crabominable. So you are in a pretty interesting position, I suppose, here, even without the sun there to procure chlorophyll.
Yeah, trying to get around this, and we're looking at it, right? It's going to be an interesting weather war, because outside of chilly reception here from Slowking, which almost seems to be more of a pivoting tool, and you know, we can talk about how, going back to that question of how we get the Crabominable or the Camerupt in, using that slow chilly reception as a slow U-turn in a way to not only set up the snow, but then bring in Crabominable behind snow is going to be quite useful, especially looking at the pretty solid split in terms of attackers in Xeno VGC's team. Though the question mark is then, the main attackers are this Venusaur and Rotom by the sounds of things, so how impactful is that really going to be?
It's a tough call for sure. I think this is one of those ones where almost what we need to do, we're speculating a lot, we almost really need to see how this plays out in the first instance, and then think about how you adapt to it once both these players have had the opportunity to see what their opponent is doing. Because I think in both cases, as you say, like there's a little bit of jockeying that we're going to be seeing happen, in that you've got the weather war going on potentially, you've got the major attackers being the Venusaur and the Rotom. There's not really like a clear front runner in my mind between these two players, and so making that call this early is really tricky.
It's going to be a battle of prestige versus novelty, and I think I am either way just excited to see such a unique team come through. It's been one of my favorite things so far about seeing the participants in this tournament, Haunting, is how interesting all these teams individually are, and I'm all eyes on Willy Hoon to see if he can make this very interesting Trick Room team work.
Yeah, I think as a spectator, you're always happy to see these weirdo teams come through.
Oh, yeah.
But as a commentator, they're a real treat as well, because you're not only thinking about that novelty, but also what does this do that helps attack the mechanisms.
Yeah, and I think there's some good answers to that, right? This team on Xeno VGC's side doesn't have any weather speed control outside of Tailwind from Corviknight, so the goal here is, of course, to make his team faster, which definitely plays into the idea here from Willy Hoon, who it looks like either way is definitely going for this Trick Room. This is not a team that has a Trick Room mode and a non-Trick Room mode. This is a team that has only Trick Room, only has one speed, if you will, and that
that's
speed
slow.
is slow. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's one of those things that's pretty clear looking at the team sheet, and that means that Xeno's going in knowing what to expect here, right? If you're looking at a team with two Trick Room setters, you don't really expect your opponent to be doing anything different. So Xeno does know to expect that going in, but it's what the plan is now, knowing that that's on the table.
And we'll see the leads coming through now. From Xeno, it is Primarina and Tyranitar versus Hatterini and Serena coming through on the flip side. Now, this is a really interesting lead. I like the idea. Queenly Majesty obviously going to do quite a bit to disrupt any potential priorities coming through. Not that that's going to be the case in this one, but a drop kick could definitely be threatening to both sides of the aisle. If anything, Xeno VGC might be off to a little bit of an uncomfortable lead here, up against a very threatening Serena and a Hatterini that is almost certainly here to set up that Trick Room immediately.
Yeah, I think it certainly knocks you off your footing a little bit to see the Serena into the lead that you've presented, because you're not really putting yourself into a good position for if drop kick comes through. It's not totally the end of the world, because there is the focus sash on the Tyranitar, but you don't really want to be giving that up in the first turn of combat. So I think this really comes down to Xeno to think about how you're navigating turn one, especially here, because there's a real risk of losing out.
Well, turn one, definitely not in the question books. Instead, it is an all-out assault from all angles. Everyone is getting hit and lasered. Notably, no Trick Room being set up here. The Dazzling Gleam comes through, and yeah, it's a good amount of damage into Tyranitar, but we lose Serena immediately. Intimidate comes back around, and that's going to serve a purpose in weakening this Tyranitar a little bit, but your lead is already dead and off the board, and that is a bad state to be in for Willy Hoon here in turn two.
It's a really tough start, Blazy, and the Intimidate, as you say, does a little bit into the Tyranitar, but shrugged off by the Primarina. So not the best Intimidate field right now, and we're still not even a position where Trick Room is up. So Hatterene could take the turn off to Trick Room, but you're really behind at that point.
Fake out comes through into Primarina, has to do so to save the life of Incineroar, who surely would have taken a decent chunk from a Moonblast, and while the flinch comes through, the knockoff is good into Hatterini. Goodbye to your item. No ability to heal or actually deal extra damage from the Fairy Feather there. Sandstorm will take a little bit more of a chip, but now it's a slightly more interesting one. Trick Room is now up. Parting Shot is now available. Dazzling Gleam does threaten to take at least one KO, with Primarina also not very comfortable in this position either. Should be taken down to at least 10% HP. And suddenly, as it is often wont to do, Trick Room has just turned the tables and put the bad foot onto Xeno's shoe. Other one. Yeah.
The shoe is on the other foot, so to speak, at this point.
We got it, that one, yeah.
A real swing in momentum here, and the worry is taking a turn off to do something like that at this point in the game, but I feel like Willy Hoon ended up in a pretty good position here. We are seeing a little bit of a change around from what Xeno is doing. The Tyranitar going back into the party does save it at least from that Dazzling Gleam, and pretty good target there to eat it from the Corviknight, but this Parting Shot allows us probably now to see whatever the main Trick Room abuser is going to be in this match, and also helps nullify what this Primarina was going to be able to do.
Cammy is the Camerupt, the slowest man in all the world, but he's coming straight in to a Hyper Voice, and it doesn't matter how many times you reduce the special attack. Primarina will still deal so much damage to your fire and ground type with that Hyper Voice, taken all the way down to 18 HP. And now Willy Hoon is in a devastating position that I fear he will not be able to come back into. Intimidate as well, reflected back in the mirror armor. And with no sun available, Camerupt might be the fastest thing on the field right now, but there's no eruption that he can do to really abuse it. Instead, has to go for Heatwave, but you know, looking over at the Sheet Haunting, there's no eruption here anyway.
This is a world of hurt to be put in if you are Willy Hoon. We thought once that Trick Room was up, you're going to be able to bring in your Trick Room abuser, and things were starting to look on the upswing, but this is dire right now.
Yeah, the call was just so perfect, knew what Incineroar was planning on doing, and was not willing to sit and allow it to happen. Now, in the Mega form, the Team Magma stamp on the forehead. Will Maxi's Prodigy be able to wipe out the Corviknight? It's going to be an important question to ask as the Primarina protects. Fake Out goes through into her, predicting that that Heat Wave would in fact not kill, and with a 10% chance to miss, it could still happen. Corviknight doesn't have a lot of special defense, and not many things are living a super effective Heat Wave from a Mega Camera.
No, that felt like a foregone conclusion for the poor Corviknight there, but this is really, I think, a question now for Willyhoon of what more can you learn in this game, because you're not really in a great position to turn this around. You know that your opponent's still got a Tyranitar in the back. The Primarina has really done its job, even if it doesn't make it out of this one. And with what I assume going to be the Mega Venusaur coming through as well, I doubt that we see much more out of this camera.
Yeah, it's going to be 2 more turns of Trick Room, meaning 2 more turns of being first. And this is an interesting one because the Sand still has 1 more turn available. Bringing in Tyranitar is not going to do much to reset the pace of that Sand. Not that I think that's the intention here, because Primarina needs to stay alive in the back, faster than both of the guys on the field here. Heat Wave comes through, shouldn't do much to either. Thank you, Thick Fat on Venusaur to save the life here. Only about half HP. And with Darkest Lariat coming through as well, this time onto the Tyranitar. The call is wrong. The prediction was not that the switch was coming through. And now with Giga Drain, it's going to leave Incineroar all by his lonesome. And I don't think that there's too much the big cat can do against 3.
No, despite having a number of tools in this format, a lot of what you're bringing this Incineroar for is its ability to intimidate and parting shot and really interrupt what your opponent's strategy is. Sure, decent attacker on its own, but I'm not sure it's the kind of Pokemon that's really going to hyper carry you here through 3 Mons left on the other side. We see the double protect turn there coming out, doing what feels like delaying the inevitable here as the Incineroar stares down 2 imposing Pokemon on the other side of the field. I think for Willyhoon, this is going to be a matter of hoping that this game goes long enough that maybe you're just able to see how your opponent likes to make decisions with these 2 Pokemon. You already know from the team sheet what their moves and item setups are going to be, but you'd like to learn a little bit more about their tendencies and how they're going to approach this match. And with that low kick, the super effective on the Incineroar. Game 1 does reach an end with Xeno walking away from that one pretty confidently. It was a back and forth match, and once Trick Room came through and we got to see the power of this Camerupt, it felt like there was a real chance coming through for Willyhoon, but ultimately, Xeno's setup just seemed to be the stronger one here. I think the Thick Fat from the Mega Venusaur feels like a really, really useful tool into this matchup. But as the game went on, it really made me think, well, how do you overcome what's being presented to you as Willyhoon? Because it just seems like this is going to be a really difficult team for you to play into with your 2 major attackers being somewhat at a disadvantage in this one.
Yeah, it looked like there was some good sparks here, though, Haunting, where Willy had opportunities to come back into it. There was a lot of damage being spread across the board. It was mainly just a bad prediction here or there that led to the outcomes that came through. I mean, Primarina being allowed to stay on the board as long as it did, preventing Camerupt from living, because, you know, a full health Camerupt, Mega Camerupt probably isn't dying to 1 Giga Drain from Venusaur.
No, I think the Primarina there weirdly felt like the standout Pokemon in that match, which is not what you're expecting, right? You look at that team sheet and you think, well, this is all about really those top 2 Pokemon in the Tyranitar and the Venusaur, and instead weirdly, Primarina just gets off one Hyper Voice, and that changed the calculus of that game entirely.
Yeah.
It's gonna be a really interesting one. And I thought from initial positioning, the Tsarina was gonna have a much greater impact on that game, but turned out to be a non-factor entirely.
Yeah, and I think that's the other thing as well. If this was turn 1, protect Serena, and Trick Room with Hatterini, this would have gone completely differently, I think, Haunting. And I'm very curious to see what the adaptation is going to be from Willy Hoon into game number 2, because I think a big part of this is we were not able to get Camerupt in safely, and we lost our lead mon on turn 1. Those are the two main problems that we have to try and fix.
I don't hate bringing the Serena again, even though it ended up being a non-factor, but I would like to see Trick Room set up a lot earlier.
It's going to be the double Trick Room lead here. It looks like, I mean, this is almost certainly Chilly Reception coming through
It has to be,
Slow
right?
King, and Trick Room being set up from Serena to get an early entrance into Camerupt under the Trick Room status. No sand being brought straight away here by Ralsei. I think it's an interesting adaptation to try and get that snow set up.
Yeah, what will be interesting here from Xeno is we're seeing the lead on the Corva Knight, and one of the roles this fulfills on the team is using that Tailwind, but presumably you don't want to use the Tailwind into your opponent's Trick Room setup. But at the same time, given that we saw Trick Room take a few turns to come through, maybe Xeno is thinking about getting speed control themselves in this one.
Into the Mega Form goes Venusaur, getting rid of that Fire-type weakness. Not that it's going to be much of a factor here. Psychic-type moves could still potentially do a lot, depending on what's going on. It's the Protect from Hatterini. This is curious. Giga Drain goes through into Slow King. That is a lot of damage. We still haven't seen what Corviknight is planning on doing. It's Brave Bird, and he's called it again! Doubling into the right slot, but this time, things are different. This time, Slow King lives, Trick Room goes up, and suddenly, what looked like it could have been a disastrous first turn still is not ideal. This is still a lot of health missing, and there's no regenerator on Slow King. Has suddenly turned into an opening for Willy Hoon.
And it's an opening that you're going to have to capitalize on immediately, because while you're right, we have seen successfully Trick Room set up and you've not lost a Pokemon, and hopefully the Chilly Reception coming out now to be able to get into whatever your chosen offensive Pokemon is in this game. You've also sort of allowed for Xeno to do their own setup as well, in that you've got this Mega Venusaur on the field ready to go, and they've got a lot of agency in whatever their next decision will be.
Protecting Venusaur from the Psychic, the read is there. This is the kind of thing that we would expect from a regional champion, but here's the rub, is that because of the turn order being switched around, Tyranitar comes out only to be met with a Chilly Reception. We did not like that joke. And here comes Crabominable. The question is this another attack into the Slow King slot? Because if it is, it could be devastating, but no! We've read it right this time, and for the first time so far this set, up to, so not many opportunities to prove me wrong, the Mega is in, positioned under Trick Room, and this is a very good position for Willy Hoon.
Absolutely. Really nice matchups on the field for the Crabominable too, and in the snow, meaning that it's going to be taking less damage coming through from whatever Xeno does choose to throw into the Crabominable. This feels like a much more comfortable position for Willy Hoon than we saw in Game 1.
So we're looking at potentially an Ice Hammer or Thunder Punch into the Corviknight, or close combat potentially into the Tyranitar slot. It's going to be all to play for, because Ralsei, that's Xeno VGC by the way, needs to try and call what this Crabominable is going to do. There's a lot of threats on it. On the other side of the board, Tyranitar has Low Kick, Corviknight has Brave Bird and Iron Head. There's a lot of things that could get done here. And it's going to be Dazzling Gleam to kick off the party. We already know that does a lot of damage to Tyranitar, but it's not enough to wipe him off the board. It's going to be down to Crabominable to try and dislodge someone into the Corviknight. It goes, but this is too tanky, and there's no way he's not able to kill it. Goodbye. And the retaliation, it comes through.
It's Hatterini down, and I think a little bit surprising there for Willy Hoon that the Corver Knight even survived that one. I was expecting actually the Thunder Punch into that slot because it gives you good positioning into both the Corver Knight, and you've already seen the Primarina in this one. It's an unlikely switch, but it gives you that coverage just in case. But right now, Crabominable not looking too hot where we are.
There's still 2 turns of Trick Room left, and now with Slowking out on the board, 2 priority moves coming here from Willy Hoon. So there's still plenty of opportunities, and we haven't seen either player's third Mon. There's still quite a lot of ambiguity as to what will happen once all these guys fall. The next turn's going to be a big one. There is still a Trick Room setter on the board here, but I don't think Slowking's really going to be in a position to set up another one. This victory has to come through in the next 2 rounds, or it might be coffins for Willy Hoon.
I like that call on the Protect there. The Tyranitar just sticking around a little bit longer, and there comes the Thunder Punch, and I think that's a really, really good decision on that one. Corver Knight taken out, but I don't think you're too upset with what it's done in this game if you're Xeno.
Absolutely not. The Psychic comes through. Hydro Pump, in fact, comes through onto the right slot. Tyranitar obviously protecting through that one with one more turn of Protect. Are we going to see the Venusaur come back through? Or will it be the 4th Mon in the back? No, still wants to keep his cards close to the chest. Does Xeno VGC. Got to put in the full title every single time, all 3 letters at the very end of it. One more turn to get things right. Protect could come through from Venusaur here, which does leave the Tyranitar slot open, although the question mark is then, does Crabominable really want to leave itself vulnerable to that defense and special defense drop?
I think you're pretty concerned here, actually, if you're, you're pretty much certain if you're Willy Hoon that the Venusaur is likely to Killick Protect just out of fear of Psychic coming through from the Slowking. And there we go on that one. And it's then what do you do knowing that's likely the best decision?
It looks like the Ice Hammer's going to go into that slot anyway. A risky play given the mischance from Hydro Pump, but I think it's the smart one. It covers for all options. And if Hydro Pump misses there, you're probably going to end up losing regardless. But the Twisted Dimensions are back to normal, which means Haunting, Slowking, and Crabominable no longer have the speed advantage. In the back is Primarina. And it's all going to come down to, I think, what he has left in the back. Willy needs, I think the only answer now is Serena.
And Serena in a decent enough spot. You've got the Power Whip to deal with the Primarina, but you don't really have a great answer into the Mega Venusaur. It's a tough position here for Willy Hoon.
Yeah, and a spread move means we can't even attempt to get off another Trick Room. It's going to be rough. 2 full health demons coming through, but Slowking's made his exit out. Instead, in comes Incineroar this time. No value here on the Intimidate. Both of these guys are not too phased. This has got to be an attempt at trying to get off a cheeky parting shot, but he's entering straight into the Earth Power from Venusaur. Citrus Berry will allow him to recover some of that health with the spread move. It's actually not the spread move. Hyper Voice is not it. Moonblast goes into Crabominable. This isn't a terrible position to be in now, but Willy Hoon's still definitely on the back foot.
That not being the Hyper Voice there definitely buys you time if you're Willy Hoon, but I'm not sure time is what you need. I think really what you need is another living Pokemon to get through this one. Like, there's a lot you can do with time here, but that Slowking is on its last legs. You're not getting Trick Room back, and you're in a tough spot to chew through both of the Pokemon that Xeno has. I don't know if this is really so much a turn that you want as just delaying the end.
Yeah, it certainly looks bad, and right now I'm sure Willy is cursing his decision not to have Regenerator on the Slowking, who's now been able to switch out twice for free, right? This is a full health Slowking in another universe, which almost certainly might, maybe. I think it's a question.
Almost certainly might, maybe.
Yeah, almost certainly maybe be able to live a Giga Drain from Mega Venusaur to set up another Trick Room. And I think in that world state, things might play out very differently. But now, Incineroar surely set to fall. Protect comes through on Crabominable. maybe expected, but never mind. Serena is continuing to cover for it, despite the continuous threat of the Incineroar. It does a lot of damage. I'm just not sure that it's going to be enough to seal this game. The burn maybe changes that, but it's not going to affect the damage output from Venusaur.
The burn is nice, but it, as you say, not affecting the damage output really means that it's sort of a non-factor at this point in the game. I doubt that this is a point that Willy Hoon can drag the game on long enough that Burn ends up getting the kill here, especially when we look at the health bars on their side of the field. So it's a nice to have, but it's not really changing how things are going.
Psychic, Chilly Reception, Hydro Pump, and Trick Room is the set on Slowking here. A Colbur Berry to reduce Dark-type damage. Not that anything here is threatening such. Giga Drain will come through into the King and will leave us in a 1v2 situation with only half its health bar left. I don't think there's much Crabominable can do, but watch on in horror as Moonblast rips off into it and takes his health bar to 0. Ladies and gentlemen, in a stunning 2-0 victory, Xeno VGC, the winner of Stuttgart 2025 Regional Championships, will take Game 2 and the set to boot.
That was a really, really impressively navigated set there by Xeno. I think in both matches, Blazy, we saw the establishment of Trick Room, and you and I both sort of sucked into the drama. Was it going to be the Mega Camerupt in Game 1 or the Mega Crabominable in Game 2 coming through as heroes when they're in those conditions to thrive? And instead, in both games, Xeno saw them and just sort of shrugged it off and turned this around through the tools that they had available to them. And I think a lot of it came down to just really, really smart decision making. I don't think at any point this was a mismatch by any means, but it just looked like Xeno was making the right calls at the right time throughout, and that's what separates, I think, the absolute top players in this game from the great players.
Yeah, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Haunting. It just felt like no matter what Willy wanted to do, Xeno was thinking 3 or 4 moves ahead of the game. He knew exactly the state he wanted to end up in and how to get there. But with that being said, Haunting, that is our match for round 3. Now, there is plenty more Pokemon action to go for the rest of today, folks. We're not even halfway through Swiss yet, and we have had some incredibly close matches, and we've seen some awesome team compositions. Let me take this moment as well to say thank you yet again to our wonderful sponsor, Logitech, for providing some prize pooling for our top 4 competitors. Who are those top 4 competitors, you might ask? Well, you'll have to find out later on in the day, but for now, we're going to send it to a quick break.
Greetings everyone, welcome back to the content Inferno. We've got a little bit of a layover here while we wait for this fourth round, the final game of round 3, still playing out this game 3 now. It is another hard trick room team, similar to what we saw in the last game, versus what is clearly a team centered around what looks like Mega Aggron. My name is Subzan. I'll be back with you for this game as well as the next round. But of course, sat next to me is Zippity Zap.
Hello everyone, this will be an interesting matchup to watch here, seeing a bit of a weather war potentially with Tyranitar on one side and Torkoal on the other, but the primary factors to watch here is that speed control as we see Mimikyu available to set Trick Room and Fake Out on both sides of the field out of the gates.
Yep, two sides, two options for that Fake Out. Kangaskhan, very dangerous Mega in the olden days with that Parental Bond ability, nerfed slightly now, so going to be less effective, but in this position, all it needs to do is set up that positioning for that Trick Rooming Mimikyu, who, with access to that Disguise ability as well, you've got to remember, guaranteed to take one hit, no matter what, so very likely going to be able to survive this turn, ensure Trick Room will go up for that Torkoal and that Hatterene in the back.
Yeah, you do have the ability to double up into it potentially. Sneasler doesn't do as much damage to a Mimikyu, but can at least break that Disguise and then possibility of a Steel-type follow-up, but no, it will be a Fake Out into the Kangaskhan, potentially just giving a little bit more room for the Aggron in the future, which decides to go for the Iron Head, breaks the Mimikyu's Disguise for now, which will take its little bit of chip damage after its Gen 7 nerf, and we see Trick Room go up and set the stage for the rest of Dream's team here.
Yeah, obviously hard Trick Room teams built to be as slow as possible. The removal of IVs from Pokemon Champions does obviously play a little bit of a hindrance to that, but with Pokemon as slow as that Hatterene and Torkoal in the back, Dreams still has plenty of options to work with, but the difficulty now is actually getting those two Pokemon in safely in front of this Mega Aggron and Sneasler, who can go for those options, including that Diaclaw, which just has that chance to completely shut a Pokemon out of the game for 2 turns.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how this Mega Aggron gets maneuvered around. It is a fairly slow Pokemon on its own. It is actually the slowest thing on the field here, or fastest now that we have Trick Room up. So that will go for the one-shot into the Mimikyu, takes it off the field immediately. Kangaskhan follows up with a low kick into the Aggron, and that might be super effective, but as it is known, it is the wall, takes that fairly nicely, and Sneasler follows up with a KO, so taking both Pokemon off the field here is Cyber, but that does open the gates for the main Trick Room setters to come in for Dream early on in this Trick Room.
Yeah, Torkoal and Hatterene, very likely the options in the back. However, with a Tyranitar as the option for Cyber, still, this Torkoal Sun can be neutered immediately. We do see Chestnut is in fact what hits the board. Very likely that's going to be the mega option here for Dreams, which does open up some counterplay here. You've got that super effective body press to deal with that Tyranitar, but if Sinistra's the Pokemon in the back, you're going to have to rely on that Torkoal as well as its eruptions. You can see 3 turns of Trick Room left here. That's all that is going to be able to work with here for Dreams. If that Trick Room runs out, you've got no more setters and no more chance to get it back.
Torkoal's going to be very important to try to break through this Aggron. Its special defenses are far worse than its physical ones, and even with these super effective hits from the fighting type Chestnut here, it still might not be enough to break through this incredibly bulky Pokemon. However, an eruption hitting that special side would be enough to bring it at least significantly lower. However, that will have its damage dropped by the fact that Tyranitar does come in for the Sneasler, sets the sand, and now we see Mega Chestnut go for the full Mega Evolution, recently revealed from Legend ZA. Aggron goes for the Protect and keeps itself safe from this first eruption.
Yeah, that's one eruption down. Only 2 more turns of Trick Room left that it has to survive. Tyranitar going to be relatively unfazed here by that eruption with that special defense boost from the Sandstorm. Body Press is going to be fired out, though. That one is not going to be unfazed by Tyranitar. That will be a knockout. And Titar now removed from the field, but Sneasler, the opportunity now to come back onto the playing field, get a Fake Out here onto this Torkoal, and remove another turn of those eruptions. which then leaves Aggron with only one more turn. It has to keep itself safe before it can start dishing out that big damage with its own body press.
That was a good play there from Dreams to kind of get the pin going for the fighting type move into what was previously the Sneasler spot in anticipation of the Tyranitar coming out, but it might actually work against him in this case. That knockout gave room for Sneasler, as you said, to reset the fake out. And even with the super effective hit, I don't think that Chestnut is going to be able to break through this Mega Aggron. The question is then, where does Aggron want to focus its damage? Does it want to try to take out the Chestnut or take some HP off of Torkoal and reduce the amount of damage its Eruption will do in the future?
I reckon taking damage off the Torkoal probably going to be the option of choice, but you can see Body Press doing a huge amount of damage to that Aggron. I think that's probably the most I've ever seen a Mega Aggron take from a physical attack. Probably ever, but instead choosing that Iron Defense option, there is, as we said before, only one turn left of this Trick Room, so Iron Defense actually relatively safe here, can go for a Protect to stall out this final turn. Chestnut, I think it's probably going to be forced to go for an Iron Defense of its own just to match that, acknowledging that a double Protect is probably what we're going to see from Cyber, and then just hoping that that's enough to deal with the 3 Pokemon that Cyber has in the back.
This is truly going to be the battle of the defensive juggernauts here between Mega Aggron and Mega Chestnut. We'll see how much Sneasler can break through. I guess its Dire Claw is going to be neutral against Chestnut being fighting and grass. If I've got my type chart correct there, but we do see the Iron Defense go up for Chestnut, as you mentioned, just taking advantage of this passive turn as we wait for Trick Room to stall out. Dimensions twist back to normal, and now how much damage can these trainers get through to these bulky defensive Pokemon when the speed is now completely in Cyber's favor?
The good news is, though, based on what we saw in the 2 turns ago, Cyber's Aggron is going to be faster here than this Chestnut, which is relatively slow. Sinister will be swapping in here to heal up the wall a little bit as there's no Protect. Actually, I take that back. There is a Protect here from Torkoal, hoping that Aggron will target it down. There's a direct wall here. Does go into that poor little turtle with the body press coming out here from Chestnut into the Aggron. Would it be enough? No! He's on just about 20 HP here, and Sinister, while it is in for that Rage Powder ability with Chestnut's Grass type, unaffected, cannot be redirected here. Aggron going to have to take a body press no matter what.
That hospitality boost was huge there, bringing Mega Aggron just above the HP threshold to survive that body press after both of them had gone for Iron Defenses, coming out to pretty much the same results as we had previously seen here. But as you mentioned, Rage Powder is not going to be doing enough here. We could instead see maybe a Protect from the Aggron, knowing that it's the primary threat, and just trying to get a little bit of value here with some Matcha Gotcha, but there isn't really anything you can do to get enough damage down while protecting. So I think Mega Aggron is going to have to carry this a little bit. It will be the Protect here, so a little bit of stall out, just optimizing. Oh, it's a Life Dew from the Sinistra, so trying to get all the way back up its defensive HP here.
Yeah, but not enough HP recovery on this Aggron to be able to stay out of range of body press. We do see the knockoff coming out there from the Chestnut, so actually correctly predicting this Aggron to Protect. Eruption, it's not full power, but should still be enough, even in the Sandstorm, to take out this Sinister. And now, Cyber just left with 2 Pokemon, the Sneasler and this Aggron, both of which can't really deal with this Chestnut that well. So Cyber may be requiring a little bit of luck here with that Dire Claw, a move notoriously known for the effects that it can pull and saving games, but it's going to require a bit of magic here.
Yeah, I imagine this first turn we're probably going to see some fake out from the Sneasler just to give Mega Aggron a little bit more wiggle room, but we could see Dire Claw coming out earlier just to really try to high roll with that move. It has been nerfed since the previous generation. Instead of being 50% activation, it is now 30%, so bring it down to a more reasonable range compared to some of the shenanigans we've seen in the past. Now the question is, do we see just a defensive play from Dreams and going for some protect to avoid the fake out, giving potentially room for Mega Aggron to get a little greedy and go for another iron defense here to try to survive body presses? We do see fake out, and it'll be a body press following up, but that is very disappointing amounts of damage there going into the Chestnut.
Yeah, it is. Torkoal, though, locks into that Earth Power. Doesn't quite get the KO here on Sneasler, but just based on the damage that body press did do to Chestnut, you have to think that this Dire Claw and body press double up is not going to get this KO. So Chestnut free to take whichever KO it wants to on this turn, and Torkoal still alive and kicking, can fire off an eruption if it wants to this turn, or can just choose to lock into another Earth Power. It's difficult here for Cyber. I do think it is going to come down to if Direclaw can get that sleep or that paralysis. A poison will not save Cyber in this position.
Yeah, it's very interesting to see what the result of this will be, and this is the game 3 here since we came in part way, but that gets the KO there. That is huge, as you said, gets the critical hit, takes down Chestnut, and there is hope coming out of nowhere. Not the kind of RNG we were expecting to see, but Torkoal just hangs on. Not going to be enough, though, to close out this game. Sneasler the MVP with that one.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about Direclaw getting a sleep or a paralysis, but I guess you can just crit past the boost. That works too. It's not a high crit move, but, you know, it is an option. And unfortunately for Dreams, had that chance, had it taken away at the last second, and Cyber, with a Mega Aggron that will outspeed and KO this Torkoal with Body Press, will take home this set 2-1, as, gotta remember, that was only round 3. We've still got round 4 coming up in just a moment, as this was the last game to be played, but what a way for it to go.
Yeah, that is unfortunate there for Dreams to see the hopes and dreams torn that critical hit, but that's part of the risk of these defensive teams where you've got just the Stolly style that's relying on these stat boosts. Critical hits might be a 1 in 16th chance, but when you're sitting around for 16 turns, it'll happen eventually. And so in that case, it came at a very important moment and handed the win over to his opponent.
Isn't it 1 in 24 these days for a critical hit?
I may have that mistaken. Yes, I think I was thinking 1/16th just because of leftovers, sand chip, and all the rest. But
yeah, it used to be. It used to be 1/16th. It used to be. I think that was maybe a little bit crazy, but either way, it is the critical hit that does end the game, and it's the one thing we all hate to see. When, as players, you hate losing games to critical hits, but unfortunately, that's what we have to deal with. Round 4, though, going to be up momentarily as we will be getting towards the part of this tournament now where some players are getting towards guaranteeing themselves top cut, whereas others are going to start really fighting for those lives in the scraps of those 2-2 rounds. And this is where you really start to see some of the best VGC out of some of these players when their backs are against the wall.
Yeah, it's getting really intense here. Some players have probably been guaranteed not to reach top cut. We do have about, I believe we had originally 100 signups. It looks like I'm seeing numbers on there at least up to the 70s, and we are looking at a top 16 top cut. So it is a pretty brutal cut there, but I think a 5-2 is probably looking fairly safe to get into the top cut. So at this stage, anyone at 2-2 really has their back, or sorry, at 1-2 really has their back against the wall. 2-1 even isn't feeling particularly safe, but we can see the next round has been generated there, and I guess the next question is, which one do we choose to commentate on?
It's going to be interesting. We'll wait for that decision to be made on the back end, but going to be watching those players that are up in that 3-0 position, still undefeated at this point in the tournament, so still really putting their best foot forward, but haven't made top cut just yet. Still going to need to win very likely 2 rounds in a row, and once you're 3-0, you're really just going to be coming up against the best of the best within the competition. So no game anymore is going to be easy for our trainers. It's going to require everything they've got to be able to take home these wins, and you know, you're probably going to start seeing more interesting team compositions, more interesting tech options as well to be brought on to really beat some of the best teams in the format. You look at these Sneaslers, some of which are now running rock moves to try and beat these Charizards that are running around. They're even dropping Diaclaw to do it, I've seen in some instances. But also these new adaptations of Floette teams, which we've seen earlier today, doing a ridiculous amount of damage, also taking on Charizard Y in a way of beating Floette's worst matchups.
Yeah, it's really interesting to see how this meta is developing very quickly. Low power formats tend to have a lot of options available, and with the limited selection that has come out so far in Champions, people have had to get really creative. As you mentioned, Sneasler is a huge threat right now, having Fake Out available, as well as the powerful Poison and Fighting type moves. Poison being very relevant because the other one that you mentioned, Floette, has been taking the whole format by storm. That Pokemon was very, some would say, over-pushed by the Pokemon Company, coming from the story of Legend ZA. But a threat is a threat, and it has to be acknowledged. Some of the other strategies that we're seeing, we've seen some hard Trick Room teams here in this tournament so far, which is always a very polarizing strategy. It's very do or die, full commitment, one trick pony style, but if you don't have the answer to it, it's just going to blow through you, and we've seen some examples of that so far this tournament.
Yeah, we have indeed. We saw it in the last set as well, but we now have the confirmation of the game we'll be broadcasting for you for round 4. It will be Dreams taking on Puppy Pone for your entertainment. I'm not quite sure what their teams are. I'm going to have a quick look for their team sheets, but up at this point in the tournament, you got to say that neither of these trainers are going to be any slouches with these teams.
Yeah, for anyone that isn't familiar with the structure of a usual Pokemon tournament, it's we use the Swiss-style tournament. So effectively, you play against players that are at the same level as you. So instead of round robin where you play against everyone, not really feasible at this scale. So every win you get means that your next one is going to be even harder to achieve. And grabbing some of the players from the top of the standings means we're getting the best of what we have available for you today.
It's actually quite funny that because I was just saying we don't know the teams, but we literally watched Dreams in the last game, who's now appearing on stream again. This is a 3-1 game instead of a 4-0, but the hard Trick Room team we just watched with that Mega Chestnut, it's going to be a difficult team if their opponent is not prepared for 5 turns in Trick Room. It's the joke that everybody tells, can you survive 5 turns in Trick Room? And most of the time the answer's no.
Yeah, and the other team from Swifticle or Swift Ike, I'm not sure. You never know with depending on the font if it's an L or an I. But it isn't really built for Trick Room, but has Trick Room as an alternate option. Notably, with that Sinistra having Trick Room on it, I don't think it's going to be setting it. I think it's going to be reversing it.
Yeah, I think Trick Room on Sinistra, most of the time I feel like on these teams that have this as an option, it's not really, a dedicated Trick Room strategy. It's more so as a pivot option if your opponent is on hard Trick Room themselves, or as a countermeasure against those Tailwind hyper offense teams you see running around with these Whimsicots and all sorts. So going to be a very dangerous option here. This not a safe option to click Trick Room on turn 1 here if that Sinistra is on lead, and I would assume it would be just to keep that option open. But you see the rest of the team, it is just all about going fast and hitting hard. Sylveon, maybe the only Pokemon on this team that can actually take advantage of Trick Room should it be set up, but for the rest of them, Choice Scarf, Dragapult, White Herb and Burden, Sneasler, and a Shell Smash Mega Blastoise round out this team to provide a lot of speed and a lot of power.
Indeed, yeah. It'll be interesting to see how the speed interactions end up playing out here. I think this Sylveon could be extremely important for the... we saw Dream previously just running away with the Mega Chestnut, and so having a strong special attacker will be very important. It both has Hyper Voice and Mystical Fire, Hyper Voice being Fairy after the Pixelate ability. So that could be a critical factor here. Aerodactyl, notably, is not running the Mega Stone here. It is decided to go for the Focus Sash. An interesting mix-up. And Dragapult with a Choice Scarf wasn't fast enough, I guess.
I'm going to guess that outspeeds Unburdened Sneasler, because I don't see much of a reason to run Dragapult with a Choice Scarf as the format currently goes, but... you know, maybe they see something I don't. And that's the beauty of VGC. Sometimes you have these neat tech options, like I said, that really just fits you as a player. It's perfectly, completely customizable. And that's the best part about building a Pokemon team.
Exactly. And this early in the format, sometimes those little things that seem so bizarre compared to what we're used to in the past are actually the optimal solution for the current meta. And it's just something that we haven't seen before because we haven't seen this meta before. And the beauty and the art of team building is finding those little interactions, those chinks in the armor that you can find and really show your skills as a team builder in VGC.
Yeah, I mean, you want to talk about the team building aspect. It's these weird Pokemon. I mean, the Sylveon as well. We talked about it briefly, but having access to that Hyper Voice spread damage, which I feel like other than this Blastoise, this team is lacking. It's going to be a dangerous option. It's not protected by this Chestnut's bulletproof ability, which is an ability that, I mean, personally, I don't like it on Chestnut, but it does provide some value, especially when you look at like Mega Gengar, which is a Pokemon we haven't seen at all today, which I really thought would be a popular option. That Perish Song ability to trap people in, but I mean, it's individuality. You see Dark Pulse as well on the Mega Blastoise to take advantage of its Mega Launcher ability, and although that's not really that relevant, I feel like in this matchup, it just kind of shows what sort of Pokemon you might struggle into with this team and what coverage options you will need.
Yeah, indeed. I'm getting some conflicted information on which players we are actually going to be watching. We have been given team sheets for someone other than what the announcement was. So I'm just double checking on that right now. So it might not actually be Dream that we're watching. It could be a Caesar Flowette team if in the caster chat here. Just trying to get some confirmation from the two different conflicting situations here. But you know, if we do have the other team, that could, you know, change up the matchup quite a bit here, and it's actually fairly similar on either side. So just trying to find that. But yeah, as we were talking about, it's interesting to see how Mega has changed the format as well. I think a lot of players started their Pokemon journey in Scarlet and Violet, and so we got so used to terrestrialization, sometimes being able to protect your frail Pokemon from certain doom with the terrestrialization, and now not having that crutch, I think, is a big adjustment for a lot of players. And having Mega Pokemon as well kind of has a similar feel. So let's see, we can see the teams here. Okay, so it is not Dream that we have. We have Lofter instead here, running Mega Caesar, Flowette, Rotom Wash, Aerodactyl, and Incineroar.
I mean, a relatively standard-looking Floette balance team, other than the addition of that Mega Scizor, which likely an option to deal with Floettes in the mirror, given that a lot of them have started running those Aerodactyls as well for Charizard matchups. Bullet Punch really does a number on that mirror match. You take out the Floette, you can take out the Aerodactyl, you do big damage to the enemy Sneasler that often is on that team, and really, none of them can do that much damage back to you. It's only really Incineroar on those teams. But as for the team that Lofter is coming up against, Dragapult doesn't really have a move to hit it, neither does Sylveon, so actually going to provide a lot of value here in this matchup, while also being, you know, a Mega Floette to deal with.
Mega Flowette is just an absolute nightmare. In this case, not running its signature Light of Ruin. It's gone Moonblast, Dazzling Gleam, and Calm Mind. So this feels almost reminiscent of our Raging Bolt days previously, where Calm Mind simply would run away on a strong special attacker. Looking at the leads here, though, for Lofter, we see Sneasler and Aerodactyl facing down a Sylveon and Sinistra. So potentially trying to look at a Trick Room mode here, focusing on a Sylveon sweep. We see a Fake Out from Sneasler go into the Sylveon. Will just simply bounce off the Protect, and Dual Wing Beat from Aerodactyl does about a little over 50% to that Sinistra, activating Citrus Berry.
Yeah, critically though, because of that Citrus Berry not going to be 2-hit KO'd here by 2 dual wing beats, but Sinister going for that Trick Room, as you said, like they're going to focus on this Sylveon here with the fast mode of Aerodactyl and Sneasler in front of it. Hyper Voice is going to start doing a lot of damage. You can use Matcha to break this Focus Sash on Aerodactyl, which really does not have that much bulk, and frankly, when you look at the team of Lofter, there isn't really much that can switch in on this combination of moves other than Incineroar, but that's not going to like taking over half of its health in damage on turn 2.
Indeed, yeah, this is really a strong position here for Swiftike, where there is... It's kind of doomed if you do, doomed if you don't in all sorts of directions. And we do see, just as we expect, Hyper Voice doing a solid amount, around 75% to both of those Pokemon. Matcha for the cleanup. Not enough for the Sneasler, however. Drops Aerodactyl, but Sneasler might actually be able to go for the Dire Claw into Sylveon here and take out one of the primary pieces for this Trick Room strategy.
Yeah, Diaclaw coming out does get that KO onto Sylveon, so that'll be one piece gone for both trainers here. The critical hit very likely not mattering. Sylveon not exactly known for its physical defensive capabilities, but still, Swift Ike now gets to pivot into an option of his choice. However, you have to think, as it does come out, the only thing that can really come in here in this Trick Room is this Blastoise, which does have the ability to Mega Evolve and go for those Water Spouts at full HP. Floette hits the board here for Lofter. Calm Mind still an option for it. You have to think maybe without Draining Kiss, going to take too much damage from this initial Water Spout to really get much going.
Yeah, Water Spout and Matcha is probably just the safest play here for Swiftike. I think it might be a bit of a linear strategy going on here, but at the same time, what are you going to do about it on the other side? If there is a Rotom Wash in the back, that would be a nice switch in for the Water Spout, but then you're taking extra damage from the Matcha as well. So it might be a bit of damage control here from Lofter to simply hold on as long as you can for the 3 remaining turns of Trick Room. We do see Floette go for the Mega Evolution, as we would expect, getting that huge Parasol flower there. And will that be enough to let it survive this Water Spout from Mega Blastoise, combined with a little Matcha in there as well?
I mean, with Floette's special defense stat, very likely to survive this double up. The question is, will it survive it next turn as well? Even after a Calm Mind, Sneasler will survive the Matcha there on 1 HP, so will prevent this Water Spout from becoming single target, but a burn will put Floette on a timer. Its march towards this KO range will be made ever sooner, but this Water Spout will be fired off first. Sneasler, no chance to move as Floette is taken down to 15 HP with that critical hit. That means after 2 more turns of burn, that Pokemon will be KO'd, unable to do anything here in this game with no Sinistcha of his own. Lofter has no way of healing up this Pokemon. Blastoise can now just protect, and Floette will be gone.
That Sneasler surviving that Matcha was actually huge there for Floette to not take that single target. If that was a single target Water Spout, that would have absolutely been the that flower down there. But Trick Room is still up, and it is up for 2 turns. Floette doesn't have any priority that it can go for. Neither does this Rotom either. So the Matcha here from Sinistcha will be able to clean up Floette and do a significant amount to the Rotom as well. Over 50% there into Rotom. And now, which will... You gotta assume the Blastoise is probably the... No, Rotom's slower, actually. Or faster in Trick Room, and gets the Volt Switch off.
Yeah, that's very important information there for Game 2 for Swift, knowing that in Trick Room, Rotom will be faster than this Blastoise, but played it safe, clicked that Dark Pulse Tech option with that Mega Launcher boost, and will claim here Game 1 in a very dominant fashion, you have to say, given how bad the lead did look for him.
Yeah, getting that Trick Room up on the first turn there really changed the tides of the game. Sylveon being, even if it only got off 1 Hyper Voice, it still put in a lot of work there. And then the rest of the game was simply decided by that Trick Room not being able to be stalled out. Floette also went for a Calm Mind there, which was a little bit ambitious. That just like in the midpoint of Trick Room. Not enough turns to really stall it out and be able to take advantage of it there. And I believe we also saw it was the water spout was a crit as well. So that was a pretty notable difference where Flowette may have been able to take that one a little bit better to have prospects for the future. But really just a big example of Trick Room allowing someone to run away with the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is exactly why hard Trick Room is a viable strategy within a VGC, because sometimes you just cannot get yourself to survive these big, heavy-hitting attackers that are normally balanced by their lack of speed. In Trick Room, that restriction is no such issue. Obviously, this team, not really one that wants to rely on that Trick Room option, but with how fast Lofter's team is, you have to say it's definitely very viable. For this game too, though, wouldn't be surprised to see Sizzle making an appearance here for Lofter, as with the Pokemon that were brought in Game 1 by Swiftike. Sizzle has a good matchup into pretty much all of them. The only one that really doesn't would be that Blastoise, but even then, it has options to be able to break through it, and we have Sneasler and that Floette as well that can do big damage to it.
The Caesar would be a good call here. Also, it is a fairly slow Pokemon as well. Despite its rather angular, sharp look, it's not actually that fast. So it may be able to actually go for underspeeds here on some of Swiftike's Pokemon and take advantage of Swiftike's own Trick Room. Part of the question now is the Trick Room mode the primary strategy again for Swiftike? It did so well in that first game, but that also makes it somewhat predictable for this second one. You could try to mix it up and go for a fast mode. We do see Scizor and Aerodactyl out of the gates, and it is the exact same lead for Swiftike here. So with the more aggressive Pokemon here out of the gates into the Sinistcha specifically, can Swiftike rely on getting that Trick Room up?
That's the question, though, but you have to say that Scizor, it is threatened by one thing here, Sylveon carrying that Mystical Fire option, which will be enough to take that one-hit KO. So the question now is, will Scizor aim for that Sword Stance, trying to punish Sylveon, playing defensive? It looks like that is the case, because it isn't going for that Bullet Punch immediately. Aerodactyl attempting to do Wing Beat there just gets the same value as it did in Game 1. Bug Bite going into that Sinistcha. However, Citrus Berry already eaten here as Mystical Fire is fired into this Scizor. Will get that one-hit KO, and you could only assume that for Sinistcha, it's back into the Trick Room.
Really unfortunate order of operations there. If the Scizor was going before the Aerodactyl, that would have been great with the Bug Bite, being able to steal the Citrus Berry before it activated. But as it is, Aerodactyl being one of the fastest in the format, hit first, activated that Citrus Berry, and then that contributed to Sinistcha being able to stay alive. And now here we are again with Swiftike in Trick Room, with Sylveon being able to go for big damage. And even more to that point, we don't have Sneasler on the other side to shut it down.
Yes, but more importantly, on this occasion, the Floette, maybe Lofter is aiming more to use this Floette as the Calm Mind Sweeper earlier in this game, given that last game it got crit by Water Spout before it could really get itself online. Sylveon doesn't do as much damage as a Water Spout, despite how effective that Hyper Voice boosted by Pixelate is. We do see Mega Evolution here for this Floette, probably going to aim to get one Calm Mind up and then go to town. Aerodactyl still has that Focus Sash intact, but based on what we saw last game, that's very likely not going to last very long. Wide Guard, actually, the tech option is... I didn't know Aerodactyl learned that move.
Yeah, it's a really solid option here against this Hyper Voice and Matcha Gotcha. We've seen the Hyper Voice so far, and we see the Matcha Gotcha as well. So Aerodactyl on its own entirely shutting down Swiftike's whole turn. And that gives room for Mega Floette to go for a Moonblast here into that Sinistcha. So taking that option off of the field, not allowing any sort of redirection from the future, as well as keeping Aerodactyl a little bit more safe, as it certainly doesn't want to take a Matcha Gotcha. But now Sneasler will take to the field. Having Fake Out active will be nice to give Sylveon a little bit more room. The question is this going to lead to just a double protect, which would be in Lofter's favor anyways, trying to stall out this Trick Room at 3 out of 5 turns. You can go for your protect here, then 1 turn of stall, and then another protect afterwards.
Yeah, but maybe I think Lofter taking that Sinister off the board a little bit too quickly, got too trigger happy with that Moonblast, because there really was a position there to get a Calm Mind up and start spamming Dazzling Gleam in this Trick Room until the game was over, but instead now is going to have to deal with this Sneasler on the board. As you said, it's going to be that Aerodactyl's pivoting out into this Rotom, very likely a Protect here from this Floette, keeping itself safe from this Fake Out. But what will Sneasler go into? It's a Mystical Fire into that Floette, attempting to drop that special attack stat. It's a double with a Dire Claw as well, getting that call completely right. However, that doesn't put Lofter out of the woods just yet. Rotom's hit the board, sure. But what can it do from this position to turn the tides?
And we can see there the Sylveon forced into a Mystical Fire, which it would have rather have just gone for the Hyper Voice there, since Aerodactyl didn't go for the Wide Guard, but just the knowledge of that being possible is bringing value. Sylveon forced to go for a non-stab attack to try to avoid the potential of a Wide Guard there. In this case, it didn't end up mattering because the Floette had just protected, but it's a good example of how just having the possibility of a threat can sometimes bring value on its own.
Yeah, but still, board position here for Lofter, not very good here. Aerodactyl being forced in so that Floette isn't KO'd on this turn. Hyper Voice gonna be the move of choice for Lofter, as you can see how much damage it does. Hydro Pump fired off Sneasler, dodging that attack though. Dire Claw is going to go into this Aerodactyl, barely missing that KO in that instance, but the poison from that Dire Claw will secure it. Aerodactyl has no chance of surviving. Floette will be forced back onto this field with one more turn of Trick Room to deal with, but even then, this Sneasler going to be the fastest thing on the field once that Trick Room runs out.
Dire Claw doing Dire Claw things, getting that poison, usually considered the least of the 3 status effects that you can have applied with a Dire Claw, but in that moment, it was the perfect one for the situation. We do see Trick Room at the top of the screen there is on its final turn, but as you mentioned, Floette is not safe to simply protect here, as then the Sneasler becomes the fastest thing on the field. So you need some way to deal with that Sneasler before Floette can feel safe to try to go for the rest of the sweep.
Yeah, but the big issue here, Sneasler can very easily just, I say could go for its own Protect, but this one actually not carrying it, instead opting for that Rock Tomb option to deal with the Charizard Y like we talked about earlier. No, actually, no, this one does carry Protect. I'm silly. It's actually Lofter's that doesn't have Protect. I'm getting confused on my team sheets, but Sneasler can very often, yeah, we can see it goes for that Protect now, stalling out the final turn of Trick Room itself. As Sylveon does go for that Hyper Voice, there is no Protect from this Floette, likely attempting to try and remove this Sneasler with a Moonblast before it gets out of Trick Room, but the safe play there by Swift Ike, very likely going to be the nail in this set, unless a little bit of magic can come out here from this Rotom. Going to require a survival here from this Hyper Voice, and then Electro Web, the option that it does have access to, can get this Sneasler slowed down in theory, but with access to that White Herb still intact, can it cure itself of that speed drop and double its speed thanks to that ability?
Yeah, I think the writing is looking somewhat on the wall here. Swift Ike having Sneasler as the fastest thing on the field is easily going to be able to knock out this Floette. Floette could try to protect itself on this turn to stick around and have Rotom deal with the Sneasler as best it can, but that is a big question mark. Sneasler is a fairly frail Pokemon, but at the higher levels of play, it's not uncommon to see a little bit of defensive investment here. Rotom actually goes for the double Protect, which is a bit of a surprise. Sneasler will just get the Dire Claw off into the Floette, getting that knockout with a critical hit to add some insult to injury there. And now I think Sylveon's Hyper Voice will simply clean up this game at single target, and Swift Ike really swiftly here takes this second game and the whole series.
Yeah, I can see the vision for the play there by Lofter, clearly trying to make a prediction that Swift Ike would expect that Floette to protect and going for that Electro Web option. So wanted to get the Protect the other way to counteract that and then rip a Moonblast into that Sneasler, but doesn't get rewarded for it because Swift Ike just doubled into that Floette slot anyway. But with Hyper Voice and Diaclaw, wanted it gone no matter what, did not respect that option of Protect, and why would you? You've got such a free option there with Sneasler that you can just afford to Diaclaw it twice.
Yeah, when your back's against the wall, you gotta play to your outs in whatever way you can. In that case, Rotom didn't pull through. A, didn't get targeted. B, didn't actually get the second Protect. Yeah, like we mentioned after the first game, a great example of how Trick Room teams can start running away with things when they are allowed to set up. But also, that was a good example of why you still want something fast in the back to be able to clean out after your opponent is able to successfully stall out your Trick Rooms.
Yeah, and that's the dangerous thing. Obviously, not a dedicated Trick Room strategy, but with the speed being confidently on against Swift Ike, it did make sense to go into it and play to that advantage. But Sneasler being Sneasler, it's a silly Pokemon. There's a reason it's the most used Pokemon in the format right now, because he's just good, regardless of the fact that Diaclaw has been nerfed. But either way, Round 4 coming to an end soon. That's our stream game done. We'll be returning to you very soon with Round 5, as some trainers are going to start looking to lock their position in Top Cut. Who will it be? We don't know. You'll have to wait and see to find out. Do not go anywhere. Grab your popcorn and stay tuned. We'll be right back.
a lobby. We can probably go to cams and we can yap for a moment. Yeah, we. Welcome back, ladies and gents. We've got a game 3 here now between Send to the Dawn and Quite Frank, one of the other round 4 matchups. As we start moving our way towards the back end of Swiss here, Spooky, a lot of these teams are really starting to cook up.
To cook up or to freeze up, as some might say here. Notably because we're looking at a frozen Sneasler, which is not a great position to be in. But yeah, I mean, we've seen a lot of games so far through the day. A lot we haven't gotten to see, unfortunately. But we'll at least catch the tail end of one here. Tail end of this Road and Wash going down as well.
It's a rough position. But at the very least, Sneasler is the one who goes down. And as a Mon that was already frozen, it's not the end of the world. And now we get an opportunity to see Mega Sneasler come out here from Quite Frank. And it's going to be Garchomp in the last slot. What I'm concerned about here is, Spooky, that ice cream looks pretty damn threatening, and I'm not sure if Mega Blastoise is going to be able to outspeed either of them. Vanillux surprisingly fast.
That is the first time I've ever heard someone afraid of ice cream.
I'm terrified of it.
Book.
Ah, dairy!
You know what? I believe that. You are the type to be scared of that.
What is that supposed to mean?
Well, you know, I don't want to get too into the specifics. I would hate to put you in a bad spot on your own stream here. Instead, well, let's take a look at this Hydreigon, one of my personal favorites. Actually, Quite Frank, running 2 of my personal favorites, like through the entire roster of Pokemon. I love to see this coming through. Got a nice big physical threat, this Mega Scizor, nice special threat for this Hydreigon. I'm a little bit concerned about the Garchomp coming in, though. That's definitely going to outspeed unless this Hydreigon has a Scarf. I did not get a chance to check what items it was running there. Gotta be very careful on that one.
Looking at the defensive spread here, it does look like at least one Shell Smash has been run on Blastoise, but it's not going to matter how fast you are when Bullet Punch comes on through and lays waste to your well-laid turtle. Now, Garchomp is in a really rough position. It's a Habanberry from Hydreigon, so this shouldn't take the kill. Even without it, it looks like it might have still lived on 1 HP.
Yeah, definitely going to be a very good factor for this Hydreigon. Holding on to things, should be able to return the KO with a Draco Meteor. Honestly, that's going to be pretty bad for the Garchomp. Send to the Dawn. They'll be taking a leave from this particular match. Quite Frank wraps that one up quite smoothly.
Yeah, it's almost a shame we arrived a little bit too late to really capture the beauty of that match, if you will. I'll try and find
a frozen Sneasler. Like, that wasn't beautiful.
I'll try and have a look at where we want to find our friends here. See if there are any other rooms for us to just poke around in. I think this is the nice chill part of the cast here, where we're in the post.
You can't just keep making these freeze puns, all right? That was a war crime. Stop rubbing it in.
You had to call me out on that one, huh?
Yeah. You know, that's what I'm here for.
It's not very cool of you.
I have so many things I would like to say, but I respect you enough as a person not to say them on stream.
How bad are these things?
We've been around the block, Blazy. We've been around the block a few times, all right? We could talk about your tastes in hairstyles on buffaloes, but I won't take it there.
Chat, just so you know, Spooky Mars, a known Buffalant hater. And Tauros Enjoyer. We got another one that we can take a quick look at here. This is OPT Peter and Red Panda. We saw a little bit of earlier running this Mega Floette team. Yes, you are well known for being a Buffalant hater, and I just think that that's not very cool, and that the people have a right to know.
Well, apparently they do know, and the reason they know is probably because it's a very popular opinion. So the people are on my side on this one, Blazy. I would encourage your chat to flame you for your tastes, but I don't have much pull here. I might be overstepping trying to get someone else's audience on my side.
I think a poll is a great idea.
Okay, yeah, let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. And remember,
You said you don't have much
You
poll
guys
here,
should-
so I
you guys
thought
should like
I'd
me
run
better.
one in the chat. Why don't
know
chat
what? I'm all
can
for
let
it.
us know what they think of Buffalan. In the meantime, we can have a look at this Mega Delphox game, which I am in love with Mega Delphox. Spooky. I'm not sure about you, but other than the 10% miss chance or the 50-50 coin flip on whether or not a heat wave will land, I think it's a great mon.
I just gotta know, did you actually give them an option to say they don't like Buffalant? Or
Yeah,
is
of
it just
course I did.
both
There's-
positive choices for Buffalant?
There's two. There's Buffalan is awesome and the Spooky is wrong.
I knew it was gonna be like this. Why do I even come here anymore? Delphox in a tough spot. A 1v3 situation, really. Sure, there's only 2 on the board right now, but Red Panda still has that Dragapult sitting in the back, ready to come in if needed. A very good one to have on the back end, too. Shadow Ball or Phantom Force, whichever one you might go for. Very effective against this Delphox. But just the Light of Ruin open for this Floette as well. Moonblast. Gonna be the first one going into Delphox.
Yeah, and Tailwind, there just wasn't a lot for the Delphox to do. And it's just nice. It's nice to have a peek around all these different games that are going on. But it seems like we probably are coming to the end of most of these sets here. Spooky, so I can't imagine that we...
You're right, you can't imagine. You have a very poor imagination, I've noticed. It's probably the reason you like Buffalant so much.
Sorry, I've got players messaging me asking for advice on how to take screenshots. I'm like, I can't deal with you right now. I've got a
Asking
Spooky
Blazy
Mars
for advice. Let me
on
tell
my
you all
ass.
one thing. Do
Right.
not ask
Let's-
Blazy for advice. It's not going to go your way. Terrible advice always given now. He thinks it's funny, but it just leaves me heartbroken. I lost so much money because of this man.
Why are you bullying me? What you lost so
You
much
cost me money!
What? That did not happen. I am not a stock
It
trader.
could have.
You should. What do you mean? Okay, but it didn't though.
They don't know that.
You're just trying to lie to them.
I am merely putting the suggestion out, the idea that you may have cost me money at some point.
Spooky when he lies. Currently Spooky right now when he's lying. Right now, currently. I think that's... Look at this guy.
You know-
Chat, can you really trust a man who can't even grow a beard?
No. We shaved it recently. It just grows back so fast that you can't tell.
And how recently was February?
Okay, well, it wasn't in February, all right? It was last night, all right? That's how fast this grows.
Yeah, I'm sure. Okay.
Yeah. By the end of the day, it's going to be a full beard, and I'm going to have to go back to a barber and get that taken care of.
You
you
pay
know how
a
much
barber
money that
every single
costs?
time you grow a beard.
This
I
is
don't
your
know.
fault
Expensive.
for suggesting I use a barber.
You should always go to a barber. Barbers do great, but not for your beard. If you're gonna shave it all off anyway, what's wrong with a
No,
razor?
no. Well, it doesn't cut through well enough because my hair is naturally so strong and durable. I need an
Right.
expert to take care of this for me.
And that's why it's all coming out the back of your headset there, because it can't possibly
Yeah.
be cut.
Yeah, you
So
can't
instead it
contain
just runs wild.
Yeah, it's like I'm like an Azumarill, but my ability is in my hair and it's huge power.
Isn't that Samson? Didn't you just describe the biblical myth of Samson?
I would never ever do something like that.
No. Ridiculous of me to suggest.
Yeah.
Apparently, folks, we are halfway. We're a little over halfway through our Swiss side of the bracket with only 3 more rounds of Swiss to play before we hit the top 16. And I wonder now if we can take a quick look at the bracket and the standings to get a good grasp of how our players
yes.
are progressing. We obviously don't have the results for round 4 all plotted in at the moment. That is still yet to come. But we have obviously seen quite a few, and we can have a look at the top 12. 4 more underneath this will still qualify for top cuts. But it seems like we've got Rosha here at the top, who we haven't actually been able to see so far.
Yeah, why is that, Blazy? Why haven't we been able to see them?
I'm pretty sure I heard a rumor that Rosha is John Cena. So that might explain why.
That does actually make a lot of sense. That's very unfortunate for their opponents. But yeah, a lot of 4-0s across the board here, all the way down 6 places. A couple players we did actually get to see. Xeno and Decrepit both had some time on the stage here today. Both look very strong. A lot of... I don't know what to call... I don't know what Buchholz is. Blazy, you're going to have to tell me that one.
But what Buchholz is?
Yeah.
What? I'm sorry, where are you? Where are you getting that from?
Slot number 4 here, where our points are. 7.2,
Yeah.
6.0, 6.0. I don't know what that means.
Decrepit?
What?
But what are we talking about?
All right. So I want you to look at your credit.
Paint me a picture.
Right? Track your eyes all the way over to that 6.0, then track upwards.
6.0, then track upwards. 7.2. Oh, Buchholz. You know what I'm talking about?
Get on my pronunciation after I just told you I don't know what that is.
Do you not know? You don't want to talk about these guys' Buchholz?
Well, see, I did, but now I don't.
It's a really important part of the tournament. We gotta mention the Buchholz. Rosha, in fact, has 7.2.
In your expert hands.
Rosha, in fact, a 7.2 Buchholz right here. To separate. Why are you laughing? It's 1.2 higher than the nearest competitor.
Which is true. That's a 3-way tie on the Buchholz.
Yes, no, you're absolutely right. There's a 3-way tie down here on the Buchholz and the 6.0 with some 4.8s below, and then we're going back up to the 6s down here among the slightly lower range of teams. But the Buchholz, I'm sure someone in our wonderful TO staff will be able to confirm for us what the Buchholz are. Spooky, I do have some good news for you. Is that
we got some good news for me?
I got some good news for you. Is that we are only waiting on one more fight before we can move on to round number 5. I'm just gonna check if we can maybe jump in and have a look. Yeah, they're fighting. What else? They're
battling, Blazy. Okay, it's a Pokemon battle. Who have you ever heard say, "Let's Pokemon fight"?
Me. If you send out your dog and I send out my dog and they start having a scrap, is that a dog battle or is that a dog fight?
Well, we're not sending out dogs, are we? We're sending out Pokemon.
Well, I don't know. We haven't seen any
Your example is neither. It's just a crime, all right?
I haven't seen any Houndooms, Boltons, Arcanines just yet roaming around, but there are dogs out here somewhere.
I'd be surprised. A lot of those you chose to mention are not great.
The Arcanine is it Intimidate
even
usually?
In the format? I don't think it is.
That feels irrelevant to me, but Mega Houndoom has a niche somewhere, I'm sure. It's fast. It's got good typing. It can learn Flamethrower at the low level of 55, so technically illegal to compete in VGC.
You just breed it onto it, all right, and then it's all chill.
You breed Flamethrower onto a guy.
Yeah.
How does that work when you have egg moves? Do the parents just go, "Hey, good morning, son," and then like
it's
fire?
In the genes, right? So the inherent ability to utilize Flamethrower is encoded onto the DNA of the Pokemon.
Right.
And then when they lay an egg, that DNA then gets passed into the egg, and I don't really know how exactly eggs work, especially in Pokemon. But eventually the mammal hatches from the egg, and it knows how to breathe fire, which frankly is probably a little bit of a problem if you have a baby Pokemon that just can breathe fire.
So yeah, like if my let me think of like a level 1 Growlithe wakes up from an egg and immediately just
well,
do I have insurance?
Well, his special attack isn't that high, so you're probably not in too much danger there.
Oh, sure. Fair enough. Okay, a better example, I don't know, Charcadet, is that a better one?
That's who I'm gonna go with? Charcadet?
I can't think of any first stage fire type Pokemon that have high special attack. Magby! What about Magby?
Magby, the actual baby Pokemon. You think that has a good special attack stat?
Yes.
You know what? Let's look it up. Let's look it
Okay.
up. We're gonna test how
We're
much
having a look.
about Magby. Aren't
Still
you glad
waiting
we're not
on-
looking at that last battle right now? And instead, I'm gonna tell you exactly how much special attack it has.
The last battle has concluded, which is why we're not watching it right
You know
now,
what? I'll
Spooky.
give
So
you
we're
this
just
one.
waiting
I'll
on
give
the
you this one.
results.
This
Go
is
on,
a,
what's
this
the
is a
special
base
attack for
70
Magby?
special attack on Magby.
That's pretty high,
That's
I would
pretty good.
say,
You know what?
for,
If
for
that
stage
thing
1.
woke up with flamethrower, I'd probably be in some trouble. Like,
Do you think
my
they have
property
insurance?
at least would be in some problems.
Do we have insurance in the Pokemon world? Surely they
There's
have to have.
gotta
Like,
be. You
there's
gotta
gotta
have some
be.
kind of insurance. Listen, with all the problems that go around, like Team Magma, Team Aqua, they alone should have
Sure.
established the insurance business in the Pokemon world.
Though one would consider maybe would insurance companies, you would have like 2 tiers. You'd have regular coverage and you'd have Pokemon coverage.
Pokemon
And anything
disaster coverage.
anything in the regular coverage is like does not cover acts of Arceus.
We don't cover flamethrower accidents. Your house got hit by fire blast, not our problem.
It,
Rock slide shouldn't have been in the mountains.
wait,
It was in my
hold on.
backyard, man.
How does this apply to like arson? We're going deep here, chat. We've got a few more minutes to wait until the next set is ready to roll, so bear with us. Well, how does this apply to like arson and insurance fraud? Because how is there a way to accurately tell if your Magmar / baby Magby burned down your house versus some other random Magby? And if so, how is that covered in an insurance plan? And are insurance premiums through the roof?
Okay, insurance premiums definitely through the roof in certain areas, gotta be.
Right.
Now, when you think about it, flamethrower typically comes from like the mouth or like Magmora from like the arm cannons. So there
Sure.
must be some kind of like residue. Like there's gotta be some DNA from the Pokemon like put out with that. So
Bit
I imagine
swab.
you could try.
The
it might be
swabbing the
burnt to a
flames.
crisp.
You pick up
But
a piece
you
of
gotta
wood.
imagine there's something there.
You pick up the wood after the fire, you swab it, you go, yes, this was exactly this Magby.
We got him, boys.
They put on the sunglasses, like, this one's crispy. Like some. I think I'd be good on NCIS.
Do you think they can tell different species of Pokemon from their attacks?
That's a
Like, is
good
a
question.
Moltres' flamethrower different from a Magby's flamethrower?
Well, I mean, in power, right? Sure. So, like, maybe
Right,
there's
right.
you break it down into tiers. You start off by like how strong was the attack, maybe then like what color was the attack, or maybe there's like an initial impact. Because you
Sure,
would imagine
sure.
maybe like a Moltres, like flamethrower probably has a bigger impact hit than like a Magby. To go
What
go
is
back to
the
key
impact
example.
of fire?
Well, you know, that's a good question, although I imagine if I was hit by the initial jet from, like, a flamethrower, like, back to real life, right?
Sure, sure.
If somebody, like, shot the flamethrower at me, I feel like if I was given a preference, I would, if I had to be hit by this flamethrower, I would rather it be on first and then get moved onto me rather than be shot at me initially, right? You get, like, splashed by the fuel or something that they mix in there to make
See,
it.
I don't think it makes a big difference at which point you get hit by the
I don't know.
flamethrower, because either way you're crispy fried. Is there a difference in strength between like a military grade flamethrower and a Moltres?
That's a good question. And how
Like, how do you
advanced,
tell the two apart?
How advanced is the human military in Pokemon? We've seen evidence of guns in the anime, but are there like artillery cannons? Do humans have flamethrowers? If so, have we ever tried sending a human out to battle like an Oddish?
Okay, so the Oddish gets cooked, like straight up. Like a weed whacker will take care of that one for you.
Okay.
No problems.
That's valid.
Based on the fact that Lieutenant Surge wears camo, I have to imagine they do have like actual military weaponry. Otherwise, what's the point of the camo? Like, your Pokemon isn't wearing anything. It sticks out like a sore thumb.
Yeah.
So we know there's been at least 2 or 3 wars in the Pokemon world. Well, actually,
at least 2.
Here's a big question: Is the war that? Yeah, it has to be. Never mind.
What was the question going to?
No, it was a dumb question. I don't want to ask it.
No, I want you to look a little bit dumb. What was the question?
No, I'm not gonna ask the question. I forgot my time scale for a minute.
Right.
Then I remembered, given the time scale of things, that there's no way that question makes any sense.
So, Spooky, do you want to hear some great news?
Are you gonna tell me about our next round?
We can actually hop into the game that has been continuing to rage on. I don't know how long it's got left, but we can jump straight into it and see that Sleepy Rin is missing 2 Mon, whereas Silver Wolf is still up all 4 of his guys. We could have probably been watching this whole time, but you know what? I'm glad that we did.
So is this round 4 or is this round 5?
This is round 4. This is game 3.
Okay, excellent.
Round
excellent.
4 between Sleepy Rin and Silver Wolf 94.
Well, I mean, Sleepy Rin, definitely a bit of a tough spot here, given the 2 versus 4 situation. Not a terrible 2 to have up right now. I mean, I'm a big fan of Rotom. I wouldn't say I'm the biggest fan of Sinistcha, just because I don't use Sinistcha. But they're good mons to have around. Electro Web, not what I would have gone for, personally, but that's why I'm not in the tournament.
Spooky, I gotta point out here, I know this is a small factor, but there was a Charcadet on this team at one point, now a Ceruledge on the side of Silver Wolf.
On the team.
Well, there was. It was
there
once
wasn't.
a Charcadet.
Okay, but when it got on this team, it was already a Ceruledge.
Whoa, hold on, wait, this is massive. A double burn just came through from the Matcha Gotcha. It's not going to have much impact on my Milotic, but this Shadow Claw surely being affected. Sinistcha able to hold on to its leftovers and its life. And with a little bit more of that, we could see a recovery here from Sleepy Lin, although I imagine potentially an Ice Beam might come through from this Milotic. It's going to be down to what it wants to do. Aurora Veil is now gone, and this is a very big opportunity now for Sleepy Rin.
It's a very good opportunity. Maybe Sinistcha can get like a Strength Sap off if they're running it. H/, heal up, make sure this next Shadow Claw does even less. Milotic should be taken down by this Rotom. Electro Whip already put into work. Super effective, and burn against it should be able to get the damage. Wait, whoa!
Yeah, I just saw that as well. That is a fully special attack to Milotic, but it's deciding to go away. It can't live another Electro Web, so even though it had the major special attack boost, it just needed to get out of dodge for a moment. Ceruledge is out now, and Rage Powder comes through, hoping to bring something towards it, but Sinistcha actually is going to receive 0 attacks on the side of this. Rotom still locked into Electro Web. This has got to be Choice Scarf Rotom, which does make this situation very precarious, but that's still a lot of damage to land onto Ceruledge.
It's also got the speed reduction there, which is very nice. So even though I said it wasn't the move I would have chosen, I think this is actually a very good look for Sleepy Rin right now. It's becoming a very defensive game for them. Now the question is, can they KO this Ceruledge before it's able to get some damage off? Because frankly, that Ceruledge is going to be a big problem. Completely healthy, still in the green, no burns. You could look for the Matcha Gotcha to try to get some work done on it, but it does risk your Sinistcha just falling to the Shadow Claw and the combined damage of H/ and Ceruledge, because both of these guys should have super effective moves against it.
Yeah, absolutely, but it's going to come down to whether or not I think this Sinistcha has Shadow Ball. Life Dew is the option. Now, we know that it survives a Shadow Claw from Aegislash, but does it survive a Shadow Claw from Ceruledge? I'm sure, certainly not, but hold on. There's another turn in play here. Phantom Force comes through. Aegislash turns into the offensive form. Shadow Claw comes out. It's still not doing all that much damage. I don't know if Sinistcha has the ability to give itself a protect here. Not that I believe it matters, right? Phantom Force cuts through. Right. Either way, what an interesting move. Phantom Force, no Shadow Claw. I can't imagine a world where this doesn't one-shot the Sinistcha, though, right?
It's not looking good for Sinistcha, quite frankly. It's going to be a full force Phantom Force. I can't imagine it goes onto this Rotom. Yeah, I think at this point, Sincha just presses either Strength Up or another Life Dew to try to keep this Rotom topped up a little bit. But using just Electro Web's not going to burn through, even frankly, the two members that are in front of it. Does go for the Protect. Not going to be doing the work. It's going to avoid nothing from Major Slash.
Well, it looks like a bit of a back and forth, right? Aegislash rather predictably going between King's Shield and offense. And without the Life Dew, I'm just not sure that there's much chance of Sinister surviving. In fact, zero. Maybe it would have with the Life Dew, but that just was not the option locked in. Now, it might have a spread move, and it might have speed on its side, but I just don't imagine a world in which Rotom by itself is able to cut through Aegislash, Ceruledge, Milotic, and Ninetales all by its lonesome.
Hey, Alolan Ninetales. Put some respect on its name here, but I think you kind of hit the nail on the head.
The cool guy.
Rotom Wash. You know,
Cool
you can try your best.
Chill Ninetales.
No.
Nine
Ninetales.
Chill Tails. Ugly
Yeah.
No,
Ugly
that's the worst
Ninetales.
option of the bunch. Out comes the titular Ninetales into an Electro Web, but Ninetales handily avoids, which is obviously sub-ideal. The King Shield form, the Shield form just not taking enough damage. Yeah, it doesn't take enough damage, and with a few more hits like that, I'm not sure that this Rotom is realistically going to be able to cut through. Especially, I wonder if Ninetales here does have access to Freeze Dry. Not that I think it matters in the long term, but
I mean, it would certainly be a good way of closing it out a little bit more quickly. Like you said, Electro Web, I think we might be locked into Electro Web. I wonder if this is scarfed right now, because I have not seen Rotom press another move so far. Really? No King Shield? Okay. I mean, I'm not one to question it, but I do feel like this is a situation where Silver Wolf is absolutely well within his rights to just press offensive attacking moves and work through the remaining yellow HP bar of this Rotom. Aurora Veil, okay.
yeah.
All right.
It's the safest move. I'm not sure that it's the most necessary move, but Silver Wolf certainly.
I said, I heard we got some time till the next round starts. Let's make that count.
The thing is, right, all of these games must have gone relatively long, and even this one is dragging into the last 6 or so minutes. Aegislash and Ninetales, one more attack, a pop should be able to finish this Rotom off, but a little bit too afraid, I think, of the Electro Web. I'm sure that there's no realistic way where the combination of attacks from Ninetales, Aegislash, and Ninetales doesn't even care how many Electro Webs you throw at her. She's not slowing down. You can't stop. She's addicted to the shindig.
So, they will not be punished for this right now. Silver Wolf is in, let's be honest, an unlosable position, but these are the types of decisions that can cost you a lot of momentum in a game. I think Silver Wolf does need to be a little bit more decisive with some of their actions here. You don't need to go for King Shield Aurora Veil when you're 4v1 with a less than half health Rotom. Sure, it's a safe option, but sometimes you just got to go for that KO and just lock things up.
Yeah, I think maybe a little overly cautious from Silver Wolf, but regardless, the result is the same. They are able to end up with a win. And folks, with that, that is the last game of the last set still being played in round 5. Round 4, we've still got 4 more rounds. That game was so long that I forgot what round we were on, Spooky. I thought we'd moved on. But Spooky and I will be back in just a few minutes once the bracket for round 5 has been posted and we can bring a wonderful set to you. But for now, grab a snack, guys, because these games are starting to really heat up. And I think some popcorn would pair nicely. Welcome back, folks, folkettes, and everyone in between, above, below, and through dimensions. We're back, having marginally considered the ramifications of insurance policies in the Pokemon universe. Something we didn't consider, though, Spooky, is that they have universal healthcare, so maybe there was a government-subsidized insurance. The socialist world of Pokemon.
One would hope. You know, I actually saw... I watched something about which region was the closest to a communist revolution recently.
Hoenn.
It was a very interesting... I think it was actually Sinnoh.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think it was Sinnoh was the conclusion on that.
I'm curious. Why Sinnoh specifically?
Okay, I'm gonna be honest. I watched it while I was doing other things, so I've lost some of the reason. It's been like a few weeks.
Fair enough.
But it was all very sound reason, I can tell you that.
It was all very sound reason.
It was all very sound. A lot of it had to do with Fuego Ironworks as well.
Oh, really? It was like a loss of industry kind of thing. It was starting to wind down.
There's a lot of work, there's a lot of worker representation in Sinnoh.
Right.
Also, Kanto might do it, but they're not looking great. Kanto actually doesn't look great compared to a lot of regions. I would highly recommend you guys look into that a little bit because it's actually a lot of interesting content out there.
Go save Kanto, I guess. We are going to be watching I believe the last two undefeated players in the tournament at the moment, Rosha and Jace Rapid. Jace Rapid we've seen a little bit of here or there. The end of the first round we did pop in to see Jace and his squad. Rosha, this will be their first time on the broadcast, however.
Lazy, we can't.
What? Why not?
We can't watch Rosha.
Why?
We can't see them.
Right.
You said it's John Cena.
Right, because John Cena is here. That is a very valid point. However, I think we've cracked the code, Spooky, and we actually have found our anti-John Cena ray that makes John Cena
is
more
that connected
visible.
to the buckles?
To the buckles?
Yes. Do we have to do anything with the buckles to get that formula?
I can't reveal how we got the formula. It was part of the contract that we had with the R&D team that we couldn't post the secret. But it does mean that we can now broadcast Decrepit and Rosha.
I guess that's just a net positive. That's just a win for us, I suppose.
So let's have a look at some of these team sheets here, shall we? Rosha and Decrepit. Looks like Rosha is running a hard Trick Room Mega Golurk squad. This I am very excited about. Meanwhile, on the other side, Mega Floette, Charizard, two different modes from Jace Rapid here looking to play around. But this is all or nothing. Golurk with Golurkite, plus Decidueye with a scope lens.
Scope lens, huh? I'll be honest, I'm not a scope lens believer, but that's also because I'm just a monumentally unlucky individual, so I never get crits when they matter anyway. I do think it's very interesting to run alongside the things like the Leaf Blade, the triple arrows, you get even more crit chance off of that. The question is, how effective does he use this Trick Room, right? Can you get it off quickly? The Ferrograph doesn't pivot out super well. You have to do hard switches off of that.
Yeah.
Which isn't the worst thing in the world. But it does have a weakness to the dark types that Golurk shares, so you can't switch it straight into that. You could run them straight out together, but then you're not able to capitalize on your Incineroar lead as effectively. So I'm interested to see where they decide to put this Golurk and who they lead with.
I wonder if this could even be a first turn protect, second turn attack kind of a moment. It is going to depend.
Do you think it might be?
I think it could be potentially, but then you have to find a way to try
Bold
and keep
prediction.
Well, you have to find a way to keep the Farigiraf safe. The thing that I'm noticing though on the other team, Decrepit, has some options to get some hyper offense, but not necessarily the best ones. This is a great call though, however, because I'm not sure that on -1, Garchomp and regular Sneasler can break through Farigiraf in just one turn.
Well, certainly won't break through the Farigarath because it's definitely going to press Protect here. Incineroar does get the fake out off onto this Sneasler before it's able to move, which means you might actually get that Trick Room off pretty easily.
Could be a flinch.
Nice move there.
Could be a flinch from here. Obviously, Armor Tail preventing Sneasler from being able to go for the fake out. Trick Room comes on out. And now we could see an interesting moment. But the dangerous part of this here, Spooky, is I'm curious to get your read on this. Now that Trick Room is up, Incineroar moves first, which means that getting the parting shot off now does not necessarily lead to an easy in for Golurk, but actually, hold on. It's a hard switch. Decidueye comes out into the Protect.
There is no parting shot on this Incineroar, likely because he knows this Trick Room won't allow him to get that off very easily. So now, hard switch in allows this Decidueye to now be in a pretty decent spot. Rock Slide not going to do a whole lot of anything to either of these Mons. Both in a very good spot here.
Yeah, this is looking like a very strong position for Rocha. Sneasler has just used its Protect, so this has got to be either a switch or a second attempt. Garchomp looking relatively low, and with Leaf Blade, Triple Arrows, and Sucker Punch, there's a lot of options for Decidueye to deal some damage. Incineroar comes in. That will reduce the damage a little bit, but Scope Lens, this is where the Scope Lens could actually come in, plus the Scrappy. Actually, I didn't even consider that.
Ooh, that's gross amounts of damage.
Ouch.
There's the big crit you were talking about. One-shot KO. This Incineroar not going to be doing any kind of work throughout the remainder of this game. Doesn't even really get a... Well, Armor KO again. Just stops these fake-outs. Really kind of a problem is this Farigarath.
I love Discount Blaziken. I think it's doing a great job, and it takes a great kill onto the Incineroar. I'm not sure Jace was even expecting the sheer amount of damage. Now, Sneasler comes in, and here's some important things to note about this Sneasler now, Spooky. No White Herb available, cannot get the Unburden buff back, and now in not necessarily the best position. Farigarath is still on the board, so that means that there's still no opportunity to fake out, and Decidueye, he's leaving. He doesn't want to get hit by a Diaclaw.
Not interested in sticking around, and right back comes the Incineroar. Going to get that Intimidate off again. This time he's going to stick around. Protect will be utilized. Not likely to find a ton of value here. Hypervoice is going to still hit this Garchomp just fine. This Garchomp's really been struggling.
Off he
He's
goes.
going to go down.
Yeah, Choice Scarf Garchomp just meant that there wasn't a lot of room to maneuver. Didn't have many other options than to just sit and click Rock Slide. And here's the question here, Spooky. Heading into the second game, because while this Mega Floette does definitely have an opportunity here, one turn left of Trick Room, Sneasler likely to fall, no Protect, no Pivot available for it. My question is, heading into the second game, were there really no better options for Decrepit than to just try to go for the Rock Slide flinch?
I really think switching the Garchomp out would have been the better call here. Get the Floette in. Sure, it might take a little bit of damage, but your Garchomp can't do anything Choice Scarfed up like this. Good Protect and keep Sneasler alive from that Psychic.
But Spooky, that's a double Protect.
We love it. We love double Protects.
No, we don't. That's the worst possible. Well, we love it when we're up. We hate it when we're down, right? The double Protect comes through to save the life of Schnitzel. The question is, how impactful is this truly going to be? It cannot switch out. It cannot revert this -1 attack drop that is hanging around its neck. Trick Room is finally down, so there is an opportunity for Sneasler to get something done here alongside Floette. The Mega should surely come on and maybe do enough damage to Incineroar to take it out, but that's assuming this won't be a hard switch.
Well, there's the hard switch that you were half expecting there. Decidueye going to come right back in. Do still have that Mega coming out. Still has some good options for damage here. Can do a lot to this Decidueye. But you might have to focus this Farigarath, quite frankly, because this Trick Room is going to completely stop you from doing anything. And just like that, Protect, going to make sure it can't take any damage at all.
Post Combat, however, goes into the other slot, perhaps expecting Decidueye to switch back out into Incineroar. No, instead, Light of Ruin comes through, but it's in the wrong slot. Floette was ready to sacrifice half of its remaining health bar to get this Girafarig off the board, and allowed Decidueye to maybe get some sort of momentum going, but Spooky, there's still one problem. Rosha hasn't even revealed their fourth Pokemon.
I mean, I think that fourth Pokemon is definitely this Mega Golurk that we were talking about.
No.
Well, no, it's actually Primarina. Does not need the Golurk, and it's going to resist this close combat just fine. That right there seals the deal. There is nothing that Decrepit has open to him right now. Draining Kiss, again, resisted. Not enough damage. You can go for a Light of Ruin, but frankly, it's just press attack buttons for Rosha now.
Well, hold on a minute. We're no longer in Trick Room. Primarina and Decidueye are both low. A Dazzling Gleam from Floette has honestly a pretty good chance of KOing definitely the Decidueye, maybe the Primarina. Even switching either of Incineroar or Farigiraf back in could put them in a very precarious situation with Diaclaw on the board as well. Primarina goes down. If there was any doubt about that move from Floette taking a kill, I think it's no longer it. Actually, I should correct myself.
Ooh.
No Dazzling Gleam available for Floette. It is just Draining Kiss and Light of Ruin. But with that, minus the stat drops from Sneasler itself, this is now a 2-2 game. Both Mon, all four Mon at full HP. Sneasler, however, has been dropped another bar of attack.
Here's the problem that you're going to run into if you're Decrepit. You've got no threat from the Sneasler right now. The -2 to attack, the dropped defenses. All you have to do is focus this Floette down. Now, it does mean you have to be careful what you do here, right? You can't sack a Mon out. You have to make sure you're picking the right targets. Floette still has that protective available, can do some scouting, can do some stalling to allow Sneasler to get some damage off. The fake out. No, they're not going to protect against it?
That's so interesting. No matter what I do, I will get some value. Might have been the mission statement from Decrepit. The flinch from Floette goes through. Trick Room comes up.
There it is.
And now we are in a very interesting situation. Because here's the question, Spooky. Does Farigiraf and Incineroar do enough damage to Floette to where it can't just restore all of that health back by draining kissing this Incineroar?
That's a tough spot to be in. There's no protect for Incineroar, so he has to focus on just damage. Flare Blitz is neutral against the Floette. I think they should have enough to take down 133 HP. It's going to be pretty close to it. And if you can get rid of the Floette, the Sneasler is a sitting duck from that point. And go ahead, hit the flower. Oh,
It's low. It's very low. It's more damage than I was expecting. And the Hyper Voice surely will take out the flower. And the defense dropped Sneasler to boot, and what looked like could have been an opening through the window for Jace ended up in a loss. Farigiraf was able to set up another Trick Room, and with that spelled disaster for his opponent, for their opponent, sorry, Rosha, able to successfully win out in game number 1. Now, Spooky, what's the adaptation? Because that almost didn't look like the worst state for Decrepit. It just had a few cool.
I think the Garchomp being locked into the Rock Slide was one of the worst things that happened for Decrepit there. Choice Scarfed in a Trick Room, guaranteed moving last on a spread move, non-stab. You're just not getting anything out there. And since you're going last, who cares about the flinch chance? It's not going to happen. It's not going to be any value. I think if you swap that out a little bit sooner, try to stall out this Trick Room to bring it back in a stronger position, you might have seen something different, but only time will tell.
Potentially game 2 starting very, very shortly.
Now,
straight away, in fact, neither of these two needed much time to think about their leads at all. Heading straight into it, Rosha Decrepit, 1-0 lead to Rosha. The winner of this match, I do believe, guarantees their spot in top 16. And it's going to be the exact same lead from Rosha, but this time, Mega Charizard is along for the ride.
I'm not sure how much this changes on things. If you're willing to swap the Garchomp out, maybe you'll see a difference. But again, we've gone for a speedy start from Decrepit, which, I mean, let's be honest, he doesn't have many other options with the 6 that he's brought. It's not a team that's going to play into Trick Room super well. Fake out comes through, stops this Charizard, does not even try for a Mega Evolution here, and it's right back to that rock slide.
The flinch for the Charizard, and it is a flinch for the the giraffe.
Farigiraf,
is also the Farigiraf gets flinched as well, and everyone is sad about it. I'll cancel myself.
Rocha's very sad about it. That was the Trick Room stopped right there. That was the rock slide he was looking for. Now we get into this Mega Evolution. Heat Wave available. Solar Beam also available. Rock Slide going to come through. Does he get a second flinch is the big question.
Yeah, it needs to for a good opportunity, or at the very least needs to do enough damage for Heat Wave in the sun to finish them off, but no one goes down. Rocha holds, and while Farigiraf does burn, the Citrus Berry will keep it alive, and the turn will allow it to set up that Trick Room. Throat Chop comes out, and, well, I'm sure Charizard will not be feeling very happy about that. But it's a second flinch, and Farigiraf stands there looking stunned as the dimensions do not break.
Bro, Farigiraf's face is my face right now. It's just standing there staring, and that's a straight up forfeit from Rocha. Unable to play the rest of their game, Decrepit gets us to a game 3.
That's very upsetting. I'm sure both trainers would have loved to have continued playing at that game. I wanted to see how Rocha was going to adapt into the rest of it, but they've wasted no time. Spooky, game 3's on the cards. I wonder how quickly we will see the lock-in from these players once we get into game. It is, in fact, immediate, and we'll see that on the screen in just a second, but I wonder if there's going to be any adaptation, because all Rocha did wrong in that situation is lose 30% chances.
Yeah, not a lot that Rocha could have changed to actually have made a big impact there. I think he's running the exact same team right back into things. Decrepit's going to do it too. I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Might as well go for the same strat.
Absolutely right.
Can you get 4 flinches?
It would be devastating. I'm not sure if Rocha's mental could handle getting flinched one more time straight off the rip.
Might fake out the Garchomp.
It could be a potential fake out of the Garchomp, you know, you're right, but that does leave her open to the Heat Wave. I think in this situation, Rocha has to play the odds. Farigiraf, in fact,
there it is.
Twist of fate. Last time 2 flinches, this time a straight up miss. No damage coming onto the Farigiraf this time around. She's tired of your shenanigans, and the dimensions will be twisted around, topsy-turvied, and now slow is fast and fast is slow.
Finally, some good usage of those long legs on Farigiraf. Now the question is, how does Decrepit adapt to the new situation? We saw last time he just kept pressing that rock slide. I really want to see a switch out. Maybe bring out the Incineroar a little bit early. Try to get that Intimidate off and try to counter the switch that you know is coming, but it's into Primarina and a switch up.
Mega Charizard still coming through here, and the Heat Wave will do some decent damage here in the sun. The question's just going to be, surely, I mean, it won't do that much damage to Primarina here, unboosted. No. The Garchomp looks like he's staying. Hyper Voice comes through. Charizard's missing half his health, so is Garchomp. The Heat Wave finally arrives, and while it's a big hit into Farigiraf, will keep it relatively healthy. And Rock Slide has to come back through again, but we're in the Twisted Dimensions. This isn't going to get the value you're hoping for, especially not at -1.
Yeah, there's going to be 0 flinches coming through, and now this Charizard can't stay in either, because if you stay into this Primarina, it's going to destroy you. And we're going to stay into the Primarina, which will move first, so your Solar Beam's not going to get any value here. And that is a KO Charizard and a 6 HP Garchomp. Decrepit, counting on his next 2 to come in full and healthy, try to find some value. Oh no.
There it is again. Decrepit can't afford to forfeit this match, because this is the last lifeline. Whoever wins this game in particular will be the one to move up to top 16. I believe guaranteed, unless some true shenanigans end up happening. But first 5 wins is a good typical rule. Decrepit, we have to see what he's got in the back. Floette surely isn't an option, so it's either Incineroar or Whimsicott, but it feels a little late for either of those to be revealed in this situation. Primarina is staring down this Sneasler, And with Armortail on Girafarig, there's not even a hope for a fake out flinch. This is just absolute raw.
We have to go for the protect here. Sneasel doesn't have any other option. Have to try to stall out some of these Trick Room turns. The problem is, there's a lot of them still left. Sure, it might not be that many as a number, but when you're on the battlefield and you're trying to survive them, 2 or 3 is a massive amount of time. And it's time that Garchomp does not have. We finally get to see what this last Pokemon in his pocket is.
Yeah, there was not a good way for Decrepit to break through this Farigiraf at any point in the game. If anything, I would have almost enjoyed seeing the Incineroar bring alongside Charizard, and maybe, just maybe, a sun-boosted Flare Blitz might have been enough to break through Farigiraf. I don't think it's likely, but surely there had to have been a better option to attempt to take down Farigiraf.
This Armortail just completely stops Decrepit's team because it's such a fake-out reliant team trying to get some space for itself. But the second Protect will fail, and the Psychic will come on in. That is a 4x weakness. This will fall.
And with that, I'm not sure there's many more options for Decrepit to pick up. Even here, it's going to be the Darkest Lariat instead of the Flare Blitz, trying, I suppose, to maintain as much HP as possible. But now that the Trick Room is gone, I mean, not that it matters, right? This is one Incineroar versus the world. What can he do? He's not built for damage. Fake Out comes out, and with just a single target, this could even be a Hyper Voice, but Rosha will play it safe, acknowledging the dangers of Incineroar. Sun comes down. Flare Blitz no longer a massive threat. And with that, Decrepit's last hope, if there was one, of closing this one out has just dimmed.
Yeah, being 1v2, both of these are moving faster. Close combat, every one that comes out, that's gonna just tap Incineroar down to 39. Should just be a Hyper Voice to close things up from this Farigiraf as well. Decrepit fought hard, but that's all she wrote.
It was a great series of events, although I think this is more than anything, Spooky. I think this might just be a team difference, right? We haven't really seen it all that much, but this truly was a matter of Decrepit's team was not fit to handle a hard Trick Room bastioned by a Farigiraf. You mentioned it yourself. A lot of the utility from this squad came from trying to fake out to position Charizard or Floette right so that they could get off massive damage and potentially set up, but with no options, no opportunities to do that, and no decent tools to really break through Farigiraf, there just wasn't a lot of hope or options other than, I guess, just the double flinch.
Yeah, I mean, I can't say I blame Decrepit for spamming Rock Slide the way he did, because that really was his only route, was hope for those flinches, and we play for our outs. We play for, even if it's a small chance to happen, we gotta go for it. Paid off once, but it couldn't pay off every single time. Like I said, the Armortail, it just stopped everything, because even the Whimsicott, running Prankster, wants those priority moves. Like, what's he gonna do? Just did not have the tools to stop it.
Yeah. It's heartbreaking, but Spooky, we can actually hop in and see something else if you are game. But I should actually let you have a small break, because while I might be going somewhere for a quick break, you're sticking around to hang out with the ever wonderful. I'm taking a third break. Me, just me, not the stream, not the players, just me. I'm taking a break. Meanwhile, Spooky.
Some of us are dedicated.
Some of us have more dedication to the craft than I do. You're so right. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a quick turnaround so that I can go and swap off for Haunting, and then we'll be right back with, I believe, the third game of GC Cobain and Amalgam.
Welcome back to BlazyBard's content Inferno, and we are back with more Pokemon. I am Haunting, and I am joined by Spooky Mars, and we are entering into this one, a match between Duskpour and Rising that we join midway through. Looks like Duskpour has already lost 2 Pokemon, the Pelipper and the Basculegion, and Sinister joins its ranks of the dead as well, whereas on the other side, no losses yet for Rising, and a team featuring some unfamiliar faces thus far in the tournament in terms of Volcarona and Orthworm. Spooky, thanks for joining me on the cast for this one. Looks like we've got a bloody game that we're joining already.
Yeah, apparently it's a very fitting one for us to be on here, Spooky and Haunting. I mean, man, it's bodies dropping left and right already. Floette going to be coming on out. That's one that we've seen quite a few times in this tournament so far, but with only Archaludon left, going to be the sole defender for Dusky's attempts to stay in this one. Do you believe this is still game number 1? Correct me if I'm wrong there. Oh, it says match 1 right there. So definitely some time to take lessons from this. Unfortunate that we missed a lot of what happened that led to this game state, but fortunate for the players, they know everything.
They do, and
it's match 3.
they it seems like this one got out of hand pretty quickly. For Duskpour, losing your Rain Setter and your Basculegion early is going to hurt, and I imagine the Archaludon is headed to the scrap pile. So, bit of a quick one for us there, but we will be back for you with some round 6 action very shortly after this. I want to thank you all for hanging out here and joining us at BlazyBard's Content Inferno, and also throw a huge thank you out to Logitech for their sponsorship of this event as well. So, that last game of round 5 going to Rising, and we will join you all with some round 6 action after this.
Yeah, you know who I would not thank, though? I wouldn't thank Blazy. That guy doesn't deserve it. You all thank for being here and putting up with him. Blazy, no, he doesn't get any credit for what he's done, though.
I feel like you and Blazy have a relationship where you're allowed to be a little bit more antagonistic to one another. I'm not sure I've earned that just yet, and I'm pretty grateful for the opportunity to be here. But maybe after today, I'll think a little differently about that guy.
Well, there's still plenty of time. Plenty of opportunities to see a lot more action as well here. I mean, obviously we've seen 5 rounds of gameplay so far. Has there been anything that's kind of stuck out to you as you've been watching, as maybe things you hadn't expected or things you wanted to pick up on?
Yeah, it's a really good question. I think the thing that surprised me, and I was talking to some of our more experienced players in the casting booth about this, is one of the Pokemon we've seen a lot of, despite maybe not fitting into that upper echelon of Pokemon in the format, is Primarina.
Sure.
You know, a lot of what we've seen today has been stuff that I've expected, right? You've had your Weather Setters, you've had your Trick Room Establishers, you've had your Incineroars, your Sinistras, your Sneaslers. All of that is what I expected to see, and Primarina was a Pokemon that caught me off guard a little bit here, and I think a lot of the times that we've seen it, it's actually been pretty impressive. I don't think it's been like a force to be reckoned with on its own by any means, but as role players go, it seems to have filled a niche really nicely.
Well, I don't know if I want to watch any Primarina roleplay personally. I'll leave that to some of the other people in the audience. Now, I'm going to out myself a little bit here, but coming from a singles background, I was actually surprised that Primarina was kind of rated a little bit lower than some other mons, just because she has such good bulk, she's got some good offensive presence, very strong typing. So I'm actually quite satisfied to see her getting a little bit more attention here in the Champions meta, especially at the start of things. Whether that will continue or not, well, we'll see as things develop, but at least for this tournament, she's definitely been a star player. Now, tell me about someone you want to see less of.
I want to see no more Mega Floette, or whatever, Eternal Floette. Whatever it is, get it off my screen. That Pokemon is really stupid. It feels so out of place in the format right now. This is a relatively low power feeling format, and we've got some other criminals. You know, I think Incineroar, bit of a criminal Pokemon. I think you could look at some of the other Pokemon we've seen a fair amount of and say, and I think people are tired of something like Incineroar as well, because it's such a strong player in VGC throughout its first arrival in Sun and Moon, but man, that Eternal Floette just seems to dominate games whenever it appears.
Oh, dude, let me tell you, you and I are going to get along just fine. I think it's time to pick some flowers and throw them out. Unfortunately, I do think we're going to see a lot more
Oh, absolutely.
throughout the day here. Been a very strong player.
It's that risk, right, where once you have a tier 1 in any meta in any game, it becomes very polarizing in that there are a lot of people who either don't necessarily want to play it, but want to compete. And there are also just a number of people who don't enjoy having to play against it because it warps what you have to do strategy-wise. I don't know if we're yet at that game warping state with this Floette where everything you do has to be based around it, but it does feel like it always makes an impact whenever it hits the battlefield, and that is something that you're going to have to take into account when you're constructing your teams and when you're thinking about your approach to any match, especially because if you're looking at a team that's running like double megas or something, you don't even know that it's coming out, and so you're having to put yourself in that situation of, well, do I guess for it or not, and that's the issue with something this strong.
I will note one thing. Currently, our top player, Rosha, in the bracket, running a team that does not include that Floette at all. Just that Trick Room team with the armor tail for Rigorath that we just got to watch, causing a lot of problems for some of these other mainstays. The Incineroar, the Sneasel are not able to find success against that particular composition. And I think that it's a question of, is this an anti-meta choice, or is this something that we might see a little bit more of going forward?
It's an interesting question. I really liked the team that we just saw from Rosha. I'm not quite sure how it's going to go moving forward. In the what it has is a couple of surprises on it. So that Incineroar running close combat, a little bit of a surprise. It works really neatly. There's some synergy there with White Herb, but it isn't a traditional Incineroar build within this current format. And then the Hisuian Decidueye was the real wild card, I think, on this team. And I really liked what it put out. But the question is, now that we've seen it, now that people know that it's there on the team sheet, this being an open team sheet format, does that pack the same level of surprise? And I don't know. Yes. I think this is a cool team. I think it's got some ways of dealing with some of the big meta threats. I think the Farigiraf and it setting up Trick Room with either Primarina or Incineroar next to it looked very, very strong. So it'll be interesting to see how Rosha continues to do as this tournament progresses.
Well, these are the magic words there, right, Haunting? Tournament progresses. That signals to me that we should look at a bracket. I don't know about you, but I like looking at these things.
It's very cool. You get to see the story of the tournament so far as we look through it, and hopefully we'll be able to show it to you on screen. So as we look at round 6, top table there, Mongoose, who we saw in the very first round on the stream, playing against Rosha. Then next to them, Xeno VGC and Jackrapid, 2 players that we've also seen on stream today and who have performed very, very well. And then one of the bigger names in the bracket, Shmon, coming in there. Lots to be excited about, and we're going to be tuning in to a game right this round between Dreams and Zoria Viper, who are just a little lower than I think we can see right now. Oh no, table number 6 for us here. So very high up the bracket and moving us towards that top cut.
You really making me count all the way to 6 today, Haunting. You are making me put in some work, but that's all right. I'm excited to see this one, and notably, this is another team that's running that for Rigorath on the side of Dreams. A couple more Trick Room setters than we saw with Rosha. We'll have to see if that plays an impact onto things. Meanwhile, Zoria on the other side. Not really running too many gimmicks, but the Palafin is on there. One thing we haven't seen a whole lot of. Quick note, take at the standings here. Mongoose looking very solid up at the top there. Just overtook Rosha in their match, which I think was rather impressive.
Yeah, absolutely. And 2 players who I think have been jostling for that top spot as we've seen the day go on. Looking at these teams, you mentioned the Palafin as the first thing, or as the first time we're seeing it. But we're also seeing a Hisuian Arcanine coming up as well, which should be exciting as well, because I don't believe we've seen that one either. But as you mentioned, on the bracket, Mongoose overtaking Rosha, Xeno just behind on Breakers in third. These are three players who I think, based on what we've seen so far, are unsurprising to see up here. Do any other names on this list catch your eye in terms of what we've seen so far today, or in how we might expect them to perform moving forward?
All right, you're going to call me out as being inexperienced with the format as a whole. That's all right. We did see Sheep Herder put up some good results earlier today. Obviously, we saw Decrepit just take their first loss against Rosha. Was able to take that second game, which does keep them up in those stands a little bit. But a lot of these names that you see up here are ones that we're kind of getting tossed around back in the caster room as well. Xeno, another big one, has put up some very solid results in the past. So excited to see how they progress forward as well.
Yeah, I think having looked all the way down now to the 24th place, people who are still live for that top cut, it's going to be a bit more an uphill battle for some of these people if they pick up their third loss here. Going to be a real, probably the end of the run for them, I would expect. But definitely down to 18th place, you're still alive, I think, even if you lose in this round. But things start to get a little bit tougher from there on out. And I think we're ready to head into game if we have the stream ready. So, Spooky, these teams, we've talked about them a little bit. You mentioned that we've got Trick Room versus a much more offensive looking team. That Trick Room team, you mentioned bringing a couple more Trick Room setters. The full half of that team is there to be able to set Trick Room.
So you've certainly got some options on who you want to put out in the lead. I do think that Farigiraf has shown itself to be a very potent starter on that, especially going up against a team that has things like the Sneasler to throw out those fake outs. Doesn't have the Incineroar that's been so prominent, but just the threat of that fake out alone, I think, is enough to put Farigiraf in the front slot. You really don't want your Mimikyu giving up its disguise just to that. Well, it's a ghost type, so you don't have Scrappy. It's not getting faked out anyway. So you've got some good options there.
You certainly do, and then some good options to throw in for your fight against. For once Trick Room is set up, right? You've got the Torkoal, which will be there with Sun and has Eruption ready. And then some Pokemon that we've not seen so much of. So Mega Kangaskhan, that was a real specter haunting the format when it first arrived, but we've seen less and less of this Pokemon in Champions. And then the Chestnut that we saw a Mega Chestnut earlier today, I believe.
We did see one Mega Chestnut earlier. We might see a second one here as well. Dreams is packing that on the Chestnut, obviously. But the question of who do you put out first? I think Farigiraf and this Kangaskhan are probably some very solid starters there. Gets you normal types out at the start, lets you set up your Trick Room, gets you access to that fake out. A little bit of priority as well as some coverage. Only time will tell. On the other side, Zoria. You kind of mentioned the Hisuian Arcanine, and I would be kind of excited to see that come out alongside the Palafin as a lead. I think there's some very good potential there. You can protect, you can flip out. Time will tell, but we'll get right into it.
Yeah, we're about to find out what those lead predictions are and how well we did in setting up this one as we go down into the feature match area. Zoria versus Dreams. Here we go. There you go. Kangaskhan and a Trick Room setup would be the Mimikyu rather than the Farigiraf. And then, as you called it, Palafin and Hisuian Arcanine on the other side for Zoria. So you mentioned Flip Out and Protect coming out on this side, and I have to imagine it will be the Trick Room on the other side. But what about this Kangaskhan? What do we think is going to happen there?
I mean, the Kangaskhan, I think, goes for the fake out onto the Palafin, or maybe onto the Arcanine, try to break that Focus Sash first. You've got your options there. I think the Arcanine is pretty comfortable going for the Protect. It already got its Intimidate off. I think you want to try to stall out the flip turn so you don't get the 0 to hero quite as easily. But it's going to be a hard switch coming up from Zoria, maybe expecting the fake out.
I think you're right. That's a really good call out for the Protect here. We'll have to see if it pays off for them, Because otherwise they may have just exposed their Sneasler to a world of hurt. We see the Mega Form coming through for the Kangaskhan. And here's the fake out, just like you said.
Oh, but it goes on to the assuming Arcanine does not opt for his Protect there. Instead, going to be looking at this. No one is going to be flinched, of course. That's going to be an easy Trick Room setup. Now you're in a tough spot. You do have extreme speed on this Arcanine, so you can get some damage out onto this Kangaskhan quickly. But it doesn't have stab, and it doesn't hit the Mimikyu, which is a big problem right now.
Yeah, really tough spot to be in for the Arcanine. We do know that the Palafin is in the back, ready to come through if Zoria feels like that's going to be the play here. But under Trick Room, probably not going to be doing a whole lot. And the Sneasler, again, a fast threat, so limited with what it can do in these Trick Room conditions.
And this is tough because you've got a very fast team on the side of Zoria, at least on these first two. Palafin not incredibly fast, but not one of the slowest mons in the game either. Meanwhile, Dreams is very well set up to take advantage of the current situation. Mimikyu can kind of hang around here and just stall up some time. It's forcing these switches out. Palafin will come back in. It's going to be coming back into some damage most likely. Shadow Claw going to be used.
Not a whole lot of damage there coming through from the Shadow Claw, but a little bit of chip going down, and boom! Sneasler down. This does open up the option, I suppose, to bring back out the Arcanine and get another Intimidate off, but if that's the kind of damage we're doing under already one Intimidate, I don't know how much you're getting out of that.
Yeah, nickname was really quite accurate there. Ung is what I would say. It's a tough spot to be in. King Gambit comes through, does have access to Protect. I really feel like this is just a double Protect turn coming out from Zoria. You need to stall out some of this Trick Room. You don't want to be taking these hits. And none of the opponents you have out right now are really setups. Mimikyu's carrying Curse, which is interesting to me. Perhaps not something I'd be overly worried about, but certainly could be something to keep an eye on.
Yeah, one of those things that you've always got to keep your mind on. And, well, just as you said it, there is the Curse. And fully appropriate for our Spooky Haunting cast is a Curse on a Ghost Pokemon.
Oh my god, the damage is just breaking through everybody. The Curse goes straight through the Protect, so that gets no value. Wave Crash going to be KOing himself, but at least takes down this Kangaskhan as well. Finally, the big threat that we've seen so far is off the board.
It is, but at what cost? You're already down 2 Pokemon on Zoria's side. We do get to see the Arcanine come back out and maybe help slow this down a little bit more with those Intimidates. Buy yourself some time to get back into this one, but Curse is ticking down and now on the King Gambit too. And with Dreams, it feels like you're in a pretty commanding spot still, even without your Mega Kangaskhan.
Yeah, they've got plenty of options left. They haven't revealed any of their other 2 mons just yet, so whatever comes up, it's going to be a surprise. Wouldn't be too shocked to see something like the Chestnut come out here. Gives you some time to go into the Mega. This King Gambit is already in a really tough spot because of that Curse. And sure, this Mimikyu doesn't have Protect on its side, but at the current situation, it doesn't really need it. You can just keep buying some time for yourself.
The Torkoal in a really good spot here.
Love that.
Trick Room still up, Sun goes out, and we are at full health to hit that Eruption and potentially deal some super effective damage over on to the King Gambit. So I expect we're going to be seeing a Protect come out here from the King Gambit.
I mean, he has to, but at the same time, it's still going to be Curse damage ticking his HP bar away, so the longer he sits there, the less healthy he's going to be.
And we've still got 2 turns of Trick Room as well.
Unaffected by the Intimidate. This is a special attacker who can just press Eruption so freely. And Zoria doesn't have a lot of options into it with his current game state. Just going to have to try to buy out the time, see if he can survive the Trick Room, then go for some crazy crits or something.
You don't have loads of time left, and Trick Room with only... that's a lot of damage, though. That Eruption is going to be hurt here.
Oh, going for the Weather Ball instead. It's a one-hit KO. Nothing that King Gambit could do about it.
Maybe it just doesn't matter, because when you have Weather on your side and Charcoal, you're just doing enough damage.
Rock Slide going to be able to take out the Torkoal, breaks the disguise, which, by the way, that was something I was keeping an eye on. Sure, you cursed, but it doesn't break that disguise. So this Mimikyu just gets to sit around for so long. Now Last Mon can come out for Dreams in a very good spot to take down the last Hisuian Arcanine. It's a Hatterene and Trick Room.
So we could see Trick Room re-established here. I don't know that it does a lot, but we are seeing 2 of the Trick Room setters up. Something I guess we should expect given that 50% of this team is part of that Trick Room package. But an interesting one here, leaving the Chestnut at home. So presumably this Hatterene has to have some kind of offensive capability here, hopefully to power through this last Hisuian Arcanine, which, for being the last man standing here, has done a surprising amount for this team.
Now, the tough spot that Dreams is in right now is that this Mimikyu does have a -2 to the attack and full physical moves. Protect and do some scouting, see what this Hatterene wants to throw out. Survives the last turn of Trick Room as well. Now it's a good time to see if this Arcanine can turn things around. Has to focus on that Hatterene though.
And I imagine we'll see something like the Psychic come through here just to try and power through the last bit of the health bar from the Arcanine. But
does he go for a Rock Slide or Flare Blitz? Sunlight's still harsh.
so Flare Blitz does do a bit more damage here, and maybe you try and run that into the Hatterene to pull off the Hatterene. Oh, goes to the Protect instead.
Shadow Claw come out, leaves the Arcanine at 20, but the Psychic gonna go ahead and finish off the job. Just need a little bit more damage and would have found that KO, and might have even found a way to turn the game around. But as it is, match 1, that goes to Dreams.
To Dreams, and a lot, I think, to think about there. We knew it was going to be a hard Trick Room game going in, and I think Zoria's team maybe not the best set up to play into that Trick Room strategy.
Yeah.
But moreover, there's just a side of this team that we haven't seen yet. We saw the Torkoal pretty late, but it wasn't doing what you bring
we saw
Torkoal to
Trick
do.
Room side. That's a whole side right there. Literally half.
But we don't know what this Chestnut is for, and that provides you still with a little bit of a wild card there in the back. And on the other side with Zoria, a lot of Pokemon that can do a lot when it's their turn to attack, but it seems to me like they're just not getting that turn to attack.
Yeah, that's the big problem. Will they be able to find something this time around? Let's find out. You can already see a quick change up here. Maybe we'll see the Frostlass come out, put some more defensive measures down for Zoria. With the success that this Kangaskhan had for Dreams, I mean, I can't imagine that doesn't make a return.
Right, we saw the Kangaskhan and the Mimikyu as the leads last time for Dreams, and then on the other side it was Hisuian, Arcanine, and Palafin. A start that I liked. I thought that was a really nice decision, but maybe you do go for something different. As you say, you've got the Frostlass there potentially to set up the Snow and maybe even an Aura Veil just to buy yourself some time. You know you're playing into Pokemon that are basically haymakers, right? Once that Trick Room is up, they're just trying to pile damage into you so that you don't get an opportunity to act. And maybe what we have to do here, if we're looking at Zoria's decisions, is think about, well, how do you play this team as defensively as possible so you do have a chance to use your Pokemon offense?
I want to throw out a crazy idea here. Maybe we throw out Palafin and Sinistcha, right? Go for the Machigacha, try to get some burns off, try to reduce what this Kangaskhan can do. But also, the Sinistcha for Zoria is also carrying Trick Room, so it's not a situation he's completely unprepared for. It's just a matter of, can you get things in your favor? It's going to be the same start coming out from our friend Dreams. Be a little bit of a switch up from Zoria as well. I don't know if I like this one as much.
No, it's an interesting decision. I don't know that this does as much. It doesn't really set you up in the same way. We saw the Intimidate coming out early last time from the Arcanine and Palafin being ready to 0 to hero, but instead here with Sneasler and King Gambit, you know, 2 very solid Pokemon that do their jobs well, but you're not really benefiting your team in quite the same way. I'm really not as sure about this one.
I think this is trying to prepare for that Trick Room. Look for the fake out, from Sneasler to try to whittle down this Kangaskhan, or maybe just go straight for a close combat on it and see if you can just find an early KO. And then if they do go for Trick Room, King Gambit is in a good spot to throw some damage out.
It's the fake out just like you predicted, and doing almost 80 or almost 50%, if not a little more.
Nice sword stance. And it's going to be a little bit of a problem. This is Defiant King Gambit as well. Remember, it's not Supreme Overlord, so he's not losing anything coming out early on this. Now, is he slow enough to take advantage of Trick Room?
Oh, and that therein is the big question. And taking some time to set up is important, but you've got essentially a Mimikyu that's not going to be done in one hit. We already see a lot of damage go through onto the Sneasler, so it's unlikely that the Sneasler is going to get off an attack here either, unless they protect and just try and wait it out. I think we're basically now in the same position that we were early on in Game 1, where just such a commanding lead held here in terms of tempo by Dreams.
Very notable as well. King Gambit does not have much coverage. He's only got Kowtow, Cleave, and the Sucker Punch. Kowtow Cleave, though! Gonna cleave that health bar in twain and throw Cowboy Gang right to the bin. Curse, once again, comes through, likely on King Gambit.
They called it exactly. King Gambit taking half of that health bar in Curse, and... Oh, sorry. Half the health bar gone from Mimikyu, but King Gambit also taking a chunk of damage there. And Mimikyu, as you say, with Disguise, isn't going anywhere this turn at the very least. Now, the sunlight is out, and we did see this turn into a weather ball that was pretty scary last time.
Maybe we look for a Sucker Punch from King Gambit onto this Torkoal, but at the same time, Dreams could just read that and go for the Protect and just not worry about what this guy is trying to do, because at this point, you can just wait for the Curse to whittle him down. It's 25% each turn. That does not give you a lot of time to play around here. Now, Zorya is in a better spot, has more Mons available in the last game. Still, a little bit tough.
The question we have to ask ourselves, I suppose, is if this is all King Gambit is able to do, getting rid of that Mega Kangaskhan feels pretty significant.
Yes. Well, Sucker Punch is going to connect. Not going to find a KO there. And Weather Ball, I think that one's going to find a KO just fine.
Yeah. Undoubtedly just wiping out that King Gambit. But Kowtow Cleave did its job, got rid of the Mega Kangaskhan, and now we're back to even between these two teams. One Pokemon down each, and the Palafin sort of at this stage is a little bit like half a Pokemon.
Yeah. I'm really kind of looking for, again, you know, as much as I kind of meme on the double protect turns, a double protect turn goes pretty good for Zorya right now. The biggest problem he has is he doesn't have a lot of ways to break this Mimikyu disguise. Extreme speed, fake out, close combat. You can look for the Dire Claw, but you're going last. It's just not an easy mon to deal with for Zorya.
Yeah, it's been the real sticking point, I think, of these matches, is it's just allowed Dreams a lot of breathing room to do whatever they want in terms of setup. You know, there's the obvious side of it, which is that Trick Room, but I think you're absolutely right. The Curse has been significant, the Disguise has been significant, and there's just not a lot of way to maneuver around it. And, you know, we've seen the Shadow Claw and the Rough Play come out, and they're not doing loads of damage, but it's not insignificant either. I think you'd be quite happy with yourself if you were to look at this Mimikyu and call it the MVP of this team this set.
Yeah, I mean, I think I could definitely agree with that. Mimikyu is putting in a lot more work than I would have expected from this tiny little cloth rag. What can you do? There's been a lot of switch-ins, hard switch-ins for this Arcanine, trying to lower that attack so it does a little bit less, but you just don't have enough ways to work through the Mimikyu right now. Double Protect can come through. I was half expecting another hard switch back to the Palafin, but I don't hate this at all.
No, I think this is smart. It allows you essentially a life bar to play with to bring back out the Palafin if something happens to your Sneasler, which is what we're going to see happen here. And I imagine we maybe see something like Rock Slide come through for the Arcanine, and giving it
disgusting play. That's genuinely such a gross move from Dreams. What a read on that protect. The curse completely bypasses it and just takes the Sneasler down behind his own protect. And now leaves you with the Palafin to come out. Trick Room, though, that's gone.
Well, here's some good news for you, Spooky. If you're looking for Zoria to find ways back into the game, you don't need to break the skies anymore.
He did it for you.
But now we're in a fairly similar end game situation than we saw with the last one. Except this time, instead of just the Mega or the Hisuian Arcanine, rather, it's going to be the Arcanine and the Palafin against this Hatterini that we saw put in some work, and we could just see Trick Room come back out here. It'll be a tough one because I imagine this Torkoal is going the way of the dinosaurs if it doesn't protect here, but if Trick Room comes out, that does give it a chance to throw out one more attack before it shuffles off this Mortal Coil.
This is such an easy protect turn for the Torkoal, though. And Hatterene, sure, it carries it. We're not going for it at all. Calamity Jane takes so much damage. Will we have a Wave Crash coming in as well? They want to stop this Trick Room, and they do so very effectively. That's the right call.
Excellent read there by Zoria. Hatterini dispatched, and now just a lone little turtle with not a lot of health left to try and take this one down, but with no Trick Room, this is going to head straight back over to Palafin, and hopefully Zoria can close this one out and take us to a game 3.
All he has to do is press protect here. If he chooses to protect, he can wait out the rest of the sunlight, and there's no way for the Torkoal to reset it. And frankly, he's at 47. He probably doesn't need the protect, but it is the safer option, is the one he goes for.
I think that's smart. It also means that you're allowing, or sorry, it also means that you just get more time to see how your opponent chooses to play out these difficult situations and maybe take some notes on the way that they're playing the game as well. But here we go. Here's the Wave Crash, and this will be all she wrote for match 2 within the set. We're going to go to game 3, which is one very exciting based on how these streams have been going so far. A lot of 2-0s, but here we go into match 3, and also a real set of mind games going on between these two opponents. We saw some different starts happening on one side, but I feel like having shown the same lead twice, this now gives Dreams a little bit of room to show us a different look at this team.
Yeah, it's now Dream's opportunity to switch things up. You can see the change that was made was Zoria recognized, hey, this Kangaskhan, big problem. Gotta get it out of here. Took the opportunity to one-shot it very quickly. And sure, some damage was sent back as a result, but that was the biggest issue. Now heading to game 3, Dreams has 2 games of information, has had the opportunity to see a little bit more of his opponent's team than Zoria has had. So you have to wonder how that plays into the decision-making as they get ready for their third bout.
Yeah, it's a tough one as well, right, Spooky, because it's not like Dreams can really pivot strategy-wise. You're locked into playing this Trick Room style. And I think based on what we've seen, the Mimikyu
for it.
the Mimikyu is the star player for me on this team. So I feel like you sort of have to bring that as well. But is there an argument for bringing the Farafarig here? Is there an argument for bringing in the Chestnut? Or are you just running back the same 4 and hoping that you play out some of these early turns a little different?
There is an argument to be made for the Fargraph, just because of how much priority Zoria has brought on their team. But like you mentioned, I think that the Mimikyu's value has shown time and time again. And Dreams, frankly, has looked phenomenal playing with it. The curse usage is not something that I thought I would have to be talking about, especially like actual ghost type curse. I never see that get used, but it's looking great right now.
It's been a really big turning point for me in the way this set has played out, has been the use of curse. And I imagine we're going to see that happen again. And I don't know that Zoria necessarily has a great way of playing around it with the tools available to them other than just trying to hard outplay here. We see the exact same start here in game number 3 than we saw in game number 2, although I think the positions are switched up slightly. So it's more of an aesthetic difference than anything.
Yeah, we're running back a lot. And I think that kind of speaks what Dreams is thinking, right? Very confident in this Mimikyu. Knows he's bringing it back time and time again. And this time around, there is no Intimidate to lower it down. Not going for the Mega Evolution off the bat here as well. Still gets the Swords Dance off, but this is a switch up.
It is. It potentially suggests to me that we may see the Chestnut in the back instead of one of the other Pokemon that we've seen so far. If you're not willing to use the Mega Evolution on the Kangaskhan, maybe you're saving your Mega Evolution for that.
This does still bring a lot of damage as well. With the Swords Dance off on the Kingambit, you have to be very careful about how you choose to approach this next turn. Are you saving this Kangaskhan? Are you doing a hard switch to try to buy yourself some time? I have to imagine we look for the Sucker Punch or the Kowtow Cleave like we saw before. I prefer the Sucker Punch here just to try to save some damage from your teammate, but you never know what the rest of the moveset is.
Well, here we go. First hard switch coming out. I imagine it'll be the Hisuian Arcanine. Try and get some Intimidate down onto the Kangaskhan, sorry. Almost said Mega Kangaskhan, but we haven't evolved yet. So here's the Kowtow Cleave, and this did a lot of damage last time.
And it's going to do the same amount of damage this time as well. I like the attempt for Scrappy to avoid the Intimidate, but it just does not work out here. Curse going to come right back. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Straight on the Kingambit, so you can buy some time now. Oh,
Yeah, almost the exact same dance here in game 3, but
Captain Chess.
there we go. I called it. This is where we're going to see that Mega Evolution onto the Chestnut. And this is, so far, the first unique Pokemon I think we've seen this round. I think every other Pokemon we saw in game 2 had already appeared in game 1. So, first major change here for either of these players.
And you gotta imagine we're looking straight for that Mega Evolution. Get that defense boosted up. Gotta be very careful about this Kingambit with his sky-high attack right now. You're in a good spot to deal with it. Question is, how do you deal with this Arcanine as well? The Hisuian Arcanine hits very hard, and it's not the best type matchup for this Chestnut either.
No, I think you have to rely on what you're getting out of Trick Room here and making sure you're making use of your priority, and hopefully, or my guess is that we're going to see a Body Press come through here and try and get rid of this Hisuian Arcanine ASAP.
Finally breaking that disguise manually, forcing the Mimikyu into a slightly worse position. And there's the Body Press you called for, and it's just going to eliminate this Kingambit. Nothing to do about that one. Keeps this Hisuian Arcanine on the field for just a little bit longer.
Hisuian Arcanine going to take a little bit of damage there from the Shadow Claw, but here comes the Flare Blitz that we were worried about. But instead, going for the Mimikyu.
They hate it! They hate him!
I mean,
Mimikyu's been hate crimed.
If you played the last 2 games, Spooky, you tell me you're not doing the same thing right now.
No, I 100% agree with Zoria. I would have done the same exact thing in their shoes. That Mimikyu has got to go. Gives them time to bring the Sneasler back out. But now the Torkoal too in the Trick Room. Haunting. It's still a tough spot.
This is still a tough spot. I think we're either going to have to see a switch here from the Arcanine or a Protect to make it through the next turn unscathed. And then you've got an Arcanine and Sun, which isn't too bad, and Trick Room starting to fade away here, but 2 very powerful Pokemon out on the field for Dreams that can output a lot of damage when they go unchallenged, and right now they are looking unchallenged.
Perhaps a Protect here and then a hard switch, but no, I'm wrong. It's going to be a hard switch
Oh.
first. Into the Frostlass.
And
In the
presumably we
sun?
see the snow here?
Maybe try to turn things around. Protect. Buy some time. This gives you an opportunity to go for the Mega Evolution to bring the snow in. A great read on the Body Press.
So we're going to get a full turn of Mega Frostlass coming up next turn, which, again, a real adaptation here by these players. We're seeing a real change in the way they're approaching sort of the mid to late game of this one, which has been where a lot of the difficult decisions have come in this set between these two, but a really different look here. No longer the Hatterini or the Palafin, but instead going to get our first look at this Mega Frostlass in this set.
Well, just not going to take the opportunity to set up an iron defense to make this next body press a little bit heavier. But now the Trick Room has run out. Great double protect turn to buy off the last bit of time. Now we can look for a Mega Evolution. Now Zorya can go on the offensive. But who do they target first here? Because both of these Pokemon are kind of a problem.
They are. There's not really a clear must deal with one or the other. And you're not getting the best Blizzards in the world either. They're still going to be good, don't get me wrong, but it's not like an easy wipe the other team out with the Blizzard here from the Mega Frostlass. But you are going to end the Sun, which starts to help a little bit here. And the close combat's going to do something.
About half is what it'll do there. White Herb should kick in here, keep those defenses up a little bit higher. This is still a good position for Zorya. The body presses can't do a lot of work into the duo he has out, and the Blizzard takes out a good chunk of this Chestnut's HP.
You know, with the body press coming through here, you still have the Hisuian Arcanine in the back, and this is one of the best places we've seen Zorya, I think, this entire set.
Yeah, definitely. Eruption will come out and hit. This Frostlass doesn't do quite as much as I think they were hoping it would. Not even half HP given how low this Torkoal is already.
And now you get another Intimidate. Not that it will really matter into the body presses, but if the Hisuian Arcanine goes down, you still have to deal with this Mega Frostlass, and the body press isn't part of the calculation there whatsoever. So I think this isn't wrapped up just yet. Dream's gonna have to make some difficult plays here.
Yeah, this is not an easy spot to be in at all. Outsped by just about everything, but oh my god, it is over. Blizzard takes out both targets in one click. And just like that, Zorya turns everything around, comes out with a win.
What a resounding end to this one. Our round 6 match wrapping up in dramatic fashion with that double knockout there. And maybe this was the real adaptation we needed all along from this one. Zorya played a pretty impressive game in Game 1, then just got truly mimickied in Game 2. But Game 3, we saw a different approach, bringing that Mega Frostlass in the back, and that turned out to be a huge difference maker.
Yeah, not letting the Mimikyu get off a second curse as well limited a lot of the offensive capabilities of what Dreams was able to bring with that out. And it really feels like maybe the change in the Mega Evolution wasn't quite what Dreams needed at the time. The Kangaskhan was able to do a lot of work in the first 2 games, was not able to bring that in game number 3. Like you said, Haunting, it was a dramatic fashion, but man, I am glad we were here for it.
Oh, absolutely. What a game to watch. And for both of us, a couple of ghost types in there as well, doing serious work, which is exactly what we asked for. So thank you, production, for lining up that game for us.
That is going to do it for our game there, but I think we've still got plenty more action coming up, Haunting.
Yeah, and I think both those players still alive in the tournament. I really hope we get to see more of those teams as we go forward. Really enjoyed watching both of those teams and bringing something a little bit different to this format than we've seen so far.
Well, if we get to see them later on, who knows what we will be keeping our eyes out for everything as we head on. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be right back. It's just us, and the players don't go anywhere. We'll be coming back.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and everything between, above, below, and through dimensions, welcome back to BlazyBard's content in Inferno. That's my name on the title of the stream, and I'm joined here by Zippity Zap, who is joining us all the way from the land covered in snow, although I guess at the moment probably not covered in snow.
No, it still is. I'm north
Still
enough
snow?
that we still are covered in snow.
Okay, the Great North, aka Canada, and it wouldn't be Canada without Logitech. I don't know. That was a weird, a weird pivot. But thank you very much to our wonderful sponsor Logitech for supporting and sponsoring this broadcast and event. We'll be unveiling the prizes for top 4 when we get there, but we're not in top 4 yet, Zippity. In fact, we are in the very last round of Swiss. And we've got 2 incredible players coming up, both of them vying for a win to move on to top 16.
Yeah, this is their last chance, and it's not even necessarily guaranteed with the way that the tiebreakers are working. So 5-2 is the limit for what you need, or the bare minimum for what you need to make it into the top cut. So at the top right of the page there, we can see Mongoose and Xeno VGC are the undefeated players going against each other to see who will be the last undefeated. I believe also Rasha might also be undefeated, but this is their last chance to try to go perfect. And our match here is with 2 players that are at 4-2, so last possible opportunity. And I believe for one of these players, Bax Floyd, if I remember correctly, I think they had a pretty rough early start to this tournament, but have made a huge comeback here to manage to get to this winning in stage. And so being these most dramatic matches, it's going to be exciting to watch the intensity of players trying to get into that final spot.
Yeah, there's a real feeling of Bax being against the wall here. Bax Floyd's being against the wall here, if you will. And we'll see that, I think, in some of these playstyles. Look at the teams lined up here. It's a pretty standard Mega Gardevoir, Mega Floette. They're basically the same Pokemon from Bax Floyd with some Tailwind Encore support and a little bit of a Drought Sun mode here, with the Torkoal being brought along. On the other side, it's actually looking like also Sun, Mega Charizard. Oh, wait, hold on a minute. Wait, this is Mega Charizard X.
Indeed it is. So the physical Charizard, not a Sun team in this case. Charizard just being a physical attacker here, not really synergizing with other stuff. Going for the Dragon Dance set. So trying to sweep on its own rather than being supportive like we have seen in other Charizard sets. But at least that means, you know, your Milotic that's on the team doesn't have its water type damage reduced. And I think it's really just going to be a lot of protect the king around that Charizard.
Yeah, this is a very interesting one. I don't know that I've actually even seen the in-game model of Charizard X. It just has not really been used so far, but we'll get to see it shortly here. As both of the players are now in the lobby, we can go ahead and give the signal for people to begin. But I'm very curious, Zippy-Zap, if you were looking at this matchup, is there a particular place that you would look to start with a lead? We'll start with Prul.
That's a good question. I think naturally looking to the fake out Pokemon out of the lead, I think is a pretty common spot to start. So Charizard wants to get Dragon Dance up. If you combine it with Sneasler, you can go for a fake out, give yourself a little bit more room to get that Dragon Dance, and then follow with a full sweep from that Pokemon. It is a little bit dangerous to go for with all sorts of stuff on Bax's team. You've got the Mega Floette, which Charizard X goes to a Dragon Fire type, compared to Y, which keeps a regular typing. So that does make those fairy type attacks now neutral instead of being a resistance. And then other options that we have to look out for, Torkoal might not want to be brought for Bax Floyd since he will be activating that Charizard. So we might need to see an alternative strategy out of Bax Floyd.
Yeah, it is going to be an interesting one. Obviously, you give up your resistance to fairy-type moves for this Charizard X, and I am so curious. I mean, it is really a matter of... We have not seen this. We've not seen this in any other part of the tournament. I don't know about you, but I haven't seen this in any place on ladder. So I'm just really curious as to how this will even match up. Sneasler is available to potentially take a quick kill onto Floette if they can be positioned correctly. But even then, there is a lot of question marks as to how effective this Charizard will be.
Another important factor is that the Dragapult on Bax's side here would be doing super effective damage into that Charizard, as well as the Garchomp. Now, the Garchomp on the other end is a Choice Scarf with Dragon Claw, so it is able to outspeed Dragapult, but Dragapult holds the Focus Sash, so able to at least survive one of the Dragon Claws there and return off a Dragon Darts. If that gets boosted in some sort of way, which I see the Torkoal has Helping Hand, you could have that Dragon Darts getting a KO on both Garchomp and Charizard if the positioning goes awry.
We'll have to see the first leads from both players. I think it's all going to come down to the first few turns. I mean, what a non-sentence a lot of Pokemon matches often do, but I think this match in particular, Milotic Sneasler lead into Dragapult and Whimsicott. What an interesting setup here. The fake out pressure from Sneasler, but what is Milotic here for? Is this Icy Wind?
Yeah, Milotic is bringing Icy Wind. It is also just a super bulky Pokemon here, possibly also trying to call out the Incineroar on the other side. Milotic with the competitive ability gets +2 special attack if it has any other stat lowered. We see here Whimsicott going for a Protect, trying to avoid the Fake Out or possibly Dire Claw from Sneasler, but it is also protecting instead. So instead, it'll just be, Dragapult bouncing off the Sneasler, and I guess Milotic going for the Ice Beam, actually, going full aggressive here and doing a fair bit of damage to that Dragon type.
It's so effective, in fact, that it will paralyze and freeze Dragapult on the spot now. This is not as deadly of a condition as it has been in previous titles, but this is still definitely not the position you want to see your Dragapult in. I was under the impression that Milotic surely would have wanted to go for the Icy Wind to try and slow down this monster for a turn and get a bit of a speed advantage off onto it. Instead now, Charizard comes on out, avoiding the Encore from Whimsicott. It's a beautiful switch. The calls from Prul have been on the nose so far. And with the second round ineffective from Bax Floyd, the Dragapult goes down with absolutely nothing to show for it.
Yeah, that is huge shift of momentum for PRUL here. Bax Floyd really needing that Dragapult to be the answer to Charizard. And we see the Sneasler swap out for that Zard as the threat has been removed. And so it is free now to go for that Mega and start trying to set up from there. The question is, what option is going to be brought in by Bax Floyd? You need to keep pressure on the field, and that is exactly what Mega Floette will be able to do here. You have to stop Charizard from feeling safe to Dragon Dance.
Well, I think this is a really interesting position to be in, because Prul almost doesn't want to Mega Evolve in this situation, right? You want to keep that resistance to Fairy types, but at the same time, if you do that, Charizard just does not really have the physical attack stats to make good use of the rest of this set without Mega Evolving. So it's going to be all down to how Prul wants to position this and how they want to play it. It will be straight into the Mega Evolution. It could be maybe some shenanigans. Life Dew is available for Milotic, but I'm just not sure that Charizard's living anything from this Floette.
Yeah, you're kind of forced to be in an offensive stance from Prul's perspective because of the Encore on Whimsicott. Ooh. You aren't really safe to go for a Protect, but we see a Protect from the Floette here, actually. So stalling out a little bit, going for the Tailwind, maybe hoping that Whimsicott will be able to bring some value on the next turn. Perhaps expecting one attack from Mega Floette won't be enough, but the double up of Moonblast will be. And we also see a dodge of an attack there, as this Whimsicott is holding the Bright Powder. So that's a bit of an unconventional pick here, but when the Focus Sash is already taken, sometimes you just get bailed out by something like that.
The RNGesus giveth and RNGesus taketh away. The freeze was fortuitous, but that definitely was not the Icy Wind you wanted to miss. Now, Milotic, a very important moment here. Icy Wind has to come through and lower the speed of Floette if they want to deal with this in Tailwind. Charizard X not particularly quick as far as Charizard forms go. As the Icy Wind is going to connect onto both targets this time around, and even despite the effectiveness, Whimsicott is not taking any damage from that. I know Icy Wind isn't a particularly powerful move, but only 32 points.
Yeah, and with the Tailwind still up, I think Floette will still actually be faster than Charizard. It comes down a little bit to the way these Pokemon have been trained with their speed stat, how much that's been prioritized. But Tailwind being double speed, and then the -1 stat speed being times 0.6, makes it so that you probably are still going first. And we do, in fact, see here, Floette does go for the Moonblast, gets the knockout onto the Charizard all the way from full there. That is a huge momentum shift. And now that allows the Whimsicott to go for a Moonblast into the Milotic. Not a huge amount of damage, but enough, well, I guess in this case, enough to activate the Citrus Berry and get it closer to getting knocked out by a Floette attack. And once again, that Icy Wind not doing very much damage. However, between Tailwind and Icy Wind, these Pokemon are now at neutral speed, which will be less than the Sneasler that has hit the field.
Yeah, Monster in, absolutely looking to make something happen. Tailwind only one more turn, but this is not a turn that they can necessarily afford to play safely on. Whimsicott has the power to get that Tailwind up straight away, regardless of how defensive Prul plays this turn. Fake Out is available. Fake Out could go into the Floette slot. Will be a protect from Capricorn, the Whimsicott, and from the Floette as well. So a double protect turn here from BlazyBard's, trying to keep himself safe away from the Fake Out, but it wasn't even the Fake Out choice going in. It was Direclaw, and now no one on the side of BlazyBard is safe from anything, and Tailwind is down.
Tailwind is down. At least Whimsicott has priority on that. It was a good choice to go for a protect on that pass turn. Something that a lot of players will neglect on Whimsicott is running protect, but in this case it has been huge because Tailwind has been stalled out. His Pokemon are still at -2 speed, so he needs that to get back up to considerably neutral. And now being able to set up the Tailwind and swap out the Floette means that later the Floette will be able to be faster than the Sneasler, assuming it doesn't activate its White Herb and get an Unburden boost.
It's not going to matter if we can avoid any sort of procs from Direclaw. Rotom wash in, and it is able to avoid getting slept, paralyzed, or poisoned. Very important because the Sneasler needs to go down this turn inside the Tailwind if they have a chance of bringing this one back. We still don't know what the fourth Pokemon is for Prul. And I guess the same thing cannot be said over here on the BlazyBard's side, as Rotom Wash was just brought in. Aquarius. I'm loving the naming theme, by the way, very astrology based.
Indeed, yeah. I think, all of the Pokemon on Bax's team are nicknamed after astrology symbols. So it'll be an interesting call here to see what this Rotom decides to go for. It is holding the Choice Scarf, so whatever it chooses, it is going to be stuck with, unless, of course, it is a Volt Switch. We see the Protect there, and it was into the Milotic originally, but swapping out to the Garchomp, being a ground type, will be immune, and Sneasler protecting from a Moonblast simply means nothing happens. So this is Prul trying to slowly stall out that Tailwind before the Mega Floette comes to the field. It really needs to ensure that Sneasler is around and healthy to deal with that Mega Floette with no Tailwind on the other side.
I suppose you could even make the argument here, right, that despite Charizard not getting much of any damage, I think, before going down, the sheer presence of allowing Charizard to take the damage while Milotic sits on the side and spams out Icy Wind has been palpable. Because of it, BlazyBard just has not been able to find the momentum that he needed, and Sneasler has been withdrawn now back out into the Milotic to try and reset some of this pressure again. They know, Prul knows that they need to keep Sneasler alive, but the call-out, I'm not sure even if it was a call-out either way, though. Thunderbolt, the absolute correct choice to make. Milotic falls down, and the Bright Powder comes in yet again to save Whimsicott from the Rock Slide.
Yeah, this is huge. I think this means that for the next turn, Whimsicott will be able to Tailwind once again, or at least protect for the final turn of Trick Room, and then Tailwind in following. And that will allow Mega Floette to simply clean up the rest of this game. Sneasler will come back to the field, and at this stage, yeah, we can see confirmation. Tailwind, one turn left. It is a simple play to protect your Whimsicott, ensure that it is going to be safe to reset Tailwind later. Your Rotom is almost guaranteed to get faked out and knocked out at this stage, but that's a sacrifice you are willing to make for the sake of the rest of the game.
Project here from the Whimsicott, exactly as predicted, but Thunderbolt is locked in. Hold on, that's not a fake out. Sneasler didn't get a chance to move fast. The Rock Slide comes through. It's not going to matter. Capricorn, the Whimsicott stays alive. Aquarius lays down his life, and Drum and Washer to sacrifice out and bring Mega Floette in. The Diaclaw goes into Whimsicott as well, but it's just not going to be enough. Fake Out isn't around. That kill onto Milotic is so important now, because as you mentioned, Tailwind can go up. Dazzling Gleam can absolutely rupture through both of these remaining Pokemon, and that should be all she wrote. Bax Floyd taking game number 1.
Yeah, this has been an excellent example of being able to play around unfortunate RNG. I think it kind of balanced out in the end. There was a Rock Slide miss onto that Whimsicott that I think has defined this game in some ways, but also the Dragapult freeze could have the same said about it. And so Bax has managed to play around that turn 1 freeze, bring it all the way back, and did an excellent job of preserving Tailwind for the moments that it mattered most. I believe Tailwind was set 3 times in this match, managing to protect Whimsicott the whole way through with a little help from the Bright Powder, but that really closed out the endgame for Bax.
Yeah, not even just a Rock Slide miss as well. The Icy Wind earlier on, keeping the Whimsicott not only topped off a little bit longer, but also, essentially, I think, Zap, keeping its speed at neutral rather than dipping it out -1 in that Tailwind made a lot of difference. As you mentioned, it is certainly an important mon. And as we head into game number 2, I wonder what the question is in terms of what the adaptation needs to be from Prool, because it felt like they did everything right for the most part.
Well, one of the big ways that you can shut down a Whimsicott is by bringing a Talonflame, and that is exactly what Prool has available. Dual Wing Beat sometimes is rarely enough to knock out a Whimsicott from full, but it is at least priority, and so you can get that damage down, maybe, and yes, we see it here, Talonflame matching up into that Whimsicott straight out of the gates. If nothing else, you can match Tailwind, but in the best case, which would require a very frail Whimsicott, but can happen, that Dual Wing Beat could knock out Whimsicott before it can even get up its Prankster Tailwind.
Well, here's what I find interesting. Either this is a very weak special attack Milotic, or potentially this is a Whimsicott that has some special bulk to it, because the attacks from Milotic did not do all that much damage. Ice Beam barely did half earlier on, so I am curious where the investment has gone onto Whimsicott, but you're absolutely correct in that it could spell the difference between it losing to Dual Wing Beat or it being able to stay on its feet. We will see the substitution here nice and quickly. No Fake Out from Sneasler. Instead, the immediate switch out into King Gambit.
Yeah, that's an interesting play there, not taking advantage of having Fake Out and, in this case, swapping out, which was the defensive play here, anticipating the Psychic Fangs from Dragapult, but also not doing anything with Talonflame here, going for the Protect. It is sometimes nice to be able to stagger your Tailwinds, so you can have the stage later on in the game where you've stalled out your opponents, but yours is still available. So perhaps that was the mindset here. But now with King Gambit on the field, you're threatening Sucker Punch into the Dragapult. Often that'll be enough to pick up a knockout with just how powerful that Dark type priority move is into the Ghost type Dragapult. Question really for me is this Talonflame going to go for the offense into the Whimsicott, or is it now time to set up Tailwind?
Yeah, it's a good question. Neither, I think, is the response from Prool. Instead, substituted out for Charizard. Again, correctly predicting the encore from Whimsicott coming through. This time around, Bright Powder can't save you. The call was correct. He knew Dragapult was switching out this turn, and Prool makes the call. Goodbye, Whimsicott. Tailwind still on the board, available for them. But this time around, the support from Bax Floyd, that backbone that kept this team going throughout the late game, has been removed. And even though Charizard is now on the field and is in a very rough-looking spot against two mon that threaten it quite a bit, we know that both Floette and Rotom have to put in a lot of work to make up for the loss of their support.
Charizard is in a tough position, but at the same time, I think it is partnered by the perfect Pokemon in this case. Kingambit's threat of Iron Head into Floette means that Bax now has to make a decision of what he wants to get the knockout on, because he can't have both at this stage. If you want to try to check out Charizard, that's going to require a double up, but then Kingambit gets the Iron Head off for free. If you take out the Kingambit, you're potentially leaving Charizard available to Dragon Dance or just get a Flare Blitz off. And so we'll see the Mega Evolutions from both sides be activated here, as we would expect from these teams. But the big question to me is, which target is this Rotom going for? It will be a Hydro Pump, and it is into the Kingambit. So the threat has been chosen.
That's a lot of damage. The Moonblast comes through as well, looking to get Charizard off the board. But importantly, that leaves Gambit with enough health and enough damage in the tank to get off an Iron Head onto Mega Floette. Now, whether or not this spells the end is the question. The answer being yes, goodbye, and both Megas fall from across the field this turn. Proul walks away one more Pokemon richer than Bax Floyd, who is now -2. Dragapult and Rotom, the last two on their feet. Meanwhile, 3-Mon stand in the way of Bax Floyd and a trip into top 16. Proul is looking poised to bring this one back and take us to game 3.
Yeah, now you find yourself in a pretty positive position with Fake Out into a Choice Scarf Rotom and Sucker Punch into the Dragapult. Dragapult doesn't have any supportive options available to it to try to pick a move that won't get taken advantage of by the Sucker Punch. It has Protect at least, but that still only delays the inevitable. It looks like instead, though, we will see Psychic Fangs into the Sneasler, so no Sucker Punch yet. Perhaps prioritizing Kowtow Cleave to be the finisher instead.
Goes into the Rotom slot, though. This needs to pick up to be a guaranteed victory, but didn't quite do enough. 9 health left on the washing machine. Talonflame is still in the back. There is still a lot of momentum for him to catch up with him. My question is going to be, with the Choice Scarf, is he going to be faster than Talonflame? No. Full HP, Gale Wings active. This is not an opportunity for him to take advantage. But I'm very curious here. Bax Floyd still has some options, but it's going to be a very tight window of opportunity to close this one out.
Yeah, and Talonflame's only attacking move is not 100% accurate. Dual Wing Beat at 90%. Naturally, you want to target that into the Rotom to take that off the field as soon as you can here. However, it is not guaranteed. It will actually land its spot this time, so no longer plagued by inaccuracy as Proul was in the previous battle. But then that will take out the Rotom. Sucker Punch to follow up. Not enough to take out the Dragapult, but only by the grace of its Focus Sash.
Not sure that there's too much more that Bax Floyd can realistically do in this situation. Dragon Darts just do not do enough damage to either side of the board to get them down. And with the Sucker Punch looming, at least there's no Gale Wings from Talonflame to try and contend with, but I'm still not convinced that Gemini, the Dragapult, can do much other than stare across the aisle while Kingambit charges it down with the Sucker Punch to close out Game 2.
Excellent positioning there from Proul, when there were so many times there that I was expecting a certain action out of that Talonflame, and it always subverted my expectations. I thought it was a little strange, but you know what? This is why these players are on their winning in this tournament. They have excellent decision making, and it really proved there, and that's why we're headed all the way to Game 3 as well. These players are very equally matched.
It's incredibly exciting, Zippity Zap. 7 rounds of Swiss, and only these last 2, at least on the broadcast, have made it to a full Game 3, and what a treat we get to watch these two teams, these two trainers, battling it out for what could be the very last spot in top 16, and the adaptation to the leads here is going to make all of the difference. How does Vaxfloyd avoid Floette from getting taken down by Sneasler? What is this Incineroar potentially going to do? Zap, tell me, what does Vaxfloyd need to fix to make match 3 even more special?
The biggest opposition that Bax faced in that game from Prul was the King Gambit. That was the decider in that game. So the question is, how do you try to deal with this King Gambit? We saw Hydro Pump from the Rotom Wash did a little over 50%. Perhaps you need to combo those together. Maybe go for a Dazzling Gleam instead of a Moonblast from Floette in order to get more damage in there as well. Maybe even try to activate your Torkoal just to have the super effective hit, because the Torkoal is one of the few ways that you actually have super effective damage into this King Gambit. It doesn't look like we're going to be seeing that based on these leads, but a very offensive start here from Bax, bringing Dragapult and the Choice Scarf Rotom here, whereas it's two of the offensive but still more supportive Pokemon on Prul's side.
It's going to come down to the first turn here. Sneasler is threatening Fake Out. Talonflame has the Tailwind. Fun tongue twister for us here at 6 hours into the broadcast, but it won't be a Fake Out straight into the close combat. Aquarius will tank it. The damage has been dealt. White Herb will recover the defense drops, so Sneasler not as vulnerable as maybe Vaxfloyd would have preferred to have seen it, but the Dragon Darts come out. They will hit one side apiece. Unburden has now been activated, not as if this Sneasler wasn't already the fastest thing on the board, but Talonflame goes down. Tailwind has already been set. Talonflame has gotten its value before being KO'd. And now this Sneasler, this is a threat that is looming large with the Charizard right around the corner.
It's a significant adjustment in mindset here from Vaxfloyd. Previously, Whimsicott on lead both times just to ensure the speed control was in his favor. But now we don't see the Whimsicott at all so far. So perhaps it's looming in the back, trying to claim the speed control later on in this battle. But the mindset adjustment here could be the difference maker, giving up on speed control, perhaps relying on bulk and raw output here. But speaking of raw output, we see the Charizard go for the Mega Evolution, Dire Claw into the Dragapult, hoping for some status, gets it, but it's poison, so not quite as valuable as you'd hope. And the Charizard is able to clean it up.
Breaking swipe, thank you. Tailwind will clean the entire board. Goodbye, Rotom. Goodbye, Dragapult. Have fun in the PC. The rest of your team is going to have to pick up this slack now. Prul is +1, 3 against 2, and it should be Floette and Whimsicott in the back to try and deal with this setup. But I'm not sure that this is a great position for Vaxfloyd, because even under Tailwind, unburdened Sneasler will surely be fast enough to take the kill onto Floette. So Mega Charizard is still a threat in this moment, despite the power of both of these Pokemon. It's such an interesting game state. Whoever blinks first is going to end up, I believe, losing, but we still don't know what Prul has in the back.
I'm not sure we're going to find out what Prul has in the back. The speed control being taken by that Talonflame, not having a Whimsicott across from it at the start, is really just putting all of the cards in Prul's hand here. We'll see the Mega Evolution. Perhaps we will see a Tailwind out of the Whimsicott and a Moonblast into the Charizard, which we know does get the knockout. But I think it's too little too late at this stage. The Sneasler is simply super effective against both of these Pokemon. It's going to be going faster than you could ever hope. That's at least a good start. Going for Encore into Charizard shuts it down from being able to do anything useful because it's locked into a Dragon-type move now into 2 Fairies. But it's going to be a long climb to try to get back into this game.
Yeah, no, it's a rough one. This is, as you mentioned, this is great, but the biggest problem that they have is now without Protect, the only option to prevent Floette from going down to Diaclaw is to try and risk the double and then potentially go for the Moonblast on Whimsicott. But then the question is, what if Diaclaw rockets into Capricorn here? This is a very precarious situation. The call is going to be all important. because this Sneasler has the power to win or lose this game. Tailwind comes up from Baxploid. No protect available. Diaclaw rockets into Floette. And surely that is all that she wrote. There is no more juice left in the tank for Baxploid to try and bring this one back around.
Charizard having the speed on the Dragapult really made all the difference here, and now the speed, or the Tailwind may have run out for Prool, but Sneasler still has that Unburden activated, and so will remain faster than the Whimsicott. There is one small hope that remains for Bax, and that is the Bright Powder. We'll see if it ends up being the difference maker, and as I say it, no, Prool will land that Dire Claw into Bax's Whimsicott, closing out the game and putting themselves into the best possible position to try to make the top cut.
It could make all the difference, and folks, as the results from round 7 come through, we'll be sure to update you. But for now, we're going to have to take a quick break to try and figure everything out. But when we get back, ladies and gentlemen, we will be back with Top Cut. The top 16 players from the event will move forward into the single elimination format. So if you thought the games were getting good now, just you wait, because we'll be back shortly with Top 16 in the semi-demi finals.
Oh, so many players have entered the arena, but right now, only 16 remain. We've passed by our Swiss stage, and now the best of the best will fight it out in a single elimination top cut stage as we look to try and crown our champion. I'm Subs, and I'll be taking you through this first round here in Top Cut, right next to Philly, who will be joining us for the first time here on the desk today.
Oh, I'm thrilled to be here. Blazy, a good buddy of mine. You've seen Spooky Mars. I casted with another game, but I mean, Pokemon fan, been that for 30 plus years. It's just like, I can't wait to see this competitive action. You and I talked in the green room about this is a world-class matchup that we have here in the first round of the Sweet 16.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen matchups all throughout the day, but none up to the quality that we're about to see before us, as we're going to be tuning in to seed number 1 taking on, we don't see them at the seed 16, but it's seed 1 versus 16 Zeno taking on Shmon, the only 2 players in this tournament to have competed at the Pokemon World Championships. So players who have battled through that regional circuit and have made it to the top of the game, and they're going to be fighting out for us right in front of your eyes. It's going to be such a high quality game, and frankly, these 2 players, coming into it, I was like, these would be the favorites in the entire tournament to take it all home. So the fact they're playing in top 16 rather than finals basically kind of says to me that whoever wins here is going to be the confident favorite for the rest of this bracket.
And what are they winning? A headset potentially from Logitech, right? If they make it into that top 4, so a lot on the line. Plus the prestige of winning this competition. You can tell your friends about it, what have you. We were reviewing the team sheets, my friend. There's a couple of things that you noticed from each of these squads, especially from the side of Zeno with this Venusaur Mega Evolution kind of composition he's created.
Yeah, Venusaur, I mean, it's not necessarily a very common Mega Evolution that Zeno is playing. Not many people do lean into it, but when you do bring that Mega Venusaur, it can be quite difficult to deal with that thick fat ability, meaning that it's going to shut off two of its weaknesses to fire and ice, only leaving it weak there to the flying and psychic type attacks. But unfortunately for Xeno, Shmon bringing that Mega Gardevoir as their Mega of choice, a Mega that has those psychic type attacks, but also devastatingly known for that fairy type offense with that Pixelate Hyper Voice combination that Xeno is sort of lacking in ways of resisting. There's a Corviknight on this team to be able to tank those fairy type attacks and those psychic type attacks. However, if you have to lean too much into that Corviknight, things can get a little bit dangerous once you start to introduce that Rotom Wash that has that Quick Claw, so a 20% chance to move first, as well as that Incineroar ripping Flare Blitzes that will do a considerable amount of damage to that Steel-type Pokemon.
And we were talking too about Schmann's lineup, and they have this Aegislash with the spell tag item attached to it. Not one that you see every day. It's kind of really here to help with some of this poke to the front line, as you mentioned. Is that going to potentially be an X factor? Do you think we'll see it game one, or is that something to kind of do a mix up as they go into game two?
I mean, it's really difficult to say. Aegislash struggling a little bit with the Garchomp that is on Xeno's side, as well as that Primarina as well that can pepper it for a considerable amount of damage. Primarina has that single target burst option of that Hydro Cannon that you don't tend to normally see Primarinas running, normally leaning just into that Hyper Voice and Moonblast for its dual stabs. Doesn't tend to run that Hydro Cannon, but when it does, that's a surprising amount of damage. As for that Aegislash, I mean, I do not think it's something that's going to come for that game one, as Shmon, I think, has better options to really kind of lead generically and can maybe make that adjustment as the series goes on.
Absolutely. So this Pokemon battle or Pokemon Champions it's like a rock paper scissors, right? It's like if I do this and you do this, then I might do this. It's a logic train, and sometimes you might overthink it. Sometimes you get the read spot on, and you can get the victory quite easily. As we continue to talk about the team sheets, we're still getting some of this top 16 ready. This just general regular Rotom for the side of Zeno, is that? I mean, what is his role in this? I know you only pick 4 Pokemon each battle, but do you think he'll see the light of day going into this series?
I mean, there's one big thing with the difference between, because both players have a Rotom, but they're picking different forms to utilize. Shmon has that Rotom Wash, typically the more utilized version of Rotom, obviously Quick Claw, not necessarily its normal item of choice, but Xeno opting for that Rotom Heat with access to that Fire-type Overheat, but with a Choice Scarf, so also to act as a form of soft speed control with that Electro Web, an option that we don't actually have a lot of in Regulation MA here in Champions. Most of the game is just revolving around that Tailwind for speed control, but Icy Wind and Electro Web, normally mainstays of speed control options, noticeably missing from pretty much everything other than the Rotoms.
Well, that's why he's one of the best in the business, right? One of the top front runners, right? Finding some of those intricate abilities that you may not know about and then tossing them forward. I mean, the electric fire of the Rotom Heat, is there much to counter against it? Do you have to utilize your own Rotom, you think, to even go, or maybe the Aerodactyl, but you want to kind of use that for the Tailwind, set up your other moves like Gardevoir, get the Mega Evolution online, things of that nature. So this is going to be an interesting tick for tack for sure. You mentioned that Zeno might be starting with the Venusaur Corviknight combination first, or maybe the Primarina as that other option. You're still feeling that now that we've had some more discussion?
I mean, I think it's not necessarily, I think it's relatively safe for that combination. Obviously, it remains to be seen because players will play the game completely differently to the way I might play, or the way you might play. So I think really it's all about speculation. We can say all we want about what we think the players might do. But the players might do something completely different. Hopefully we'll get into this game ever so shortly, as the players look like they're ready. Once again, thanks to Logitech for sponsoring the tournament with this prize pool of these headsets for the players that make it to the top 4. The players getting ready and almost ready to start, but top 16, they've still got to win 2 more sets to make it to those Logitech headsets. Xeno coming up against Shmon, as hopefully any second now we'll go into team preview.
I'm hype. I mean, I love seeing the KOs, the moves, the abilities that these Pokemon bring, the different combinations, the tactics that these trainers have, put on their Pokemon. I mean, it's wonderful to see the logic train. And this is, I'm getting new into the Pokemon battling scene, and it's wonderful to actually learn these intricacies that you are bringing forward. And I'm learning a lot from you, Sub, today about all these different combinations that the trainers are utilizing. So very interesting. As we've talked about Zeno, what they might do for their like top two. What about Shman? Are they going to lead with the Aerodactyl and Aegislash, or what other combinations do you think they might put forth?
I mean, the Aerodactyl, a very strong option. Venusaur, lacking in weaknesses, but one big weakness is to those flying type attacks. So, dual wing beat, very good option to lean into. But I think this game is going to entirely rest on this Gardevoir Sinistra as well. I think a really, I wouldn't say underrated, because it is one of the best Pokemon in the format right now. But with that Hospitality, very little at the moment in terms of counterplay for that 25% healing. So, this game is really going to just be a battle between those Mega Evolutions, the positioning of where the Psychics or the Hyper Voices are going to go versus that Mega Venusaur and its damage, because nobody played quite defensively that Pokemon, but Zeno opting into that 3 attacks moveset of Giga Drain, Sludge Bomb, and Earth Power, and we've seen throughout the day, especially if you've been watching their stream as well alongside our main stream, that Venusaur has been doing a deceptive amount of damage for what you can normally consider to be a bulky Pokemon.
It's got to be off of the back of the chlorophyll ability, right? As it takes some
got
damage.
thick fat as Mega. It's got thick fat.
Oh, as the Mega. Sorry. I was just looking at the team sheet as the regular Venusaur. Okay, true, fair enough. That definitely helps in some of its resistances. The Schmann's roster, there's a lot of Trick Room, right, which kind of flips the speed priority. Do you think they'll lean into that to try to find some sort of advantage moving forward?
I mean, Tailwind. It's big speed control options. It's really difficult as well because, like, you've got both modes, I think, on Schmann's side.
Yeah.
You've got that Tailwind mode. You've got that Trick Room mode with Gardevoir as well, which is an option we haven't really touched upon. If Zeno tries to opt into that Tailwind with their Corviknight, Trick Room could just go up from this Gardevoir, and suddenly you've got no options left to ensure that you are the ones to move first, because Trick Room ensuring that the slower Pokemon will move first. So again, it's just a game that comes down to those 50-50s, the decision-making between both of our trainers and what they choose to do at any given moment. So we are just waiting for the players to get themselves ready. I thought we'd be into this game a little bit quicker, but a few things going on in the back end. So we'll just be with you in just a few minutes.
I mean, Sub, this is where we flip through our notebooks. We're like, all right, what else can we talk about? What else is there? I think we've kind of parsed through, what these trainers are looking to do, maybe some of their strategies, but of course they don't lay everything out on the table. There's always that X factor that they might put forth, right? Maybe they do an Incineroar and Rotom to start, or something just absolutely diabolical to see what happens. But as we, we're learning each other, become friends. Is there a team composition or a starting duo that you prefer when you usually play?
I mean, it's all dependent on the team that you're running with.
Fair.
Yep, but either way, I'm getting the green light that we're just about to go in now. Players are ready for our stream match. We finally can stop yapping for a little bit as we get into team preview. Shmon taking on Zeno in this top 16 match. It's still best of 3, as all Pokemon games are, because best of 5 is maybe a little bit too crazy for a game like this, but be interesting to see what both sides choose to lock into. This Aegislash is going to be an ever-present threat for Zeno to worry about, but that Rotom Heat going the other way is capable of threatening that Aegislash with a one-hit KO, and that Overheat does a lot of damage to a lot of things on Shmon's team, so Rotom Heat going to be, I think, potentially a big part of Zeno's game plan.
I was going to say, is there a certain, type coverage that is lacking? Is there a gap in the armor for either of these teams? And you've highlighted the Rotom Heat here a couple of times as maybe that is the, the one spear that can kind of get through the chainmail and stab the heart of Shmon. Do you lead with that Pokemon, or do you think you try to prepare to set up a good defense and then have them come in as like a sweep?
Tough to say. I think Rotom, big thing about it with that Choice Scarf, has access to that Volt Switch, so can actually pivot itself out for a better position if Zeno is not that happy with the board state presented in front of them. But Both players using the full minute and a half to decide what they want to do for game one, as elimination is on the line for the loser, as the victor will move on further. But game one between two of the best players we have in the tournament, as we see Corviknight and Venusaur, the lead that I predicted we would see for Zeno, and Aegislash and Rotom Wash on the side of Shmon.
Okay, yeah, that's a great prediction on that side, but the Rotom Wash here, the electric is going to do too much. I mean, maybe against the Corviknight, it can go through it with the special attack. Do you think that's who they focus on first?
I mean, yeah, Corviknight, big issue, huge physical defense stats, so Aegislash not going to be able to do all that much damage, and I think both these Pokemon on the field right now unable to really do too much to this Venusaur that will rip the Mega Evolution on turn one, being the only Mega on Zeno's side, but Rotom has access to that Eerie Impulse to slow down the special attack stat of Venusaur, as well as that Will-O-Wisp to burn this Corviknight and half its damage output.
Ooh, the Will-O-Wisp, yeah, if you get and he's recognizing that immediately and taking out the Corviknight, and the Tyranitar now stomps onto the battlefield. What is the decision here? Is that going to do something against the Aegislash or the Rotom Wash? I feel like the Water type will just blast him away.
Yeah, well, either way, Venusaur going for that Mega Evolution, as we do see the Eerie Impulse coming out from this Rotom Wash faster on this turn, means Venusaur is not going to be able to do all that much damage with this Giga Drain. It's just less than 50% to this Rotom Wash, but Tyranitar gets in relatively for free, but Aegislash has its stance change ability going into its attack form, rips a Poltergeist into this Mega Venusaur. How much damage will it do? Very strong move with a very strong attack stat, doing about 55 to 60%, but Tyranitar managing to hit the board for free for Zeno, and has now set up that Sandstorm and threatens both these Pokemon with Dark-type damage.
The spell tag, that's the X factor there. I don't think Venusaur would have taken as much had the spell tag not been attached. So the Poltergeist, a very clever play at this junction. Now it's about, okay, how do I keep this Venusaur alive? Because if your Mega goes down, it's pretty much game, set, match for you. So do you switch him out at this point? Do you go for something else?
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult to say. Venusaur going to outspeed this Rotom at this point and can get a lot of healing with Giga Drain, getting back that recovery, and will heal itself out of range of that second Poltergeist. But gonna have to see what this Rotom chooses to go for. Will-O-Wisp was the move of choice. Sanitar, which correctly protects here. Giga Drain going into Rotom, just significantly less than it did last time to that Rotom Wash, but it's gonna still heal Venusaur, but not enough to survive this Poltergeist if it goes that way. Poltergeist is the move of choice. It does not miss that Venusaur, and Zeno losing their Mega Evolution on turn 2 of this game 1.
Oh man, what a hit there. And the Eerie Impulse, incredibly impactful, right? Allowing that Giga Drain to not do as much damage as it would normally otherwise, which then also prevents the healing. So a great read here for starting these two Pokemon. But now the Corviknight is back in play. Two defensive Mons now looking to stand tall here for Zeno.
Yeah, this Tyranitar, though, can still do a lot of damage to this Aegislash with that knockoff option, but has to be worried about King's Shield, able to reduce its attack by 1 stage. If hit with a contact move, Rotom still a threat here, still has access to that Will-O-Wisp, or could just simply go for a Thunderbolt here into this Corviknight. Will-O-Wisp is the move of choice, hits into this Tyranitar, wanting to prevent as much damage as it can from this knockoff. Maybe Aegislash will have enough in the tank to be able to survive. Poltergeist goes off first, as this is a really slow Tyranitar, or maybe a really, really fast Aegislash, but Corviknight taking a lot of damage there for its troubles.
My goodness, I mean, how do you even set up from here? Do you even think about going for a Tailwind or a Roost? Is it even worth it at this point? I feel like one more Poltergeist would take you down. And the Tyranitar on the other side, I feel like you just have to get in some damage. We haven't seen enough aggression from Zeno at this point.
Yes, I actually don't have a feed.
Me neither. No!
Interesting. Yes, our feeds as streamers have crashed, so we're trying to figure this one out. We'll hopefully be back with the game with you momentarily, but the game is still going to be running on in the background, so I guess the only thing I can do is I've got Zeno stream open in the background, so I'll just give you a bit of a play-by-play 60 seconds late.
That's right. There are streaming rules, right, folks, right? That the players, we encourage them to stream, but they have to be on delay, so you can't stream snipe or do anything like that, right? Which is good for backup situations such as this. But Sub, I want to know, like, how does Zeno get on the offensive here? They're just on the back foot so far in this game one.
Well, I mean, having watched their stream, I can see that the Rotom Wash did go down on that turn, and Tailwind was the option locked into by the Corviknight. So that's certainly the start for this comeback. Tailwind now speed control in Zeno's favor. God of War did hit the board, is still waiting to get the confirmation of these the match signal back. We still don't know what's going on with that, unfortunately, and I wish I could give you more of a better answer, but unfortunately, until we know, all I can do is cast based on a stream that is.
I mean, we've been going since 9 a.m. Eastern time on the East Coast, so Eastern time. So it's about time for the stream to have crashed. It's been working a lot for us today, but I know Skip First, our producer, is working really hard to bring it back all for you. But okay, with the Rotom Wash down, who's the next Pokemon coming up? I'm very curious.
Yeah, I mean, I got dragged out the voice chat, so I didn't actually hear a single word of what you just said. So
Oh,
you're gonna have to repeat it for me. You're gonna have to repeat it for me.
Oh, Rotom Wash is down. Who's the next Pokemon up?
Let's make a Gardevoir, and
Makes
a
sense.
lot of damage dealt. Trick Room was set up to counteract that Tailwind, but yeah, I've got nothing more. I must apologize to everyone in Twitch chat for this. This isn't the way we wanted to start our Pop Cup, but the match is on behind. We're gonna have to. I guess we're gonna have to send it to a quick break. We can keep talking about this in the background, but production want us to take it to a quick break, so we'll do that. So we'll be back with you in just a moment. Production issues, it's a linchpin of esports. Unfortunately, it's not much you can do about it. The game happened in the background still. I can confirm Shmon was the player to take home that game one, so Xeno now on tournament point, on tournament life, despite the fact that they've yet to drop a game throughout the entirety of the Swiss stage, potentially only one game away from losing out. But what we can confirm from the information we had in that off-stream performance was that we were exactly right. It was Aegis kind of running the show a little bit, and struggling to really kind of break that, which could really, the fact that it could swap between that attack and defense form to get itself really bulky or really strong, just did too much damage, and Xeno's team just wasn't able to quite deal with it. But in the end, an attempt to stall out with Trick Room just didn't quite work out in their favor. So 0-1, Shmon looking on the precipice of going to that top 8.
And this is where the mind games kind of come through, because Zeno, they might be thinking, all right, well, if they start with Aegis again, maybe I go with my Rotom Heat so I can overheat, get rid of this Steel-type Pokemon, XYZ, you go down that process. But then, Shmon has an opportunity to switch it up too. They have other Pokemon like the Incineroar, Aerodactyl. They can start with that instead and see how that works for them. So what would you, if you were in Zeno's shoes, Sub, what would you do to start off game 2?
I mean, the big thing is the Rotom Heat, I feel like, with how much that Aegis did last game, that instant fire-type offense of that Overheat going to be such a huge pinnacle of that game plan. Maybe not quite going to lead it, though. I feel like the Corviknight didn't actually do as much as they probably wanted in that game. Sure, it threatened the Mega Gardevoir and did, effectively wall it, but that Aegis just provided too much that Zeno might be forced to make that counter adjustment. Maybe one that will be a little bit more awkward than they would have liked, but they're going to have to make it.
Yeah, you're kind of trapped into a certain position at this point, and we might see a Rotom v Rotom, right? And if the Rotom wash pops in, maybe gets the Hydro Pump off on its counterpart, then you're out your Overheat, and then you're another fish out of water. Is there a backup plan for this Aegis? And we keep harping on it, folks, because this seems to be this ace in the hole for Shmon, and then they have this Gardevoir Mega Evolve and kind of sweep the rest of the Pokemon that are lingering. So this starting Aegis is really a problem. Maybe the Tyranitar with low kick might do it. I'm not sure.
Ghost type can't low kick it, but you can knock it off.
Oh, right. I'll just look at the steel.
However, importantly, we saw in the last game that this Aegis actually outspeeding Zeno's Tyranitar. So good news for Zeno is you're never going to have to sit here and attack the defense form of Aegis. The bad news in that regard is it means that Aegis can Iron Head you before you even get a chance to move. We do see the leads, though, here for Game 2 as Venusaur sticking on the lead, but instead Corviknight being swapped out for that Garchomp. For Shmon, a complete reversal of game plan here as Gardevoir on the lead this time next to that Incineroar that we didn't see in Game 1, but was only assumed it could be in the back because Shmon only having to reveal 3 Pokemon.
Do you keep the Incineroar out here, though? I mean, Earthquake, Rock Slide, there's so many things I feel like could go into this Pokemon that it just doesn't feel right at this juncture. So would you swap him out here?
I would say no. The fake out pressure here can shut off one of these pieces, particularly that Garchomp that we do see leaving Venusaur completely threatened here by this Psychic, as Corviknight will be the one to hit the board. Mega Venusaur is going to shine brightly, but how much will it be able to do when a Scythe Shock gets thrown its way? We'll have to see what Mega Gardevoir's attempted move is. But key, we can see from the Mega Evolution order that Venusaur going to be faster than base Gardevoir, but Gardevoir only 22 minute Mega Evolve. We do not know if that will stand through. What they for that next option here. What's the Mega pivot in and out later? Gardevoir did go for that price up, but importantly, there was no Flare Blitz into this Corviknight, leaving it on really low health. And for Zeno, that was your Mega Gardevoir answer, and it has immediately been almost completely removed from the game.
Is this a Tailwind option? You Tailwind, try to get your Venusaur to outspeed this Gardevoir, even with those Mega boosted stats, and hopefully get some damage in, but you feel like this Fire Blitz from the Incineroar, you just focus this Venusaur down, there's nothing he can do. It's a tough look here for Zeno right now.
Yeah, it's really tough. You've got Psyshock threatening the KO on Venusaur. Flareblitz likely faster than this Corviknight and threatening a KO in that position, but you cannot go back to Garchomp because if a Hyper Voice gets ripped, you will immediately lose it on the spot. I don't know if it's Roselli Berry. I believe it is Aban. It is. So no option there of surviving that. You see this Corviknight being taken down here, not one for this world, as Venusaur still gets a chance to move a Sludge Bomb into the Mega Gardevoir. Will not quite pick up that KO here. Well, maybe gets the poison. Yes, it will. So Gardevoir now on a ticking timer, but Sinister in the back might make things a little bit difficult. Healing is an option, but it depends if Shmon has opted into that in the back. But Corviknight, we know that's gone now. No more Tailwind option, no more speed control here.
All right, Incineroar, you've done enough, and now you'll be switched out to what? We don't know. We'll see in the bracket at this point. The Aegislash. Uh-oh, this is going to be dangerous. It's up to Zeno to decide. We know the Garchomp is here, but what's the fourth Pokemon that he has? It will be the Garchomp. What can they do? I mean, the Dragon Claw, Earthquake, Rock Slide, maybe just to protect, to see what they got.
Yeah, potentially King Shield only works on contact moves, so an Earthquake in this position isn't going to affect the attack stat of this Garchomp, but Incineroar relatively healthy. In fact, I don't think it took even a little bit of damage before being removed from the field, so still every possibility of coming back in on this Mega Gardevoir slot, providing an Intimidate for this Garchomp, and potentially then just a King Shield from this Aegislash to keep it safe. Well, this Venusaur a little bit too healthy here to be KO'd by this Poltergeist, but based on the damage it did in the last game, it's going to be significantly effective. We do see Gardevoir leaving the field here, and instead it is Rotom Wash to take its place. That is readable here by access to Giga Drain, but Garchomp opting for that Rock Slide, looking for a flinch on this Aegislash. Earth Power going into the shield form Aegislash, but thanks to that parting shot, is relatively ineffective into that shield form. As we do see the flinch coming in there from Rock Slide. Aegislash unable to move, unable to stop it, to get any damage down. And Zeno was looking like they were struggling just a little bit, but with a Gardevoir that is almost KO'd here, and Chip on Rotom and Aegislash, I'd say they're back on the front foot.
Okay, some of the rolls they're getting are showing up nat 20s with the poisons, with the flinch, and it's some of those opportunities you have to take advantage of with this this Venusaur, maybe going for another Giga Drain, maybe even Earth Power. I mean, there's a couple of options, but I think you've got to get this Rotom down first. There's just too many options for it. The Levitate will keep it alive, but not the Aegislash. They're KO.
Yeah, and I'm actually surprised about that. Shield Form Aegislash carrying a monstrous special defense stat, so I thought that wouldn't quite pick up that KO, but Garchomp there getting burnt by this Will-O-Wisp. Shmon yet to miss that move in this set, but doesn't matter because Venusaur getting a lot of damage down on this Rotom, taken down to 44 HP, and regardless of that burn, very likely to be in range of a Dragon Claw from this Garchomp.
Do you bring out the Incineroar here and just take down, there it is, the Incineroar, and just take down this Venusaur? He has to be felled. This Mega Evolution just stalwart right now for Zeno, and they need it desperately to level this match. Their back is against the wall, and right now they're playing like a champion.
Yeah, I mean, Zeno won the Stuttgart 2025 regionals, so they have that experience at the top level. They know how to do it under pressure, but the question is, what will be the play they make now? Because they could swap out that Mega Venusaur who has taken that one stage of special attack drop. Instead, will be the Garchomp choosing to leave the field, as there is the Pokemon that is way more threatened here. Tyranitar will take its place, looking for that additional chip damage. Rotom firing off that Hydro Pump. Tyranitar avoiding that, as Rotom will be taken down now, and with only Incineroar and Gardevoir left on the field, you have to say, this is looking like Zeno's game to take, as Gardevoir in range of a single tick of Poison and Sandstorm at this point. The Throat Chop doing relatively meaningless damage here on this Tyranitar, as we look to be heading towards that Game 3.
Oh my goodness, so lucky right now. This is to evade the Hydro Pump. That would have done massive damage to this Tyranitar.
It would have done massive damage. However, it wouldn't have KO'd because the Sand special defense boost. And more importantly, more importantly, the key thing was there that it wasn't Venusaur being KO'd. As long as Tyranitar got in and that Rotom Wash was KO'd on that turn, the game was all but wrapped up, I feel like, for Zeno. So although that miss came through, I don't actually think it's that impactful to the long term of this game.
All right, fair enough. We'll take it there. A Protect coming out from the Venusaur, though. It's a double Protect move. Why? You're on the front foot. Just keep up the aggression, but maybe just to wait this poison out, make sure this Gardevoir doesn't even get a chance to play.
I mean, that's exactly the reason you go for this play. You double protect there. Gardevoir unable to heal itself, unable to do any damage, and Shimon knows the writing was on the wall. Poison and Sandstorm would be enough to KO that Pokemon, and Incineroar, as insane as this Pokemon is, it is the single highest money-earning Pokemon in VGC history, but even he cannot win a 1 versus 3 in this position. Mega Venusaur looking for that Earth Power, does not KO the Incineroar. However, it is just a matter of time for this Pokemon. The Rock Slide will collect that KO, and we will see the Game 3 that I feel like we longly deserved.
And the lore is being accurate here. These two top competitors, there's no chance it was going to be a 2-0 sweep from either side. And so we are getting our money's worth for sure as we head into a Game 3. There's a couple of Pokemon we haven't seen yet, right? We haven't seen the Rotom Heat. We haven't seen the Aerodactyl. I mean, is this a time to make some of those adjustments?
I mean, potentially, Aerodactyl, I really feel like it's the correct decision to leave that Pokemon at home, as it's not really that effective, I feel like, into anything other than that Rotom Heat, so would require a pretty hard call from Shmon that Rotom Heat would be the strategy leaned into by Zeno, but you can see kind of a role reversal from that Game 1, where this time the Mega Venusaur, such a difficult Pokemon for Shmon to remove, regardless of the fact that they did correctly lead that Mega Gardevoir to threaten it with Psychic type damage. But either way, Game 3 for both of these players' tournament lives. No more chances for mistakes, no more chances for bad fortune either. As one more game and you will be eliminated from this tournament. The other will progress to that top 8. The question is, what strategies will both players choose to opt into? How will Shmon deal with that Mega Venusaur? And is Zeno able to deal with that Aegislash a second time?
Find out next time on Pokemon Champion. No, just kidding. But just set the seed well, right? Of like, there are so many questions that Shmon has to ask of themselves. And it's, maybe they go for a Aerodactyl and Incineroar and just kind of full on type advantage, right? I know it's not good tactics, but it's just like, well, maybe we need to overpower this beefy Pokemon and just try to mix up something different. But only time will tell. And I'm anxious to see what these trainers bring to bear.
Yeah, interesting to see as we do get into the leads here for Game 3 of our top 16. It is that Mega Venusaur and Tyranitar leading for Zeno, as we see a run back of the Mega Gardevoir and Incineroar lead there for Shmon.
Wow. Okay. Maybe there's something they're like, all right, if I get a few rolls my way, don't get poisoned or get the speed going behind me, maybe I can take this advantage, because we never saw the Psychic Shock or the Psyshock come through and tackle this Venusaur. So if they feel like they can set themselves up for it, they might be in a good position. But this Tyranitar, that's the question mark for me. I feel like, as you mentioned, has massive damage capabilities.
Yeah, it does. Obviously taking an Intimidate drop, so not going to do as much damage as it otherwise could. This Venusaur Mega Evolving again on turn 1. Gardevoir doing the same here for that big Psychic and Fairy type damage. But now the question is, what does Shmon choose to click? If it's Hyper Voice, then you could see Tyranitar KO'd in one turn. It is Hyper Voice, as Tyranitar is going to take a lot of damage, but thanks to that Sand special defense boost, it's not going to be KO'd in one shot, or even close to it. Sludge Bomb, the move of choice by this Venusaur, doing a lot of damage to this Gardevoir. Will it poison the second time? No. However, Rock Slide very likely in KO range for this Gardevoir, and although it doesn't KO on this turn, unless there is a Sinister in the back, the flinch coming through on Incineroar completely removes that out. I was gonna say, if there's a Sinister in the back for Shmon, a parting shot into that Sinister will save Gardevoir's life, but without the ability to move, that 30% flinch chance by Rock Slide, as we do see the Sinister reveal, Gardevoir's life could have been saved, but thanks to that flinch, it will be felled, and that's all the damage gone for Shmon immediately on turn 1.
Sometimes, I mean, Blazy said it earlier in the stream, you've got to pray to RNGesus and say, oh, I need some of these things. But Zeno knew the winds were in their favor. This is a great combination. The Sandstorm just adding that extra bit of damage to take down the Gardevoir, and that's a bulk of the attack. Now we're seeing all 4 Pokemon from the side of Shimon, and there's no Aegislash here. Where's the damage going to come from?
Yeah, that's the question here. It's going to have to be this Rotom Wash, but Tyranitar's knockoff doing significantly less damage now that that Citrus Berry has already been eaten. This Sinister, though, a very dangerous Pokemon with this Matcha Gotcha access, can get burns and start slowly doing some chip damage, but also very difficult to remove. Tyranitar does suffer that burn status, so it's going to be on a ticking timer. Only has 2 turns left in it. Venusaur, though, still relatively healthy and completely unthreatened here by this board, able to only do 4 times resisted damage, and well, this Venusaur able to do big damage to this Rotom with that Giga Drain and heat itself up.
Fair, and I feel like that's where you focus, because the little teapot is just gonna stay there. It's just gonna keep healing itself up. It's just gonna be a little nuisance. So you gotta go for where you feel like the true threat is, and it's this Rotom. And Shimon knows it. How can I make sure I stay alive as long as possible? And that will be through the
critical hit.
Once again, these rolls, nat 20 there for Zeno.
Yeah, I mean, special attack drops. Normally a really good way of shutting down this Mega Venusaur, but that critical hit completely bypassing the effect of that Eerie Impulse. So now Sinister removed from the field as well, and while Tyranitar may be KO'd by its burn for the Troubles, you have to say, with only Rotom Wash and Incineroar left on the field for Shimon, advantage is too far in Zeno's favor with a almost full HP Mega Venusaur that isn't going to be threatened by either Flare Blitz or Hydro Pump.
Absolutely not. And so in desperation, yes, it is the Incineroar that comes out, and it's the Corviknight here. So stalwart is he. A nice mirror armor that will fall the attack of the Incineroar even more. Oh, that's just insult to injury.
Yeah, mirror armor reflecting any status, stat changes back to the Inflictor. So Incineroar comes in, uses that Intimidate ability, but Corviknight just bounces it straight back towards Incineroar. And since Rotom Wash is a special attacker, it doesn't mind if it was the one that got the drop, but Incineroar, being that physical attacker, cannot do anything. Shimon hard reading that this Venusaur was going to protect, but did not. Critical hit found on this Corviknight, but not able to quite pick up that KO, as we do see Venusaur going for that Giga Drain, continuing to get healthier and healthier, being harder and harder for Shimon to KO, as Corviknight barely holding on from that double up, but critically surviving here allows it to go for potentially a Tailwind or a Brave Bird here into this Incineroar.
If it was me, I'd go on full aggression. Just Brave Bird. I don't even care if there's recoil or whatever. Just get some damage on the board, because now it's looking a little scary. This Venusaur not hitting as hard as it would like, because that Giga Drain you feel like should have taken down this Rotom Wash even further, and it's just not the case. And so you feel like you might be running out of gas here if you're Zeno. You have to just put the pedal to the metal, get everything you got here to win the game.
I mean, I don't think Zeno's the one running out of gas. It's entirely Shimon. There's nothing that can KO this Venusaur from here. And while it has taken that three stages, of special attack drop, you might see it swap out. Instead, chooses to stay in. What's important is Rotom Wash, very likely in range here of a Giga Drain plus Sandstorm Chip, leaving just Incineroar left on its lonesome 1 HP survival by that Giga Drain. However, Sandstorm still in effect here for Zeno. It's not going to matter. Flare Blitz going into this Venusaur, but thanks to Thick Fat, is completely nullified, as well as that Mirror Armor attack drop from earlier. So no chance, but actually Sandstorm subsiding. Rotom Wash will live to see another day, but we've got Garchomp in the back, which we do here for Zeno. That's got the ability to outspeed this Rotom and threaten it before it can get that damage in. And Incineroar, although it can attack and do some damage, it's not going to be enough to KO this Garchomp. So even if Rotom protects, you would get 2 swings. However, this Rotom, lacking that protective option, instead has all of those options to attack with. We do see Earthquake locked into here, as this is going to be the end of Incineroar, but you've got to hope that Venusaur doesn't take too much damage in the process. It doesn't. But at the end of the day, it's Quick Claw hasn't activated from this Rotom at all. No value from this item. Goes for that Will-O-Wisp in desperation. But Venusaur still left alive, still kicking, and has a chance to end this game with a simple Giga Drain. That'll be that. Zeno, exactly. A simple Giga Drain, 1 HP, complete overkill. Zeno will win this top 16 stage and move on to our top 8.
Wow, what a battle. I thought it was back and forth for an instant. I thought that the Venusaur had his special attack too lower, but it was not the case. A great hit, couple criticals in there, but man, what an epic match. Zeno losing the first one, then they just battled back, understood, readjusted their strategy. That shows signs of a true champions. That's why they're one of the front runners.
Yeah, I mean, this is why Zeno was able to take away that regional championship not even all those years ago. It was last season, in fact. They are an insanely talented player and proving it on the field there. But Shmon, you cannot really disrespect the performance they put up as well. Incredibly talented player within his own right, but unfortunately, things just didn't quite go his way in this set. Zeno will be moving on to our top 8 stage. Who will join them in that top 8? We don't know just yet. Those games are either finished or finishing up right now. So don't go anywhere. We'll throw it to a quick break. And when we come back, the top 8 stage of the Content Inferno tournament. Grab your popcorn. Be right back.
94 players started their journeys today. I'm off. Hold on. Let me scooch into the frame. 94 players started their journey today in BlazyBard's content Inferno, and we have now whittled it down to the top 8. The cream of the cream of the crop. Haunting, you and I now get the absolute honor of watching our first quarterfinal game between Zoria and, oh no, I've lost the name of the other person, Captain Oro.
Captain Oro, yeah. Two players that I believe we've not seen. Well, we've definitely seen Zoria earlier at the end of a round when we checked in, did a live look-in on one of those late-running games, but I don't think we've seen Captain Oro yet at all this tournament. So very exciting to see a full set out of Zoria and our first set of Captain Oro on stream. This has shaped up to be a really fun run through the bracket. Some of these players that have turned out been particularly strong. That matchup last round between Zeno and Shimon, a particularly exciting one. And here we find ourselves with those, as you say, the cream of the crop. These are the players not just skilled enough to get to this point, but have shown the real perseverance to get through a long bracket. This is now 8 rounds deep into this tournament. Yeah, if you're not used to this kind of run, things are taking their toll at this point.
Yeah, we are 7 hours and 20 minutes into the bracket run here, Haunting, and you're right. It's a breaking point for a lot of players. This not only requires a huge amount of mental fortitude to get through, but there is a difference in the decision-making process that you can make when you're first awake through to when you've just had lunch to now when a lot of our EU players have finished their dinners. It's starting to get late. It's 9:30 in the evening over here in the UK. Whereas our North American players are playing on a little bit of a sunnier disposition. They've got 5 hours behind us, so it's 4 p.m., I believe, over in NA. So just coming towards the start of the dinner rush. So there's going to be a big difference in the mental, the ability, and I'm very, very interested and excited to see how these two players will take that and bring it through to top 6.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that's going to play a huge part of this and will continue to as the tournament goes on. But it's not just the state of the players, it's also how these teams have navigated this tournament. We've seen some really interesting teams throughout the day, and I remember the Zoria team being pretty neat for its use of the Frostlass and also the Hisui and Arcanine, 2 Pokemon, well, particularly the Frostlass, a Pokemon who I think's stocks have been up in terms of popularity heading into this tournament, but maybe there have been a lot of doubts around its actual viability, and in this tournament that's, I think, been shown. We've not seen a lot of the Frostlass, not many players willing to put their eggs in that basket, but Zoria, one of the few players who has, and it's paid off getting this far.
Yeah, I think Mega Frostlass, an incredibly strong but difficult to use Pokemon. Its fragility, I think, up against some slightly faster Mon in the format that match up pretty well into it. Things like Mega Gengar do very well into Frostlass and is quite popular. Mega Dragonite Y is a particularly difficult matchup. And this team, I think, does fix a lot of those issues, right? The Mega Arcanine? We wish. Regular Arcanine from Hisui does solve a lot of those issues. On the flip side of this, though, speaking of Mon, we have not seen a lot of Mega Scovillain, Mega Altaria. This is a weird and wonderful set from Captain Oro.
We're also seeing somewhere on this team the Garganackle, a Pokemon that I know is sort of on and around the competitive scene, but not one that we've seen a lot of today either. And Blazy, I know you're a big fan of this Mega Scovillain.
I love Mega Scovillain. I think it is one of those Pokemon that is so interesting to use and in concept. A Mon that guarantees a burn on whatever comes to it, even though it's got relatively lackluster defensive stats. Once something is burned, it's not dealing a lot of damage physically to Scovillain here. We'll have to see what interaction goes through with that first. The fake out will come through onto the Arcanine. It's a bad call because that was taken away. Now Sneasler has the opportunity to go for it, but he lost the coin flip, and Captain Oro actually gets to move first. Spicy Extract will boost up Sneasler's offense, and this was clicked before the herb was taken away, but this is definitely the best case scenario. Now Sneasler's rocking +1 attack, and it's super fast.
Yeah, really tough position here for Zorya, although remember some of that attack nullified by the Intimidate that we've already seen. I think the thing I'm really worried about is with this Mega Scovillain, you mentioned the burn, a lot of physical attack is on the side of Zorya, so it's going to be a tough one to navigate.
No way, 1 HP!
Sash!
Rage Powder didn't go through in time. Extreme Speed too high on the priority list, but now that Sneasler's out, Close Combat will rocket through Arcanine. No chance, no way to survive that, and much to your point, Haunting, this is not decreased by the Intimidate because White Herb activated earlier and got rid of that decrease.
Of course, and now the Hisuian Arcanine not going to be doing a lot more. Fainted, and we're seeing the Sneasler come back in, but I think you're really on the ropes here with your Zorya. A lot of risk in going for that Scovillain, which just has been able to do a lot of setup things. We saw the Spicy Extract, we saw the Rage Powder, and all the time you leave it on the field, it's just able to manipulate what's going on. But going into it, as well as you say, that burn is going to cause huge problems for Zorya's team moving forward.
Yeah, it's really, really dangerous using the Spicy Extract to buff up a teammate like Sneasler, who's really going to enjoy it. And it guarantees it's so smart. You know, I'm going to geek out a little bit here, Haunting, over how smart this usage is, because it guarantees the use out of the White Herb, even without having to click that close combat beforehand. And then you just get a 4-3 +1 on both counts. Rage Powder does come through, and that will force both of these Mon to attack into the Scovillain. And while it will take a chunk from Jet Punch, and I'm sure it will take some from Diaclaw as well, even if Scovillain goes down here, this is 2 physical monsters now burned and now doing half damage at any given moment.
Yeah, I think if you're on Captain Oro's side of things, you're looking at that fainted Scovillain thinking, that Pokemon did its job.
Yes.
There's really not much more you could have asked for given the circumstances. Like, sure, there's probably a best case scenario, but I think this is almost as close as you're going to get.
Garganackle comes in. It's the perfect time for the wall to be up. There's no Mega Aggron, but Garganackle certainly makes a good impersonator with Salt Cure, Recover, and Protect, and Wide Guard. Now that both of these physically attacking Mon are burned, this is going to be a tough one to overcome. But having a look at the sets here, I'm a little bit interested to see if this could be a double close combat double up from both of these Mon, but no, it will in fact be the flip turn.
I think both Pokemon there, or one of the Pokemon there, going into the slot that was previously occupied by the Sneasler, now the Kingambit, a little bit greedy, looking to try and get that Sneasler, and I think sort of a wise decision. I don't think you expect them to withdraw there, but now this Kingambit in a good position to try and clean up this mess while the Garganackle just holds down the fort.
Yeah, and there's already the Salt Cure on to Palafin, plus the burn. And remember, this Salt does extra damage to water and steel types, so that Palafin surely is going to be in an uncomfortable position now. It's all about weathering the storm. There is Recover on Garganackle. There's no need to Wide Guard in this position. Neither Sneasler nor Palafin is really threatening damage onto Kingambit. But the question now is, do you attack Gambit and allow Garganackle to either recover or put some extra chip damage onto either one of your main attacking Mon? Or do you try and double into this Garganackle, who is so tanky and could just shrug it off with a Recover?
I was gonna say it's like being stuck between a rock and a hard place, but I feel like that's a little bit too on the nose. Yeah. This is really like a pick your poison moment, isn't it? You've illustrated it perfectly. You do have to deal with the Garganackle because otherwise it just stays here causing a problem. And that does seem to be what Zorya has chosen to do, but now you've got a Kingambit who's relatively well positioned to take on the Pokemon you've got left. The Sneasler probably gets another attack out before it ultimately meets its demise, and you're still looking at a point of the game where Captain Oro feels, I think, relatively comfortable despite being down in Pokemon.
Well, there's an interesting dynamic here because Kingambit can deal some decent damage to both them on the board, especially with all the defense drops thanks to the close combats, but Sneasler only has 1 HP. And as good as Kingambit is, we still don't know what the fourth Mon is on the side of Zorya. And actually, looking at the game state, I'm a little bit more worried than maybe I'd have thought. Critical hit comes through onto Sneasler, and that'll be a flinch. Close combat will rocket into the King Gambit, and thank you, Burn, because that won't be enough to clean up the big man himself. And with the Kowtow cleave, I believe the Dolphin will go night-night. We'll see the last member of this squad, but the health bars are not looking very good from Captain Oro. Anything fast that can deal a spread move should be the end here, and it could still be Frostlass.
Oh, it could be Frostlass, it could be the Sinister with the Machagotcha, but instead we're seeing the King Gambit
Worst case scenario.
Zorya's own, and I just don't think there's enough left to deal with this King Gambit.
No, this is Black Glasses, so no Choppleberry, which does mean Sneasler might be able to get a cheeky kill. Sucker Punch onto Zorya's Sneasler from King Gambit. At this range, with the defense drops, I think should be a relatively easy sell. So it's going to be certainly an interesting one, a battle of the Sucker Punches, if you will. But at this point, I do think it might just be all she wrote. Zorya has all the tools potentially available. Both the Weasels have protected. What are the Gambits going to do?
There's the Sucker Punch that you called out, but with no attack coming in, it doesn't matter. And then the other... This is a real shared brain cell moment, huh?
The exact same game state, the exact same board positions, the exact same inputs. The only difference is a burn on Sneasler on Zorya's side and the low HP on Captain Oro's side. The problem is that Zorya's King Gambit can probably take multiple Sucker Punches from Captain Oro's. The other side cannot be expected. Another protect comes through from both sides. Hold on, is this the Sucker Punch game?
Wow, no one wants to play into the Sucker Punch. This is something else, huh?
Time's ticking away, though. Look at this. Only, what, 3 more turns? I know that sounds like a lot in this game state, but in a game of chicken, the first one to lose, he's going to be the first one who blinks, right? It's got to be the combination of somebody not using Protect and somebody not using Sucker Punch. But who is that going to be? It obviously favors Captain Oro to not blink first, but in this kind of position, you have to play risky, surely.
I think so. I think especially if you're Zorya, you've got a little bit more space to play with that high health total on your King Gambit. There is a potential that you don't just lose on the spot if you make the wrong call.
Oh, hold on. It was a blink from Captain Oro. He got aggressive. He thought he could break the curse, but no. Zorya, maintaining the course, will take down the last hurdle and claim game 1. Haunting, all that was just one matchup.
We are going to be in for a ride here at BlazyBard. This is such a great start to this. This is the kind of thing, you see this a lot in competitive games across the board, where sometimes you get these states where it looks like nothing's happening, as we saw these turns where we're locked in that cycle of Protect and Sucker Punch, and the game state doesn't really advance, but what the players are showing you there is their mental aptitude to this game, the way they know exactly what their opponent is going to do, and you're gambling on, well, this is the optimal thing to do, but how much can I get away with them doing the suboptimal thing? And it's these layers upon layers of mind games that make something like VGC such an interesting game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's the reason why Protect is such a cornerstone of this game. If you don't have Protect, you can't work around things like Sucker Punch. And obviously in this particular situation, it really was a game of chicken. What needed to happen at the end of the day, though, Haunting, if you consider the actual game state, Sneasler needed to attack. If Sneasler is able to attack even once, the game is over. So there is never an incentive for King Gambit to click close combat, to not click Sucker Punch. King Gambit with close combat, don't terrify me, my nightmares will never go back to being the same. But in reality, Captain Oro's King Gambit was never in a position to kill Zorya's, and so the correct move every time was to cover for the attack.
It was like essentially holding your opponent in check and just daring them to get out of check every turn, but knowing that in doing so, they just put themselves in a more and more dangerous position. It was a very, very clever line to play, and I think it sort of shows as well that these players are on exactly the right footing to be playing each other. That's the kind of mind game that if you are miles ahead of your opponent, you may actually end up outthinking yourself, and if you're not on the same level as your opponent, you just get run around in circles. And instead, like, these two players both thinking the exact same thing, both trying to outgame each other, and it ends in such a tense way because of it.
Happens to me in my ranked games all the time. Yeah, I'm so far ahead of everybody else that I'm just outthinking myself, and it's definitely not because I'm making bad calls, Haunting. I don't know why you would think that, but it is literally just because I'm so far ahead of the game that I'm too smart, and I think of all the things that they could do, and then they don't do them, and that's obviously the reason I've been losing my ladder games. But the reason Captain Oro lost the last one is a bit of a mystery to me. It just felt like the resources weren't quite there, and while Scovillain was able to get those burns in and cut the attack damage, they weren't really able to dish the damage back out. Sneasler got a little too low too fast, and now this time the leads are a little bit different.
They're very different looks coming in here. We're not seeing the Scovillain coming out straight away, instead opting for the Baskia Legion. And on the other side, the Palafin early. We saw the Palafin much later in the game. And I think setting yourself up here to try and go straight into your 0 to hero form, a good idea, but also I don't know that we saw the most come out of this Palafin in the last game. So maybe just trying to get it set up to make sure that if an opportunity ever arrives for it, it's there, knocking on the door, ready to make an impact. But I do like a slightly more aggressive look here coming out from Captain Oro. We saw a slower, more defensive approach to the game last time with the Mega Scovillain, with the Garganackle, and in fact ended up in a position where actually if they'd done more damage earlier, if they'd been able to close the door a little bit earlier in the game, they wouldn't have lost. So I kind of like trying to get a head start on your opponent here.
I want to point out the small issue of a wave crash charging into the Sneasler on the side of Zoya. Yes, Baskia Legion loses a chunk for it. Yes, Sneasler gets faked out himself, but he was predicting the switch out. Captain Oro was able to do something. I'm not sure what the prediction was from Zoya, whether he thought it would be an immediate switch into something different, or maybe it was a misclick. This seems like a completely tragic game state. Close combat goes completely through the ghostly Baskia Legion.
This is a disaster of a turn one if you're Zoria. I wonder if they were expecting either the Garganackle or the King Gambit to come in, but instead just end up down a Sneasler themselves, and that Sneasler was part of how this game even ended up getting a win for them. Now, extremely on the back foot, you've got the weak civilian form or citizen form of Palafin out. This is a pretty tricky state to navigate now if you're Zoria.
Yeah, very, very much so. Losing him on is never a great sign, but you always want it to be able to do some damage in return. Zoria's Sneasler just not quite able to get any value whatsoever. Meanwhile, Baskia Legion allowed to free cast. Wave Crash rockets into Palafin, dealing half of its health. The recoil is starting to stack up, though. And while the Wave Crash has come out in return, Palafin goes into deft ears. The protect up from Sneasler will prevent that, but all importantly, and this could be game-defining, King Gambit allowed to dance with swords.
The swords dance, a big deal here. Getting that offensive boost will allow this King Gambit to be more of a threat moving forward, and you've got tools to deal with the Baskia Legion and things like Kowtow Cleave. You've got potentially tools to deal with the Garganackle. I know that we've been seeing a lot more of these King Gambits start to run low kick. This one doesn't in particular have low kick, but I think it's the Sucker Punch Kowtow Cleave combo that's going to mean that this King Gambit's able to land some key hits on major threats coming out from Captain Oro.
This game could potentially be for all the marbles. Zoria needs to keep a hold of themselves if they want to make their way through the top four. Meanwhile, Captain Oro fighting for their lives. They need to make sure that they can get something out of the way, but it's the Sneasler off the board already. Captain Oro loses that one. Meanwhile, Altaria comes on. This is a deviation from the plan from game number one here, Haunting. Scovillain not on the board. Meanwhile, It's all in the clouds, baby.
So presumably we're going to see a Mega Evolution here into the Mega Altaria. And then you've got your own King Gambit to play on the other side. Slightly different setup, I believe, on Captain Oro's King Gambit. No, exactly the same set, actually. Both were running the Black Glasses, both running Swords Dance, Kowtow Cleave, and Sucker Punch. Which is, I guess, why we ended up in the staring match that we did last time. This Altaria, though, the Cloud9 not really making a huge difference because we don't have weather coming into play, but good spread move on the Hyper Voice, which could become a huge issue moving forward.
Yeah, potentially. Pixelate, I believe, is the ability for Mega Altaria, though I've got to be honest with you, Haunting. This is the first time that I've seen this Mon played in Champions, and the first time that I've seen it in multiple years. So a similar threat to Mon like God of War, being able to spread out that damage on the fairy side is a very potent offensive typing, and there it is. Hyper Voice comes through, lots of damage on both the standing Mon, but Kowtow Cleave still on the board, +2 boosted. Won't be enough to take out the Gambit on the other side of the pitch, but still a lot of damage put into the tanky Shogun.
Yeah, it's starting to chip away at Captain Oro's King Gambit, and I do think that's going to be the thing you need to secure this game. One of the things that's got me worried, and I just don't think there's any time to do anything about it, Blazy, is we've seen this Palafin stuck in Citizen form all game now at this point. And it's not like it's not done anything, but it does feel like a difficult place to put yourself.
It feels almost as though Zoria has something in the back that cannot be afforded to be switched into. And the plan was to try and get Palafin out for the King Gambit earlier. But with Sneasler dying so quickly, it had to be this situation. Although I'll just go ahead and eat my words, because here comes Arcanine with the attack drop. Though this should activate Defiant, in fact giving King Gambit a little bit extra. The protect move is incredibly fortuitous this time around, though, as King Gambit does the exact same thing. Hyper Voice surely the next thing to be clicked. Altaria does in fact scream into its opposition. With the resisting here, this is a good switch. Arcanine now very well positioned.
It's going to be tough to get through the Altaria, but certainly it should be able to help with that King Gambit. I don't know if there's anything great that we see for dealing with the Dragon Fairy typing of this Mega Altaria, but at the same time, if the main offensive output is going to be that Hyper Voice, this Hisuian Arcanine does just seem to be enough to soak up some of that damage.
Focus Sash has been taken away from him, and a very notable thing here that neither King Gambit has a steel type move. So while you might be looking across the way and going, okay, well surely Iron Head on Altaria and Iron Head on Arcanine is a scary maneuver, neither one actually can threaten that steel type damage. Instead, it's a Sucker Punch on to the opposing King Gambit from Captain Oro, who Sucker Punches straight back into the resistant Altaria, but it still does a massive amount of damage. Flare Blitz rockets through as well, claiming King Gambit, and the KO is solid. Altaria is going to get to answer back, though, and these Hyper Voices have been doing a significant amount of damage, and now with the recoil onto Arcanine, this is not a great position, but just about hanging in there is King Gambit.
Just about probably getting one more attack off before it's all said and done. And here comes back out the Basque Legion. We saw this take a lot of damage earlier, and I'd be worried about the Sucker Punch here if the Basque Legion does try and go into anything. So you're probably going to try and attacking with the Basque Legion, try and take out this King Gambit with the Mega Altaria, and then just hope that the Hisuian Arcanine isn't able to do anything more before it's gone.
This is a Choice Scarf Basque Legion, so trying not to attack with it is impossible. In fact, it is the only thing Captain Oro can do, and it is a terrible spot for it to be in against this King Gambit. It is a guaranteed kill, I would go so far as to say, with the Sucker Punch coming through. Sure, you lose King Gambit, but now it allows Arcanine to get a single target Rock Slide onto the Altaria, but it will in fact be the protect. Maybe in fact not going for
interesting,
the Sucker Punch, instead going for the protect. This is interesting. Aquajet comes through. Is this why? Faster priority. Surely the target, but that's locked in. Choice Scarf means it's guaranteed, and I don't think even King Gambit can survive an Aquajet at this point.
No, I think that was an interesting choice. I curious now as to what Zoria's plan is, because that was a little bit, that showed a lot of respect for what Captain Oro had available. And now I think you've got yourself in a much stickier position.
It almost felt like it was a guaranteed win state for Zoria, but I, in fact, maybe jinxed it and called it a little too soon. A guaranteed kill onto Bastia Legion? Nay. A guaranteed kill onto King Gambit, and now the only thing Arcanine can do is watch on in horror. The Roost comes in. Altaria has healed every point of health that is just lost. And with just Palafin in the bag, Jet Punch surely unable to pick up a kill onto Bastia Legion, but, you know, I say that Jet Punch is a powerful move, though I don't think the priority bracket is higher than Aquajet.
I think you're completely right here, Blazy, and I'm concerned that we've double caster cursed this set. Last game, we said Captain Oro felt like they were in a truly winning position, and we watched them lose. This time, we said the same about Zoria, and here we are with Zoria staring down the barrel of a Game 3. This has been an interesting set so far.
Interesting doesn't even scratch the surface for me. I am absolutely loving it. I get to see two unusual Mega Evolutions go head-to-head while watching incredibly high-level Pokemon play. Sign me up. What I will notice here as well, though, Haunting, is the amount of time that Zoria actually has left here on the timer, 1 minute and 27. Zoria been taking a lot longer to plan out these turns and really think things through. Hasn't worked out for them this time around, but potentially something to look out for in Game 3.
Yeah, going to be pressed to make decisions, I think, in Game 3, and you know, sometimes when the pressure is on, you make mistakes, and I don't think there's been a lot of margin for error in either of these games.
Yeah, it has been a razor's edge, and one thing, I gotta ask the question, Scovillain came in Game 1, Altaria won in Game number 2, although I'm not necessarily sure Altaria was the guiding victory factor. This Bastia Legion, I think, surely wrote the thesis for the game state in turn 1. Wave Crash into Sneasler, just too much damage for them to deal with. And I'm so curious as to what the adaptation from Zoria might be, because they didn't change anything up last time. Surely something has got to change this time around.
So I think one of the options that you start with in Game 3 is you maybe start something like Palafin, Hisuian, Arcanine. So you're keeping the Sneasler protected from Wave Crash on turn 1, but you're also getting that Intimidate out straight away if you're expecting that Bastia Legion to be there. It is a little risky because we've seen both players very willing to start on the Sneasler and immediately getting the White Herb down and letting their Sneasler just run roughshot through your team. Not the best idea, but I don't know that you've got any other great options. I think one of the things that's been interesting, Blazy, you talked about how the Altaria are not necessarily the cornerstone of Captain Oro's victory in that last game, but in both games, what we saw Captain Oro's strategy come down to was a very aggressive start, followed by a very defensive back. Whether that was the Garganackle in Game 1 or the Mega Altaria in Game 2, in both cases, Captain Oro seemed to have gone to these much bulkier, much more regenerative Pokemon to try and hang around and outlast their opponent as we get into the end game.
Really interesting adaptation. I love that piece of analysis, and you're absolutely right, and we see it yet again here, although very important differentiation from Zoria. Bringing King Gambit in the front does mean that this Bastia Legion can't just for free Wave Crash into Sneasler. It's going to come down to the speed tie unless everyone around the board wants to press the protect button. But that option is not available for Bastia Legion, so if Captain Oro doesn't want it to fall down this turn, it needs to be a win in the speed tie to disable the King Gambit, or it needs to be a substitution for the Bastia Legion.
Yeah, Bastia Legion in a tough spot here because, as you say, you run the risk of Sucker Punch just spelling doom for you, and here we go. exactly what Zoria would have wanted at any point in the last game and gets it served up to them straight away in game 3.
It's, at the end of the day, just a matter of that speed tie, and this time around, Captain Oro did not have it in the bag. Altaria's Cloud9 now, not necessarily too impactful. It will be when we go up into the Mega Form, although I think now Zoria has the tools available to them to actually deal with the Altaria. Diaclaw, one of the few tools on his team that can actually hit the Altaria for super effective damage.
Yeah, it's just about making sure that your Sneasler doesn't fall down to something else. Not necessarily a threat coming out from the Altaria, but there is that Sneasler on the other side, and we also don't know what's coming through either from the rest of the team. Could see a switch out here from Captain Oro's Sneasler, maybe going into a full defensive set with something like the Garganapple, or bringing in the Kingambit of their own, as we've seen Kingambit play a huge role through the set.
Protect goes through, and there's no attempt to Mega Evolve this time around. What an interesting adaptation. Close Combat goes into the Kingambit, and he's going to fall straight away. Zoria loses a key chess piece, if you will, with the attack and special attack drop. I believe that should activate White Herb for Captain Oro Sneasler. That speed boost will guarantee you'll not speed tie again. Draco Meteor coming through, but the Protect will save the life of Zoria Sneasler for now.
The choice not to Mega Evolve, I think, is calling, as you say, out on the Diaclaw, right? All the time that this Altaria maintains its regular form, it's flying and dragon. It's only once it goes into the Mega Form that it gains that weakness to the Diaclaw. And you've not seen Zoria willing to bring through the Mega Frostlass in this matchup, and that's really the only thing that threatens the dragon flying version of Altaria is Mega Frostlass with Blizzard. And so all the time you can kind of wait it out, and this Altaria still has Roost, still has its other tools. Yes, it's not going to be as strong as the Mega version, but it is still strong. I think all the time you're waiting that out, you can actually just hope to chip down Zoria's Sneasler and make sure it's not going to be an issue, and then Mega Evolve once it's out of the picture.
My question is, what is the back Pokemon here for Zoria? I think it might be the Frostlass this time around. Not bringing the Citizen out this early, the Finizen out this early, means that it will likely be stuck in that Citizen mode, and Diaclaw comes through. The Paralyzed lands onto Altaria. There's the Rock Slide. It's not quite enough to deal the damage to kill, to take down, but it's going to end with a flinch. Altaria powerless to stop the onslaught of boulders raining down from the sky. And now Captain Oro looks like he's in a bit of a precarious situation. No way. What?
What?
I'm shocked. Captain Oro, the forfeit closes out the game here. That's deeply devastating. I really wanted to see what was waiting for us in the rest of that game, but I guess with the flinch and the paralyze, he clearly didn't feel like he had the tools left in the back to deal with whatever was waiting for him on Zoria's team.
I think it was a really unfortunate situation, and a lot of that does come down to these probabilistic events, the paralyze coming off of the Diaclaw, the flinch coming off of the Rock Slide, but the Altaria wasn't totally out of it there. You've got another Pokemon. I know it's uphill, but I do think there's still a world where that's still a competitive game. I think it was a really smart move on the side of Zoria navigating that game state where we'd not seen the Altaria intentionally Mega to avoid the full effect of the Diaclaw, but leaving itself susceptible to the Rock Slide as well. Really, really smart navigation of that situation by Zoria, and they are rewarded with the win, but I have to think that's got to feel a little bit dissatisfying.
Yeah, it's even dissatisfying in just ladder play, right? Haunting, if you're up in a situation, it's been a close match, you're finally into that end game, and suddenly you don't get that opportunity to show off or to really make use of those skills. It's a shame to see the set end that way, but that will secure Zoria's place into top 4, and with that, access to the prize pool, Haunting, courtesy of our sponsor Logitech. All players who end up in the top 4 will get themselves a shiny new headset, which we will show off at the end of the stream. So congratulations to Zoria, Mongoose, and Arctic, who have all made their way through into the semis. There's one semi left to play, folks. There's 1 quarter left to play, folks. But once that's done, we'll be right back here with the semifinals. So grab your popcorn. We'll be back shortly.
Welcome back, friends, to the BlazyBard's content Inferno. We are playing some Pokemon Champions today. We started with 130 contestants. Now we have whittled it down to 4, and these top 4 players will receive a G325 Lightspeed headset, courtesy of Logitech. But besides that, Spooky Mars, they want to get the top prize of just winning it all and being the true Pokemon champion.
I mean, who doesn't come in with the intention to win it all, right? We're not here... Well, I mean, we are here to have fun, absolutely. But we're here to win, too, gosh darn it. All of these players so far have shown a lot of tenacity. A lot of interesting strategies have popped up throughout the day. I mean, we just saw one coming out from the Mega Scoville and Spicy Extract. Lots of interesting stuff. We're going back to a familiar name. We've seen Xeno throughout the day. Going up against a new opponent we haven't got the chance to see so far. You can see Arctic Pix took a little journey on the way here. Had to beat Roja, who had a very good showing earlier.
All of these round 2 matches have been incredible, right? 2-1s. That means they're going the distance. Mongoose having the easiest path, but Cheesy Dragon, an absolute legend. Folks in the chat loving them. But Arctic Pix, that is someone I am looking forward to. The 12th seed, the lowest seed of the entire tournament, or the entire bracket here so far, Spooky, now going up against number 1.
It's a great place to be, and maybe a little daunting in some cases. However, you don't get here through sheer chance. Yeah, there's some RNG elements to these games, but it's skill and intelligence that gets you up to these semifinals, and it's what's going to get you down to those finals as well. And that's where everyone really wants to be here, Philly.
Sure. I mean, as a Pokemon master, Pokemon trainer, you got a mental, physical, and metaphysical, spiritual, whatever you need. What's that? No, I am a Pokemon master. Look at my shirt. I got all these great Pokemon on here. Cyndaquil,
wow.
Flareon, the rest of them. But where's your Pokemon shirt, Spooky? I'm not seeing any Pokemon, not even in your background. Disrespect.
Well, the Pokemon shirt I have, I was told I couldn't wear because it's like across IPs, so it was deemed unacceptable by BlazyBard himself. So we'll have to file a few complaints to him. If you guys want to load in on that, I'd be more than happy to allow chat to send those complaints as well.
Tell me where to sign, Spooky Mars. I will be your first vouch 100%. But besides that, chat, we have some things to check out, and that's the team sheets for both of these squads. We had an opportunity to look at Zeno and this lethal Mega Venusaur he's brought to the battlefield, or they have brought to the battlefield. But Arctic Pix, Spooky, this is the one I want to dive in on. They got the Crabominable with the Mega Evolution here as kind of their front runner. Is that going to be the keystone piece of their team?
You know, it's really hard for me to ever say, Crabominable, that's the game winner right there. However,
that's the guy.
I've been surprised multiple times throughout the day, and Arctic Pix has made their way up to the semis. So clearly, this has been doing some good work for them. I'm really looking at this for Farigiraf. It was something we saw a little bit earlier in the day. The combination of Trick Room and Armor Tail makes it really difficult for the opponents to find a way in. However, Xeno is not as reliant on these priority moves like Fake Out that we've seen other players have. And so I think that it's actually going to have a lesser effect. And so we might not even see the Farigiraf be one of the first ones out. That said, I mean, Incineroar Farigiraf, pretty easy to set up Trick Room that way.
I hope not, because that name is so hard for me to say, Farigiraf. So I'm like, all right, but you're right. I mean, a lot of these Zeno's team, they're not known for their speed. Really, it's maybe the Corviknight that has some speed to him, but everybody else a little bit lackluster. So it doesn't, the Trick Room not really playing any tricks. So let's see how they decide to start their duos. We didn't have too much time to analyze. We're going right into it. And it will be the Incineroar Farigiraf start on the other side, the Tyranitar and the Primarina.
And not too surprising. Now, normally we've been seeing Xeno lead out with that Venusaur, but opting instead to keep it in the back pockets for right now. And I don't dislike that either. Twin Beam from the Farigiraf can put a little bit of a damper on the Poison-type Venusaur. Let's try to keep some things in the back. And these two notably don't mind the Trick Room as much. Like you mentioned, the only real speedy one on the side of Xeno is this Garchomp. It's going to be the fastest one for sure. But the rest of the team is all about bulk. They're about sustaining these hits and putting out some damage themselves. So they don't mind if they do see something kind of roll down for them.
A massive flinch there will prevent the Tyranitar from moving, but the Hyper Voice will sing true and deal some damage. The Trick Room will be expended. Is that enough to flip this dimension in the favor of Arctic? We will see that everyone getting pelted by the Sandstorm. I mean, Hyper Voice, great, but why not Hydro Cannon Spooky? Just blast this fire Pokemon away.
Well, it's because the Hydro Cannon is not going to hit both targets. With the Liquid Voice, you're still doing some very good damage, still a water type, but it's hitting both of these targets who you want to whittle down. Fair. And Xeno's team doesn't mind these longer fights. We've seen them kind of have some of these longer battles throughout the day. Yeah. They are all about outlasting their opponents. Now we will likely see something like a Parting Shot come out. This Incineroar doesn't have any good targets to really stay in on. So I'm looking for a Parting Shot onto the Primarina. Try to lower down some of that damage, but it's going to be Flare Blitz instead?
What? That's a crazy... It's not very effective. Why the choice? Maybe they were trying to read a protect or something like that. A counter Hyper Voice instead from the Farigiraf. Not going to be very effective. So damage, okay, but I mean, there's healing opportunities. Now the Moon Blast shining down onto the battlefield, blasting the Incineroar, but he hangs on 1 HP.
But it doesn't matter. A low kick and a Sandstorm is going to guarantee that Incineroar is out of the picture. That's going to put the momentum in favor of Zeno here. Farigiraf doesn't really get a lot done there. I'm not sure what the choice was to go for the Hyper Voice. Yeah, it does some good damage to the Tyranitar-ish. But it just doesn't find you the value, and now maybe it was all about this safe switch-in for the Crabominable. Maybe it was all just to get this Mega Evolution off without taking a bunch of damage.
I mean, fighting an Ice type can do some work against Rock. The Tyranitar could be in danger here as it does Mega Evolve. So we'll see. Ice Hammer on the docket for this Abominable, as now he is the supreme on the battlefield. But this might be a good opportunity for the Venusaur, but it'll be a double protect most likely just to kind of feel out the situation.
I think I want to see what this Crabominable goes for here.
Nice.
And I'm not too surprised. Double protect. I'm going to make sure everyone's confident. Well, not double protect, but
one protect.
No damage is really done to this Tyranitar. Knockoff. Oh my god, that's disgusting.
And he knocks him out. The Farigiraf back into the Pokeball at 0 HP. Now down to the final two Pokemon are Arctic picks. They have their tried and true champion in this Crabominable on the field, but what else will they bring? That's the question. The Basculegion now is the final choice.
There is no Trick Room setter outside of that Farigiraf. Trick Room is done now. Still got a couple turns on it, but man, this is such a tough spot to be in for Arctic picks. Basculegion does have a Scarf, so is faster than just about anything else. Last Respect should have a lot of damage here to put out. If you go for a Drain Punch, a Tyranitar, a Last Respect onto this Primarina, that might get you the 2 KOs you need here.
There is the Drain Punch, as you called so astutely, keeps the Crabominable up, and the Tyranitar will be down. It's now the time for the Basculegion to strike. Will the Primarina take the brunt of the damage? No, she will move first. Now it is a Moon Blast onto him. Oh, I thought it was almost a one-hit kill, but not the case. The Crabominable hangs on.
Now Last Respect gets to return the favor. That is going to secure the KO. Now it's 2-2. However, Arctic picks team not looking quite as healthy. And with this Sandstorm as well, this Crabominable could be in a tough situation. However, the Drain Punch, if it has a good target, could keep them in the running. Not going to be onto the Venusaur. That's not who you want. Corviknight, that's going to have a Protect as well. So this is a really difficult choice to make. But I think you have to go for the Drain Punch on Corviknight either way.
Yeah, I think so too. And
doesn't have
now,
Protect.
Spooky, is there like a speed priority here that these two Pokemon are working? Like, Basculegion's pretty speedy. Do they go with their adaptability, right? Maybe Aqua Jet or something like that, just to get them into the front first?
Locked in. Has the Choice Scarf, so you can use nothing but the Last Respects now, which is not a bad move to be locked into.
Sure.
But in a Trick Room, it might not find you as many results as you would like. Drain Punch. Gonna heal his Crabominal back up to 65. Not quite half, but looking good.
Brave Bird, though, will crash down and sweep through the fish. I think birds, I thought they eat fish for breakfast, but that's a ton of recoil damage. The Basculegion hangs on, but the Giga Drain from the Venusaur will finish the job. Freddy the fish will be finished.
That's really bad for Arctic Pix.
Yeah.
Sandstorm finally subsides. Does still have a little bit left in the tank here. Nope. And just like that, Trick Room runs out, and now this Crabominal going to be outsped by just about everything that you see opposing it right now. A Brave Bird into a Sludge Bomb or a Giga Drain. That should do the work.
Well, Zeno, they are one of the top and number one for a reason. Thinking there was Arctic. What can I do now? My fists are up on my Snow Crab. But is there anything left for them to do? This might be, let's go back to the drawing board and see what's, oh yeah, that is true. The Mach Punch is there, but will come to fruition as the Venusaur will put him back into the Pokeball, and back to the Pokemon Center goes Arctic Pix.
And that's all they wrote for game number 1. I really don't understand why we left the Farigiraf and the Incineroar out so long in the early game. Sure, it was only a couple of turns, but those are key members of your team. I think maybe going for the parting shot to get the Crabominable out. I understand you didn't want to risk the Crabominable taking a lot of damage, but you've got the Drain Punch there and a very good target of the Tyranitar sitting in front. I think maybe saving a couple of those Mons for a little bit later on would have been the play to make.
I want to see, for lack of a better term, like more mobility, right? Where's like a U-turn from this Basculegion? Where's some like switches that come through, right? You're setting yourself up with the great Trick Room, so on and so forth. But I want you to do more with it, right? How you're setting yourself up,
don't you?
Well, after you beat me with it like 15 times the other day, that's the best move in the game apparently. So I want to see more of these kind of switch ups, right? Don't be static. If your Arctic Pix, really make Zeno work for it. Make them think about what they want to do.
We're going to see what these leads are. I don't really want to see a change in the leads from Arctic Pix. I think that went just fine. And by the same category, I don't think Zeno really needs to change anything up either. However, it's going to be the Sinistcha coming out early on. Instead, opting to keep this Incineroar back a little bit. Look for the Trick Room, pull the Incineroar out for the Intimidate, lower some of this Tyranitar's potency. But this Primarina, that's going to be a real problem.
A super big problem, but Spooky, what is this little teacup supposed to do, right? If you have two kind of support Pokemon, if you will, in these two characters for the side of Arctic Pix, so it's like, okay, are you setting yourself up to do something? You're going to try to just wait out this Sandstorm for 5 turns? Like, what is your strategy here as a huge knockoff almost knocks out the teacup?
Well, no leftovers. You're going to look for the Machagacha here, but you're going to get outsped by both of your opposition. You have to remember, you're a Trick Room team. You are not going first before any of these Pokemon. That's by design, but it's backfired here for Arctic Pix. I think they were looking to try to do the Machagacha, get a burn, or just sustain through some of that damage.
Yeah.
But I think a Rage Powder into the Trick Room might have served them a little bit better.
Yeah, an unfortunate misplay, not calculating the speeds correctly, and that's one Pokemon down, 3 more remaining in this match too. You do not want to go home at this point. Yes, you get your Logitech headset, but you want to be in that top 2 spot. In a good spot right that now is Zeno. They have plenty to contemplate, but I mean, you probably just switch it out. Yeah, maybe go for the Mega Venusaur and try to finish him off.
Gonna bring out the Corviknight. That's gonna be a nice switch in. That does not really care about anything the Incineroar does. With the exception of the Flare Blitz, can do some decent damage. But when you're next to this Primarina here, everything this Spawn does threatens this Incineroar and makes it so you can't really sit out here in a comfortable position. Trick Room finally going to be utilized, and that will turn the speeds in favor of Arctic. But now it's the question, what can you do with that now that you've got it set it up? Parting shot into that's what I'm hoping for.
That was what we were asking for in game 1. Didn't come to fruition, but maybe in game 2, get the Ice Punt or Ice Hammer rather. onto this bird. It's still a really tough position. The Flare Blitz, not going to be effective against any of these characters. But the Twin Beam, we haven't seen yet, Spooky, from this Frigoraph. Maybe that could be an X factor? I'm not sure.
No, I'm not the biggest fan of Twin Beam. I'm a big fan of that Flare Blitz. Does a lot of damage.
Okay.
I don't know that you're going to survive much further than that. Hyper Voice still not enough to take down this Corviknight. So tanky.
And everyone's just singing out here, Spooky. Maybe we should start singing too, Spooky Bars, because the hyper voices are. That's true. It's supposed to hurt, right? The eardrums bursted from the Incineroar, and the cat will go back, and so will the giraffe. The whole Savari has been eliminated. One final Pokemon, one final chance for Arctic Picks.
Oh, man, I'm trying to figure out what Arctic might have brought. I don't think the Basket Legion will get very far with the Trick Room still set up. Might be a King Gambit coming out, but against the Primarina, you really don't want a fighting and a dark type because the fairy will just rip straight through you. Options quite limited right now for Arctic, but you can only do what you can do.
Oh, buddy, it's the crab. He's mega evolving is a final desperate act. At least there's no forfeit, right? Battle to the very end. You're a Pokemon trainer. You know, lead your Pokemon, whether it's to the end or to a victory. A draining punch onto the Corviknight will take it down and allow one more Pokemon to come through. Okay, 1 down, 3 to go, but still a mountain to climb.
Moonblast gonna do significant damage to Abominable. Doesn't quite KO, but leaves him in a very tough spot. Now, I'm not even gonna lie to you, Philly. The Sinistra went down so quickly that I kind of forgot that it even came out at the start here.
Yeah, a bit unfortunate.
Both of these resist Drain Punch. There's just no good healing coming out from Crabominable. You can look for an Ice Hammer onto Venusaur, but you do not have good targets here.
Unfortunately, the writing is on the wall for Arctic. It's a Drain Punch just to survive a little bit longer. Not very effective on the Primarina. I believe this Mega Venusaur will Mega Evolve, do one final attack. It doesn't matter what it is. It doesn't even need it. The Moonblast will bring the crab to bear, and the final KO will be submitted to Arctic Picks. They will fall out here in the semifinals, and to the grand finals goes Zeno. That is a job well done.
We have some crab legs for dinner tonight. KO after KO in very quick succession. Zeno just made very efficient work of that team. Arctic really struggled to get anything set up in their favor. And by the time that they finally got their big hitter out, I mean, there was no support left. There's no backup Mons. And it just wasn't a very good matchup for them at the end.
Unfortunately not, and that's what happens, right? Pokemon is all about matchups, whether it's type advantages, speed advantages, terrain advantages, whatever you want to say. And that, unfortunately, this not Arctic's day with the team they brought to the competition. So Crabdominal, not the best sweeper in the league. So Zeno, congratulations to them. They move on to the grand finals. Spooky, I'm going to check the bracket real quick and see if we have any indication of who, if the other game went that fast. As I get it loaded here, doesn't look like it. So I think, yeah, that was a pretty speedy one, especially from all the matches going from all the way to 3 throughout the day. But I think, Spooky, with that being said, that's enough from us. Let's head to a short break, folks. We'll see you on the other side.
9 hours, 95 competitors, and a whole lot of Pokemon has whittled us down to two. Two players with the opportunities now to walk away with the grand title of victor of the Inferno. And every single one of these players that made it into top 4 does get to walk away with one of these beautiful G325 Lightspeed headsets, available in 3 different colors. The winner gets priority on which color that they get. We got purple, we got white, and we got 2 in black. So plenty to play for here, Subzan. But the most important thing that I'm looking forward to is watching Xeno and Zoria play in this match.
Yeah, I mean, off stream, we had a chance to watch that other semi-final between Zoria and Nolan, or Mongoose, as they're known on the bracket, and that was a crazy endgame. We've talked all day about Sneasler, the shenanigans that Pokemon with Dialga can produce, and well, we got a perfect chance to see it in that end as it came down to a roll on that Dialga, getting paralysis on a Primarina to secure that game, to get Zoya in to this grand finals, but staring them down, as you said, Zeno, probably individually the single best player in this entire tournament, regional champion, so has played at the top echelons of VGC for so many years, competed at the Pokemon World Championships for multiple years in a row, and I do believe has probably is qualified again this year. I'd have to check the championship points leaderboard, but wouldn't surprise me if they have. So it's going to be a tough competition here for Zoira, but team sheets wise, I mean, we've talked a lot about Zeno's team all day, that Mega Venusaur Sand team that they've been running with that Rotom Heat that we haven't actually seen be utilized most of today. However, on the other end, Zora's team with that Snow Mega Frostlass, a really strong option. Although it can't do that much to Venusaur thanks to that Thick Fat ability, you see other Pokemon like King Gambit, Arcanine, and Sneasler that eventually are going to be slowly able to whittle down that Pokemon. But I think, just based on options alone, Venusaur kind of has an option for every single Pokemon on Zora's team.
Yeah, it's a war of the unconventional weather types, right, Subzan? We normally see rain and sun dominating, but now with tools like Mega Frostlass and Tyranitar, I mean, to be fair, Tyranitar's never not been or not had a spot in a VGC meta, but Sand necessarily hasn't had the highest placing results, and now so many great tools to make use of them. I really love the new dynamic. But I would almost argue that even in the weather war, Subzan, if it is Zoria who loses and Sand stays up, this is going to neuter their main attacker more so than the other side around. That special defense increase for these rock types is going to be a little bit more difficult for Frostlass to deal with.
Yeah, I mean, Tyranitar, we saw in the last set that Zeno played on stream, able to tank super effective fairy-type attacks thanks to that Sandstorm. Garchomp isn't going to be able to take advantage of that since it is the Rough Skin ability rather than Sandveil. And for Corviknight, well, it doesn't take any damage from the Sandstorm, just appreciates that little bit of chip. But there's 3 Pokemon on Zeno's side that is not affected by that Sandstorm. And while Venusaur, Rotom, and Primarina are, they're not affected all that much, don't particularly care, especially with how bulky that Venusaur is. But the biggest problem with this Weather War being won by that Tyranitar is Frostlass unable to damage it with Shadow Ball. So we're going to have to risk Blizzards that only have 70% accuracy. So 30% of the time going to just do completely nothing, but also no defense boost as well. That obviously being a change made in Scarlet and Violet, replacing Hail. That was the old condition. Now Ice type's getting that 50% defense boost, that allow them to tank a lot more hits than they used to, because unfortunately Ice types seem to be that type where they want them to be really bulky, but the type just cannot tank anything. Thanks to that Snow is the case, but yeah, Blizzard, no Aurora Veil access as well, so the game almost kind of ends up being pinned entirely on the Palafin and its ability to switch out and back in for those close combats and wave crashes. However, again, that completely ruled by that Mega Venusaur.
Yeah, there's a lot of opportunities as well for Venusaur to heal up. Even any amount of damage that can be chipped into it. Giga Drain has some primo targets here. Palafin, obviously, especially. Even Arcanine taking neutral damage from that, still going to suck. King Gambit doesn't have the best special defense in the world, so there's lots of targets where Venusaur is going to be able to get quite a bit of health back in these situations. So even if Zora is able to chip it down, and there are a few tools available to him here, Diaclaw seems to be the most consistent one, especially with that thick fat, keeping Venusaur safe from blizzards and flare blitzes. It's going to be a difficult one. I think you already highlighted it. This Venusaur looks like a stalwart wall built specifically to deal with this squad.
Yeah, but obviously the best option probably available here for Zora will be that Sword Stance Black Glasses King Gambit, the one thing that doesn't get resisted by that Venusaur and can continue to be boosted up further and further. No option for any sort of intimidates. Not that Zeno has any access to stat lowering moves on the entire team other than that Electro Web, but I feel like with King Gambit an option, very unlikely to Choice Scarf lock themselves into that move. We do see Team Preview being prepared now as our grand finals ready to be kicked off here. It is Zeno only having dropped 2 individual games throughout this entire tournament. Very confidently the favorite in this final, Zora, will be playing underdog both in experience and in the team sheet.
Definitely all to play for here, though. The experience and the power can only get you so far, and Zora has shown off a wealth of skill in navigating these battles, even against opponents that I think all of us thought should have been able to take them down. Notably, this semi-final up against a player who also has tons of experience both in a competitive and casual environment. Will this be the same story, and will Xeno VGC fall? It is all yet to see as the leads come on through and the trainers get ready for game number 1.
Yeah, and game 1 going to be so important here for both players. You can see Sneasler and Palafin coming out there for Zora as the Mega Venusaur and Primarina is the lead there for Zeno. We talked so much about how much Venusaur completely shuts down Zora's entire team. The only thing that can threaten it before that Mega Evolution is that Frostlass. So by prioritizing turn 1, that ability to Mega Evolve to shut off its Ice-type weakness with Thick Fat, this Venusaur starts to become a real big problem. Primarina, we know, can be heavily threatened by Diaclaw, but is relatively free to swap into that Corviknight should that Pokemon have come to the match.
Yeah, so looking like a relatively safe position. Fake Out could be solid into the Venusaur, but herein lies the puzzle, Subzan, that every Pokemon match at this level revolves around. If it's a switch out of the Primarina, Diaclaw's ineffective. If not, and you ignore the Primarina, that's a lot of damage that could come through from the Hyper Voice. Instead, the immediate switch out, Palafin moves into the back. In comes Sinistra. The Mega Evolution from Venusaur comes through. The action from Sneasler still yet to be seen. Fake Out to prevent Venusaur from acting, leaving just one able to put some damage on the board, and Hyper Voice certainly delivering half HP on the Weasel already.
Yes, Sneasler taking devastating amounts of damage there. Venusaur unaffected by Sinistra's Rage Powder, so free to click any move it wants into this Sneasler. Very likely going to be that Earth Power, which now that Sinistra is on the board, the only resist to that option is stuck and cannot redirect this attack, so that's still free. But the question will be, will Zora choose to aim that Diaclaw at that Primarina on this turn, risking a potential Corviknight swap, or will they respect it? Sinistra will be leaving on this turn, going back into that hero form Palafin, who now has that power boost. We haven't seen if Primarina is leaving. It will. Is it the Corviknight coming in? No, it's the Garchomp instead, but we still don't know what this Venusaur is choosing to do. Sneasler is going to protect, trying to defend against that Earth Power, which is not what we will find. Instead, it's a Sludge Bomb into that Palafin as it hits the board. No poison, though, but you have to say that Zeno has come out benefiting from that interaction.
It's a ton of damage as well, even though it's only neutral half HP. And this is not a frail Pokemon. Palafin has bulk behind it, but just shows you the sheer power, not the ability, of Venusaur here in its Mega form. And now Garchomp being out on the field potentially puts Zora in a rough position. There's not a lot that can hit this 4 tons of damage. No Ice Punch for Palafin. The Jet Punch comes through, and it's a chunky hit but the Rough Skin going to deal some chip in return. Close combat comes through as well, choosing to ignore Venusaur, but Garchomp has been eliminated.
Yeah, Garchomp down, but chip being distributed across the entire team here, and options of dealing with this Mega Venusaur running dry. Sinister still has full health, but can't really do anything to deal with the big flower on this other side. Giga Drain will claim this Palafin, getting Venusaur back up to full health. It's a trade that Zeno will take here with this Sneasler low on HP. But Primarina in the back, going to be threatened by that Dire Claw still. So likely only one option to switch in here. Sinister will be that option for Zora, as we will once again see Primarina hit the board, and we once again return to the same game state we had a turn and a half ago.
This time around, though, Sneasler able to heal some up. Hospitality comes in clutch, though I'm not sure it's going to save the life of Sneasler much beyond this turn. Protect already unavailable for the Weasel. Scratch that, that was the turn before. Close combat obviously rocketing through. Protect is available for the Sneasler, but we did just see how willing this Venusaur was to go for Sludge Bomb directly into that matcha. And I think it's a good move. It's neutral damage, it's doing a bunch of chip, and it kind of accounts for the possibility of this redirect anyway. That could potentially throw off some plans, accounting for it and getting it out of the way. Protect will come through. Sneasler not taking any damage this time around. Same with the Primarina, trying to avoid out that claw, which almost makes me feel like this is not the Corviknight in the back.
Yeah, maybe not. Maybe just trying to play that defensive scout, what this Sneasler's intending on doing. But we see Matcha Gotcha. It was basically no damage here on this turn. Only does about 13 to that Mega Venusaur. Yeah, felt like that had to be a critical hit. With how tanky that Pokemon is, that's too much damage. But the burn on Mega Venusaur, it's every little bit that helps here as Zora running out of options, as I said, to be able to put down significant damage into Venusaur. That burn will at least help to tick it down just a little bit, but Primarina still at full health, and we know that it should be able to take a Dire Claw from full HP, likely trained to survive that attack as Dire Claw comes through, leaves it on 7 HP. Will we get any status conditions this time? It's a paralysis once again. We saw this in the semi-final from Zora once as well. This same position, but that time it's a Mega Frostlass staring it down. This time a Sinistcha that has that super effective Matcha Gotcha can use it as a little bit of a health pack here. Sneasler will be KO'd here by that Earth Power, and Matcha Gotcha will be fired through this Primarina, not one for this world, will be KO'd here by that move. And it's going to be a 2 versus 2 with both sides having a one completely unrevealed Pokemon and another on relatively full health.
Both trainers here have to reveal their last Mons as the 2v2 unfolds. It's going to be an interesting one. I'm expecting maybe some sand to come through. Tyranitar versus Frostlass feels like it could be the matchup, and in fact it is. We talked about this exact game state here, Subzan, and I am very worried about the capability of Zoria to deal with this Tyranitar. At the very least, Sinistcha is here and can dish out some decent damage with the Matcha, and it is Focus Sash Tyranitar, so at the very least we aren't going to see Choice Scarf coming through to deal significant damage. We can get rid of the sand, and we know that Zoria has now won the Weather War.
Yeah, Weather Wall has been won, so these blizzards will be free to be fired off at full accuracy for the next 5 turns. But Venusaur and Tyranitar potentially have an option here to remove this sinister blizzard. Coming forth will be a 2-hit KO here on this Venusaur, but critically will not remove this Tyranitar in 2 turns. Sludge Bomb going out into this Sinister critically does not put it in range of that Citrus Berry, meaning Knockoff is at full power, will remove the Teacup, and now still everything to play for here. Venusaur, though, in range of that Blizzard. Tyranitar has a lot to do here, very likely will be unable to pick up this Frostlass. Although things look like a good spot here for Zeno, I have to say, I think Zora has taken this one away as long as this Blizzard is able to pick up this Venusaur.
It is all going to come down to the amount of damage that Knockoff will do from Tyranitar with the snow on the board. I think it's promising, and I think you might be right, but I've got one too many calls wrong this tournament, Subzan, and the last thing I would want to do is predict incorrectly. Protect comes through from Venusaur. Protect comes through from Tyranitar. I'm not sure what the appeal is here of the double Protect. Snow isn't going anywhere anytime soon.
No, just attempting to stall it out, though, for a couple more turns. It's a smart play there by Zeno, because at the end of the day, the win condition here will be that Tyranitar, hoping that you can leave it with enough HP remaining once Snow goes down, that you force a click from Zoya into that Blizzard instead of Shadow Ball. But coming out there, a lot of damage into that Venusaur will knock it out. Tyranitar has about 30 health left. We'll probably go for the Rock Slide here. No, knock off the option of choice just to guarantee that it will connect. It's not enough, as you said. Snow up for, I believe, 2 more turns here. So Tyranitar gonna have to aim for that double Protect. It remains to be seen if Shadow Ball will be enough to get this knockout here, as we do see Tyranitar wisely go for that Protect on the first turn, trying to stall out the remaining turns of this Snow. And it all comes down to how much damage this Shadow Ball can do if we get this double Protect.
Looking at the damage numbers, I mean, surely it's not all that much different, but you're right, it's going to be close. The double Protect, however, not on the mark, and it will be the underdog, Zoya, taking down the leading player, the favorite to win. Game number 1 goes in favor, and Xeno VGC 1 loss away from elimination in the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's a brilliantly played game there. Unfortunately, positioning just didn't quite go their way. I think the burn from Sinister actually did a lot of heavy lifting in getting Chip onto that Venusaur to put it in range of those Blizzards. Without that extra bit of Chip, I don't think Venusaur would have gone down for that final Blizzard, would have been able to get a Giga Drain off and eliminate that Frostlass, would have turned the tides of this game in Xeno's favor, but unfortunately, that's not how the cookie crumbles. Matcha Gotcha, an incredibly powerful move that affects pay dividends in that instance. But talking about game 2, I don't really feel like there's much that either trainer really needs to adjust here. Obviously, Zeno got a little bit unfortunate with that burn, but you play that game maybe just a little bit differently, get those reads correct. I feel like the strategy they went with is almost is incredibly difficult, I feel like, for Zoya to be able to break through. As for Zoya, in return, might be a pivot into this King Gambit, maybe not convinced by Sinister's offense and the fact that basically required a burn to be able to get through that Venusaur in time, or might just choose to lean into exactly what they did in that last game. But Palafin, to be honest with you, a little bit disappointing for me in that match.
Didn't feel like he really got a great chance to shine, and looking at this team, it almost stacks up with what Xeno, sorry, the name on the screen is different from the name on the sheet. Xeno VGC not opting to bring the Mon that would be threatened by this Palafin, right? Of course, Tyranitar was there on the board, but it was right at the very end. Really tried to make sure to keep it in the back pocket until absolutely necessary, and by that point in time, Palafin had already left. I think it's going to be an interesting adaptation, especially now that Zoria knows Corviknight was not brought to game number 1. So all the caution around launching that Diaclaw into Primarina, we now have to go back to that thought process and go, well, he didn't bring it last time, but what about this time?
Yeah, no, Zeno choosing not to bring the Corviknight in game 1, but coming out strong here in game 2. This option for this Garchomp to go for those Earthquakes here, completely free of consequence, thanks to that flying typing of Corviknight. Ironhead's going to be an option for Frostlass as well. Garchomp, so much damage capability here, and this Sneasler and Palafin going to take a lot of damage from a stray Earthquake as this Corviknight very much likely to go for that Tailwind option. Obviously, double Protect is probably what we're going to see here on turn 1 to avoid that fake out. But at the same time, if Frostlass immediately pivots in, predicting that, could be a bit of a difficult position for Zeno once that snow gets set up. We'll have to see what the option is locked into, but I feel like actually relatively safe here to launch an Iron Head towards that Palafin as well as an Earthquake. We do see the swap out here. Is it Frostlass coming in? Yes, it is. Probably going to see that fake out into Corviknight. Instead, it's Protect here from this sneeze. That if it's an Iron Head towards Corviknight, then things are going to look really bad. We see the Earthquake here from Garchomp. If this is Iron Head into that Frostlass, then I think Zeno might have just won the game on turn 1. It might also be a Tailwind. That also works as well, as Garchomp going to have enough in the tank to take out this Frostlass on turn 2.
Even with the defense boost from the snow, it is definitely a precarious situation. The only thing that might save them is getting an Aurora Veil up here nice and early, but even that is a risk, as Zeno could just switch straight into the Tyranitar and bring that sand up, preventing the AV. With the Tailwind up, though, actually scratch that. It's not even in consideration because Aurora Veil wouldn't even go up in time. It is going to be a very precarious tightrope for Zoria to try and walk here. Mega does come up, and this could be a Protect turn straight into Frostlass to try and get away from the Garchomp for now. Never mind. No Protect? No switch? No nothing? We sacrificed both of our lead Pokemon? What did I just witness?
I feel like Zoya playing a little bit risky there in this second game. I don't necessarily hate it, given that they are one game in the lead, but unfortunately those first 2 reads not quite working out for them, as Zeno confidently ahead here. This Corviknight and Garchomp lead puts them so much in the driver's seat that even with this King Gambit being brought in game 2, like I said, for that Venusaur, that Swords Dance option, it's not going to be enough at this point, as Earthquake with enough power to tear through both of these Pokemon. That's ignoring the fact that Corviknight has access to these Brave Birds to deal the final bit of damage to this Palafin. That'll be forced game 3, all but secured, because we do still have that Venusaur in the back, most likely. But Zeno gonna very likely try and preserve that information, not reveal the back 2 Pokemon that were brought in case they need that for a Gambit in game 3 to throw off Zora now that they don't have that information.
A little bit too aggressive. The Jet Punch comes on in. Rough Skin will return the favor with some of that damage, and the Sucker Punch might be enough, and it will be, to take out the Garchomp. A very little pain in return. However, Corviknight has yet to strike the Brave Bird. Coming through into the Steel type, it won't do tons of damage, but every little helps when you're dealing with such a tanky Pokemon. Corviknight as well, no slouch, and there isn't really a lot of options for Zoria to deal with this Corviknight either. Venusaur and Corviknight next to each other, Subzan might be a wall too terrifying to break.
Yeah, I mean, Kowtow Cleave, the only option that does any real damage here into this Venusaur, but with access to that Earth power, this Kingambit just does not have enough health to be able to survive that attack, and frankly, that's likely what that Brave Bird was for, just to chip it into range of that Earth power. Kingambit's item obviously being that Black Glasses, so no recovery available here. We do see Venusaur Mega Evolving here in game number 2. Kingambit might protect. Zeno might have to try and read into that, but I feel like just continuing to spam that Earth power into that Steel-type Pokemon will be relatively free for them here. We see the Protect from Palafin. Earth power into this Kingambit. Is it enough to pick up? No! He's on 14 HP, but will it have been covered for with this Brave Bird? No, it won't. It went into Palafin. Still an opportunity here for this Kingambit, which sets up with that Swords Dance. It looks a little bit dire, but maybe with a critical hit can just about get enough damage to deal with this Venusaur. It's going to be a tight 50-50 here that Zeno is going to have to play, but they are still in the driver's seat.
Tailwind has just gone down, and with it, the extra speed boost from Zeno's side. Not that they're in a position to relax just yet. Still 3 Pokemon to get through, all at full HP. Meanwhile, it's not looking so great on Team Zoria. Kingambit on the ropes. Palafin has missed a little bit of HP, but is staring down a Venusaur with Giga Drain ready to take it down. Protect will be the option from the oversized plant, and Sucker Punch will not find a mark because of it. Wave Crash as well will double up into the Venusaur, and with that, a Brave Bird will claim the life of the Steel Master, leaving just one in a 1v3 situation. I'm not sure there are many outs Zoira can realistically play to, and we'll tie up the score 1-1.
I mean, I'll give you the confident answer to that. There are no outs Zoira can play to. None at all. Venusaur, too tanky of a Pokemon here to be able to take any damage from the options that this Palafin has. Remember, it only has access to Wave Crash, Jet Punch, and Close Combat, which is all completely resisted here by that Grass and Poison type Pokemon. Corviknight, we see taking a lot of damage there from that Wave Crash, but importantly not KO'd. So while it doesn't matter for game 2, it's very important information for Zeno to know that Corviknight not going to be KO'd in one shot by that Wave Crash, and they can use that to play a little bit more confidently around it come game 3.
And it's all to play for now, Subzan. All the marbles. Just one more game. It is all led to this. 9 hours of combat. 9 hours of brutal mind games, trickery, and calculations. These players have spent so much time, energy, and mental fortitude to get here, and it all comes down to one more game, one more roll of the dice. And while we've seen Zoira able to get some momentum going in game number 1, Subzan, after game number 2, I'm a little bit worried about the mental state and their ability to find consistent answers to this Venusaur.
I mean, the big thing you got to think as well is for Zeno, a player who has played regional championships many a time, and those tournaments go on for about these sorts of durations for 2 days straight. So very likely the one player who will have that mental fortitude to keep going and push at their full level till the end. But you said Zoira. I mean, I don't think it's got anything to do with the mental fortitude. I think just getting a read on turn 1 slightly wrong. However, Zeno's play with that Earthquake and Tailwind completely safe for them to go for there. Even if the fake out comes out, you're guaranteed to get at least some advantage on that turn 1, and I don't think Zoira expected that offensive play. But either way, game number 3 here. There's only one game left, and the winner of this game will be the one to walk away with it. Will it be Zeno? Will it be Zoira? Let's see the leads. We see Sneasler and Frostlass on the lead, as Corviknight will have a Venusaur staring next to it.
It's a dangerous position, but this time around, being able to lead off with Frostlass means that there's a bit more offensive pressure on the board here. Corviknight's tanky, but even taking neutral damage from a Blizzard will make the Big Bird blush. Meanwhile, Sneasler is still promising fake outs and Dire Claws across the board. Venusaur, again, it might only take neutral damage from it, but I'm not sure it's going to be a big fan of rolling that dice on a random stat.
Especially if that status condition is the sleep, the most devastating one, and the bane of every VGC player's existence. Thankfully, more nerfed in Champions. We see Frostlass, though, immediately Mega Evolving to set up that snow. Might potentially look for that Aurora Veil with the advantage provided by that fake out on Sneasler. Venusaur also Mega Evolving to drop its weakness to those ice type attacks thanks to that thick fat ability. Close combat now going into this Corviknight. There is no protect here from either Pokemon on Zeno's side. Sneasler dropping its defenses, proccing that white herb now to get Unburden activated. What will be the option here by this Frostlass? It is Blizzard. Will it pick up the Corviknight? Yes, it will. Zeno immediately loses that Corviknight on a critical hit. I don't know if that mattered, but my gut is telling me that it does. Corviknight, a crazy bulky Pokemon, and that Giga Drain is only going to do about half to that Frostlass. Gets Venusaur back up to around full HP. The things are not looking good here. The Tyranitar hits the board, has access to that Rock Slide. However, Sneasler still with close combat. Focus Sash will save it from one hit, but will not save it from that second follow-up Shadow Ball.
It started off with such a strong position, but now that the sand is up, It looks like the situation might be untenable. Frostlass might need to make a swift exit as close combat comes into the Tyranitar. Potentially, Focus Sash is still up. So I guess the question is, Subzan, is it worth going for the close combat Shadow Ball? Or, I mean, a Protect would surely devastate either of those options, and Earth Power could take down a handy Sneasler in an instant. Both options, any options, look a little bit rough, but Sneasler will go for the Protect. No opportunity to close combat that Tyranitar this time around. The double as well will keep Frostlass safe too.
Yeah, just choosing to scout out those options here, stall out an extra turn of Sandstorm, but taking a little bit of damage for their troubles is Zoira here from that Sandstorm, getting a little bit of chip on Venusaur as well. Not that much, but everything adds up in VGC. Tyranitar still at full HP, so still this Sneasler going to have to attack that slot with close combat if Zoira wants to eliminate it in one turn, but a double up will be required, and if Zoira wants to do any damage to this Mega Venusaur, Blizzard is going to have to be the move of choice. And if that's the move that's locked into, there's every opportunity for a miss to come out and this game to be flipped right on its head in an instant.
So we're going to come down to the option from Zoira: switch or stay, Blizzard or Shadow Ball. Some big questions need to be answered, but this is something that we've seen from Zoria quite a lot. They like to take their time with each option, really think it through. In one of their last matches, they ended one of their games with just a minute left on the clock. It will be the switch out into Sinister. The Hospitality, I'm not sure will do much in the way of keeping Sneasler alive from the Earthquake, the Earth Power even. But it actually all depends whether or not he thought, yes he did, the Protect through from Tyranitar. Diaclaw coming in. It's gonna get the paralysis, but not the full hacks. Earth Power, wait, hold on, doesn't pick up the kill. Sneasler still stands.
Yeah, it does. Maybe a better position here, though, for Zeno than you would actually expect, given this Tyranitar's position on the board now, can actually attempt now to get that Rock Slide across into Sinister, maybe get that KO before Sneasler can leave the board, but Frostlass not here, not present in this position. It remains to be seen what will happen here on this next turn, but that paralysis onto Venusaur potentially going to be devastating. Now, obviously, probably the worst condition, given the fact that paralysis has now been nerfed to a 12% chance to be fully paralyzed, but Venusaur taking more damage than it would have liked from that attack. Tyranitar is in such an awkward position, a dire position, if you will, and depending on what is the last here for Zeno will depend what the play is. It is that Primarina who's going to have to hold a close combat, but instead it's another Diaclaw here into that Venusaur. Machagosha will be the move of choice, doing a lot of damage to Primarina, but will not take out that Mega Venusaur on this occasion. Primarina taking about half of its health for its troubles. This Sinister back up to full health now. What will Venusaur choose to do? Is it Earth Power or is it Sludge Bomb into Sinister? It's Sludge Bomb, the move of choice, doing just about half here to the teacup as the Sneasler unable to be knocked out by Sandstorm, left on 1 HP, meaning this Primarina is at risk of taking a Diaclaw.
Meanwhile, the Sand Kill takes down one of them, takes down the Venusaur. Only 2 Mon left standing on the side of Xeno VGC. Zoria poised potentially to take the rest of this series. Only one move is available now from Sneasler. They cannot afford to Protect because that would be a KO to the Sand. Frostlass still in the back. Now that Tyranitar's back on the board, we know for a fact that this Sand will be gone and the snow will be here to stay. But the Primarina needs to go, and I'm not sure what the answer will be to the Tyranitar if it's not able to be KO'd here by Sneasler.
Yeah, but you see, the big thing here is it's going to be a read by Zoira, because if Tyranitar protects and you Diaclaw into that slot, we do see the protect, and you Diaclaw into Primarina, you win the game on the spot. But if this is close combat into Tyranitar, which is exactly what we see, Primarina maybe with an opportunity here to try and get a Moonblast to KO the Sinister. However, a Strength Sap into their own Sneasler, accepting its fate here to heal Sinister out of range of that Moonblast. So actually, such an incredibly smart play there by Zoira to make any advantage of that tiny bit of positioning for that Sinister and that Sneasler Tyranitar, protected from that close combat, but it might be too little too late as a stellar play keeps Zoira completely in the driver's seat.
And here comes Big Frost. The snow starts falling down, and Sinister's health bar may have looked like a yo-yo, but it ends up in the green. Thank you, Citrus Berry. The moves and the speed is in favor of Zoria. We know that Matcha Gacha will be able to come out in time to deal some damage to Tyranitar and to Primarina before it goes down. Aurora Veil is the move of choice here. There's still enough space and time in the back of Zoira's party to potentially make some extra maneuvers. And while Rock Slide isn't enough to take down the Frostlass this turn, a flinch into Matcha could be massive, and there it is. The Moonblast not going to be enough to take it down now. Thank you to the Aurora Veil, but that flinch is going to be incredibly important.
Yeah, that flinch is devastating. Matcha Gotcha was so unbelievably the move of choice there from Zoira. Now no chance to fire it off, so no chip on Tyranitar, no chip on the Primarina, both of which very likely to be placed into range of a Blizzard. Now Zoira in one turn on the back foot. That Aurora Veil has helped Sinister survive, but I actually think in this instance that probably works more to their detriment, as they would have preferred to pivot out into a piece that maybe would have been a little bit more beneficial. Either that Arcanine or that King Gambit in the back, now stuck with a teacup that will be KO'd by this Tyranitar before it gets a chance to move Blizzard, the move of choice. Now Zoira gonna have to fish for a freeze on either of these Pokemon. Will he find it? No. Knockoff gonna come out here from this Tyranitar, guaranteed to pick up that Sinistra, and within a turn, game is completely turned on its head. This Primarina gonna lock into this Hyper Voice to KO this Frostlass, and now just one Pokemon left on Zoira's side. It looks so good for them, but this game has been completely turned around.
It is all going to come down to the last in slot. Zoira's King Gambit needs to make a 2v1 hero play, but with only Dark-type moves available, there isn't the kind of utility that surely Zoira would want to take out both of these two Pokemon. An Iron Head here would have meant a guaranteed, or at least a higher chance of victory. But now, staring down two Mon across the field, both around half HP, this is not unwinnable. King Gambit incredibly bulky, incredibly powerful, but when you don't have moves that are decent at dealing damage, it is a lot more difficult, especially when low kicks can deal so much, and Hyper Voice is just enough to get you over the finish line. And after a bad first game and an untenable position at the start of number 3, Xeno closes it out and claims the crown of the Inferno.
What a match that was. I was on the edge of my seat. I really thought that we had our winner and it would have been Zoira, but that flinch, so unbelievably detrimental for them and just turned momentum. It's why VGC is such a cutthroat game sometimes. You can get that one piece of good fortune, that Rock Slide flinch, that Matcha Gotcha burn, that one critical hit, like we saw on that Corviknight at the start of that game, and suddenly a game that looked like it was guaranteed to be in your favor, you just lose control of it completely. There was nothing to stop that knockoff plus Moonblast play on that second to last turn. The only thing that could have saved Zoira from there would have been a freeze on to one of those Pokemon. Preferably would have had to have been that Primarina, as with access to that spread Hyper Voice, would have had enough in the tank to KO both Sinister and Frostlass regardless. But very well played to both of our trainers, and congratulations to Zeno, who will walk away with the title.
A title and a headset of his choice, ranging from violet, white, or black. All amazing options and all provided by our wonderful sponsor, Logitech G, the only end title sponsor of BlazyBard's Content Inferno. But if you would like to sponsor BlazyBard's Content Inferno, you're more than welcome to do so as well. You can send a message to my email, potentially. Who knows? But we can have a look at the standings at the end of the day, Subzan. It has been an incredibly grueling series, an incredibly grueling day for all of these trainers, but an incredibly hard-fought battle for everyone across the board. I just want to say a massive congratulations to everybody, and of course, especially to Xeno. We've seen some incredible stories today. We've seen some incredible matches play out, and I could not be more thankful for the reception to this inaugural tournament.
Yeah, it's been an absolute treat to really be alongside you, Blazy, and the rest of the team as we've gone through the stories of all 92 of our trainers that showed up and competed for us today. Zeno, though, I mean, if you had to pick one trainer at the start of this to walk away with the crown, I would have confidently backed them all day, every day, with the experience that they have in the wider VGC circuit, their regional championship. They were individually the most skilled trainer here, but so many players put up so much of an amazing fight against them. And every single one of our competitors here today can be proud of themselves for their performance.
I think it's so easy in any sort of esports event to look at the favorite to win, and more often than not, you see them rocket through the brackets, basically unchallenged. But we saw there, even just in Top Cut, Xeno lost at least one round in all but the semifinals. This is not a player who waltzed through. This is a player who was challenged and pushed at every single step of the way. But Subzan, after a brutal 9.5 hours, 12 rounds, and a whole heck-ton of Pokemon, I think it's about time for us to say goodbye. So thank you everybody in the audience for watching. Thank you so much for your support. Keep an eye on the Discord if you're a competitor, and keep an eye on this space. If not, we'll be live again tomorrow, Sunday morning. More content, regularly scheduled, not tournament. And until then, my name has been BlazyBard, and thank you to everyone in production, and all of my staff, and all the volunteers who worked on this event. Good night, good luck, and stay talented, people.